Welcome, welcome, one and all, to the Cash Money Scrabble Showdown. I'm Jeffrey Poke, and I'm coming to you live from Providence, and I'm joined by a good friend of mine. Why don't you introduce yourself, Cherish?
Hi, I'm Cherish. I'm coming to you guys from New Hampshire, not my usual home from Texas, but I'm excited to be here.
hmm So today we have an exciting series. We've got a bunch of top players rated anywhere from 1500s to 1900s, and what is exciting about today is that we have cash on the table. Every single game, there's going to be cash exchange, which means that there are some serious stakes in these games. Beyond just the pride and the normal play between these people, we're going to see some nerves, we're going to see some money get exchanged, and it's going to be an exciting day.
Yeah, so let's see how the prize and cash will be distributed. So here we have the cash distribution from low rated to high rated, and depending on the rating difference, this is the stakes that they have on bet. So our first game today is going to be against Heather and Ari Singh. So this is going to be a $2 and $5 bet. What do you have to say, Jeffrey?
So this is probably going to be one of the larger spreads, which means that the higher player is going to have to pay more money if they lose. And this helps it adjust for people's maybe not having, or it adjusts for the chance of people winning, but it allows for some nice stakes to be there, and it means that these lower players have a lot to prove. If players who are currently lower rated can beat a top player, they're going to be taking home a lot more money than they put up onto the table, which is quite exciting for them.
Mm,
And
What do you expect?
these two players are definitely no beginners. Ari is nearly a 1900s or 1900s player, and Heather has been playing for a very long time. So I think we should have some good play going on today.
Yeah, I'm excited. So start shortly.
hmm Um, and once again, this is all brought to you by Let's Play Scrabble. If you are interested in being more involved with the community, you should check out letsplayscrabble.com. For more, we are going to be giving you games like this and more exciting commentary on all sorts of games coming up in the future. So make sure you subscribe and you stick around because that will be coming up very soon. But it looks like we're going to start. Heather's going to be starting and Ari will be responding. We can't currently see the racks, but um, we can see that these two players are getting ready. It looks like they've both drawn, which means that the game is underway. Lovely. So Heather's going to be going first here, and going first in this position is always nerve-wracking because you never know how your opponent is going to respond, especially when you're going up against someone who is as skilled as Ari. You really need to make sure that you're making every move count, and I know that a lot of players will make that first play in different strategies in different ways. Like some people like to keep it closed when they know they're going up against someone better. Some people like to blow the board wide open and try not to worry about anything. We're having a couple issues with the stream setup, but don't worry, we'll get that fixed right away. Give us one moment. Um, I can see that a tile has been played, which is exciting. Game is on. Um,
Okay, now we
oh,
can
there we
see.
go. Okay, we're all set. So this is, of course, the classic first play, dropping a Q and an I just to clear off your rack and make it a little bit nicer. And it's going to go down, and it looks like Ari is going to be dropping one of his two S's. What do you think about that, Cherish?
I mean, I think it really makes sense. He doesn't have that many good like overlapping plays. He doesn't have an I, and he has two S's. It makes sense just to play an S, get rid of two O's, and have a pretty solid lead of ARS.
Yeah, it seems like he's going to be set up nicely for next turn. It doesn't open up the board too much, although it does put that O right next to the triple letter score, which if Heather had like an X, it could hit really hard. But for now, it seems like both of them are going to be okay with how it is.
Yep.
And that is, in fact, Aries' top play. But moving over to Heather, um, she actually has an incredible 8-letter bingo here. Do you know it, Cherish?
Oh wow. It's probably through the queue because
It
I
is
the
through the Q. It's the extremely rare coquille, which is a specific cooking utensil, Coquille, for 72 points. I'm not sure it's something that I would have found on my own, um, but you never know because many of these top players have been playing for a long time and they've seen so many words. It might just come down.
right. Honestly, yeah. But the question is, would she be looking for a bingo with her type of tiles? And it makes sense. She plays logic, which is a good play.
Yeah, Yeah, I completely agree. With tiles like that, it doesn't seem like you would be looking for bingo, especially not through the queue. Um, yeah, we see logic come down, which makes sense. It's clearing up the rack a little bit, getting rid of the L and the C. I think I would have liked personally to have seen that U come down, maybe with loculi or oculi, but this is definitely a strong play, and it's going to keep the board close.
For sure. And that's, I think, maybe that's her strategy. I mean, she definitely knows that Ari has a strong word knowledge, and if she keeps the board closed while maintaining a lead, that's very helpful for her.
Exactly. And moving over to Ari's rack, what do we think about this? I mean, it seems close to a lot of bingos, but I don't see anything straight up as it is.
Yeah, me neither. I mean, he drew another S, which is kind of great, but unfortunately, I think those double S's are stopping him from bingoing this turn.
And that's a mistake that a lot of beginners often make, where either they're too frivolous with their S's and they spend them in every possible position, or they're too secure with them and they won't spend them. I remember dozens of times when I've seen a player keep two S's on their rack only to draw a third one or a fourth one.
Mhm.
And despite their utility, at some point it will slow you down, as we can see Ari right here, stuck in a position where he probably would bingo if he had another tile there.
For sure, for sure. But what do you think he should do in this situation? I mean, there's Torah overlapping logic, which is, I mean, a lot of points. But I was also thinking about Ortho if he's trying to really like open this board up because he knows
Yeah,
he has strong.
Ortho going to the triple is definitely a strong play. It's a hard one to make too because you're not often looking for those words ending with O, but it looks like he finds it and is going to come down, which is his top play according to the computer. So that's going to be 36 points, putting him briefly into the lead. And people are pointing out in the chat that Logic has a lot of front extensions that could come in front of it, and that's quite true. So I'm excited to see if we ever see anything come down. There's a lot of like UA logic or analogic or illogic that could come down to just extend it a little bit, which would be a very exciting extension.
For sure.
Um, and once again, Heather actually does have a bingo here. It looks like a misspelling of another word from the way it looks to me. Um, can you spot it, Cherish?
No, I can't. I will definitely not spot this. But
It's a weird one going through the C. Relucent, looking a little bit like reluctant. It seems like it might be findable, but it's also once again, with these tiles, I don't think that the C is where my eye is going to be drawn first. I feel like I'd often look for outwards or um, other things going through different areas, or like unletter or something like that. What do you think you would be looking for in this position?
I mean, I would definitely be looking, yes, through the R and the T, definitely like UN prefixes, ER
Hmm.
suffixes. Um, but I think after a while, you'd realize that you might not really have that much.
Hmm. And we're going to
And
see Lou come down, which is one of the best plays because it does really help clean up her rack. She's going to keep rent on her rack, which is a very high, is a very nice leave. Um, and it might set her up very well for next turn. And once again, it's keeping in with her seeding strategy of keeping this board pretty closed down, really shutting off all of those bingo lanes up top. Um,
yeah, I think in the chat, they're already spotting Aries Bingo, Sigonets through QIS.
yeah, wow, it's going to come down and score pretty well and put him securely into the lead. And I just wanted to quickly welcome everyone to the chat. Welcome to the Cash Money Scrabble Showdown. We have some exciting games today. In case you missed it, the premise of this tournament is that with every single game, money is going to be exchanged between players. As you can see right now, Ari has put up $5 to Heather's 2, and that accounts for their current rating difference. So I'm excited to see who gets some money out of this and who loses some. It's going to be a interesting game. Um, and yes, we see Signids come down, which is a great play. I feel like it's one of those that some people might not know takes an S. There are some other ID words that don't take it, but Ari knows his words. He's been playing for a long time and he's very experienced with it. So Signids is going to come down and put him securely into the lead.
For sure. And Heather is going to bingo right back. I mean, she has Snorter, and if she, she can simply play it with logics, but now that he's played Sigonid, she can look for eights.
Hmm. It seems like the best plays all have some bit of. I mean, they open up the board a lot, basically. There's nothing that has any of the letters in Signids as their second or third tile. They all have it as the first and last. So if Heather plays something like Snorters, either starting on all the way to the left and playing to the S in Signids, or Snorters starting with the S in Signids and going all the way to the right, both of those are going to put an S right into the triple triple lane, which can be quite risky. Um, in this position, Cherish, do you think it's more worth it just to play with logics as opposed to opening up the triples?
I think personally, knowing my opponent, I would definitely play Snorter just through logic. I mean, I know that the R is like right beside the double word, and he could potentially have an S, but I feel like there's a lower chance of him having the S to hook than him using Snorters for his benefit.
Yeah, I definitely agree. There's also the option of intrors, which is it's a weird word, but it means facing inward, but it puts an E into the triple lane. Do you think that's more risky? I mean, it's higher up because you're playing through the I in Sigonid rather than putting an S right at the end. And often in this position, you just want to think about what routes can go through there. So, like with an S as the second to last tile, you're going to have a lot of east and est words. But with an
Mhm.
E, you're going to have to find a whole new word to go through it.
I feel like the E just has more variability because I feel like if the E is right in the triple, you can sort of, E can be the second word, the second letter in a word. It can go from the top triple, from the bottom triple. I feel like there's just much more variability. I feel like if I were to
Yeah,
pick between Snorters and Inshores, I would pick Snorters.
I think that's definitely valid. I think the E has less risk of triple triples, but it might allow for more bingos. But Snorters will come down. And that's going to help Heather regain some say in this game. And we still have a neck and neck game with 119 to 117, just a 2 point difference.
Yeah. So, well, Aerie drew into very consonant heavy rack. Uh, but I think a lot of people prefer consonant heavy racks to vowel heavy racks. I don't know. What do you think about that?
Yeah, honestly, right now I'm taking a linguistics course on the linguistics of word games, and one thing that we've learned is that English prefers to have multiple consonants next to each other rather than multiple vowels next to each other. Just a little bit of linguistic knowledge for you, but it means that having a lot of consonants and a few vowels is often a lot more useful than having a lot of vowels and a few consonants. Maybe you can make some more plays going with more vowels just because of how many two-letter vowel combinations there are. But if you're looking for points, I think the consonants are going to help you out. And in fact, Ari does have some strong plays here. Um, and it's not where you think they are. They aren't going through the S to the triple, but he has the interesting play of Traik, Traik, playing through the I in logic for nearly 40 points, putting
Yeah.
that K on that triple word score going two ways.
And you think knowing the player areas, would he rather take these 40 points than try and do something about the S?
It's interesting. I think a lot of different players would do it different ways, but I mean, 40 points is not something to scoff at. There are some other options. For example, Ari can play Karst, Karst, for 30 points, which is only 10 points less, but the drawback is that he keeps two ends. But that is going to come down, and I think that's a smart play because um, it is going to block that position and make sure that Heather can't hit it really hard and make him regret his position.
Exactly. It's understandable.
But
I think,
I'm excited to see what happens to that triple letter score that the K could go on because an X I'm worried will hit that really hard coming up and I can't see any reason for a player to close that down otherwise.
yeah, that's fair. Because I mean, Drake was a nice opportunity, but I think I totally understand Ari playing Karst over there.
Hmm.
I mean, I guess we can see the opposite problem with Heather. She has quite the vowel load and then double B's on top of that.
Yeah, which isn't something that you really want to see, especially because the board just opened up. Um, so this is the classic couple of turns right after bingo where people are just scrambling to get back into their footing, regain their constant vowel balance, and try to get into the game. And actually, if you're looking at the computer, the top play is something that we were talking about before. I think Sayada mentioned it in chat, which is extending logic with biologic,
Mm.
scoring 26 points and cleaning up your rack a lot. It's quite a hard find that I don't think many people would play, but it's a really interesting one that could come down. Um, but Heather goes with Boa for, I think that's 22 points, which is nice. It drops one of the B's and it clears off two of the vowels. Um, but I'm worried that those two I's are going to come back to bite her if she draws another I, for example.
Yeah, I
Um,
agree.
and that's really not what you want to see as Heather playing off BOA and drawing AIG, now doubling, or AOG, now doubling your A's and drawing the O and the A right back.
Yeah, and I mean, once again, Ari has this consonant overload, his one vowel again, and I mean, I feel like he's definitely looking to dump some tiles. I feel like that's what I would be thinking in this situation, especially the ends.
Yeah, and there's only a couple of plays that he can make to drop a good amount of tiles, and none of them are going to score particularly well. Um, but in this position, like you're you're sort of just trading blows at this point and waiting for something big to happen. So it's okay to take a slow turn. Um, right now, that spot that we keep talking about with the O might get blocked with something like Lin, Linn, just because it scores 13 points and it's going to clean up his rack a little bit. And that's exactly what Ari is
Mhm.
going to do. It's his top play, cleans up his rack, and it puts him in quite a good position.
Yeah, like they're saying in the chat, Lin takes out that big X spot, and I mean, playing Lin versus In, I think he's just really trying to get rid of as many consonants as possible, so he's just not stuck in this repeated cycle.
Exactly. And we have Michael Fagan in the chat pointing out more of the crazy logic extensions, where if we had seen biologic come down, we could have hooked AL to the end of that to make biological, and then an A once again to the front of that to make A biological, which would be quite the spectacle. Um, and honestly, it's still one of the top plays and still doable. I'd really like to see the phony A biologic come down, especially because A biologic. Wow, she finds
Wow.
biologic. That's a great play. And
Amazing.
hopefully my dream of a four-turn extension comes true because that would be quite exciting. Um, a great play for Heather and is going to help clean up that B. It's going to drop one of her eyes and it's going to score pretty well.
For sure. Back to Ari.
Hmm.
I mean,
And
he
I
drew back.
love. Oh, sorry, you're good.
Very good. No, go ahead.
I love. Sorry, I was just wanted to talk some more about the extensions because I love plays like that because it really messes up what I like to think of as like linguistic historian or of Scrabble historians. Because if you're looking at this game, you would never think, oh, someone played logic and then biologic. You'd think, oh, someone played biologic through goose, which really messes up the future. But go ahead, tell me about Ari's position.
I mean, he drew those consonants back again. He's probably, I mean, what do you think you would do in this situation? I feel like he's probably going to try one more time to score a little bit before, if he draws again, lots of consonants might exchange. But I guess on the second row, there's verdant with through the ER of ortho and Lou.
Mm.
So that's a pretty good dump.
Yeah, that's nice because it gets your V down. It keeps you with the DJ, which isn't the best leave, but the those two tiles are going to work pretty well together. Because you have lots of things like Jin or in this new dictionary, Jedi.
Right.
Yeah, we have to remember we're playing in the brand new NWL 23 dictionary, so I'm very excited to see how many of these new words come down. I think there's even a bonus in this tournament for whoever can play the most of these new words, which is quite exciting. Yeah, for every new word you play, I think these players are going to get an extra dollar, which is, I mean, over the course of a game, if you can keep slamming those downs, that's a great bonus. In this position, it might even be worth it to just fish um, for as many of those new words as you can. Um, but this position is still really rough for Ari because you don't want to keep a J in your rack. Um, you don't want to keep the V. I mean, there's a lot of things that you want to do this turn. You want to get rid of the J, you want to get rid of the V, you want to get rid of the D, and all of that you want to do without opening up the position too much and without getting rid of your A, if you can. Um, so something like Verdant is pretty good because it does most of those, and it scores pretty well.
Yeah. And I guess Michael Fagan's talking about this in the chat. 10 out of the 42 tiles in the bag are E's. So I imagine how will that play out towards the mid game? I mean, he is dumping a lot of consonants at this time. So what happens when all these E's are left in the bag?
Yeah, it's gonna lead to a crazy end game. Um, I've seen games like this where for the entire beginning half of the game, both players are really struggling and no one draws vowels, and in the end of the game, someone will play like a five-letter play and draw four I's and a U. Um, in this case, it'll be four E's, but I'm excited to see how it plays out. I mean, E's are one of the best vowels to double just because they're so useful and they're so versatile. Um, But for now, I think we're going to see that come down, which
Yeah,
makes sense. It scores pretty well. It's going to clean up some of the rack, and the D and the J in the N don't work together too terribly, especially because you can drop like an I to score something like Jin, and you can play that through the N on the board for like Jin with two N's. Um, Still, it's not the loveliest leave to see.
for sure. but I feel like he would rather have that DJN leave versus anything with a V.
Exactly. And moving over to Heather's rack, I mean, the nice thing is that she doesn't have to worry about this vowel consonant balance thing that Arya is currently dealing with. But she's in her own rough position with the U and the V and the F and double A's. Like, is not a lovely rack to see. Um, but there are some nice ways for her to clean it up. So, like, the first thing that I always see when I see a U and a V, and especially like a G, it's like you have Vug and you have some longer words like guava, which could come down in a couple of places on the board right now. One next to KA and one next to Sun making song. And that would really help clean up her rack, leaving her with just FI, which, while it might not guarantee a bingo the next turn, it isn't the worst thing in the world.
I agree. I mean, I feel like Guava with Song, I mean, she can start closing down the board if that's what she feels like doing too, because that does take away a bingo lane. And it kind of disrupts the floaters and the A and I and D.
Definitely. At this point, the game is still really close. We had some explosions early on, but since then it's been a very careful tactical trade just back and forth of each player playing a couple tiles trying to put themselves in a better position. So something like Guava, which is honestly the most tiles that have been played since Snorter, puts puts Heather in a good position to like draw some of the tiles that we're currently missing, like those nice E's and the blanks even, which also we haven't seen yet.
Yeah, I think she's also looking at Fa. I think she's really just trying to score big. I feel like but that's totally understandable in this game.
Mm-hmm. Um, Yeah, so Faw's going to come down, and that's going to score pretty well. It's nearly 30 points, which is good. And the tiles she has left actually work together pretty well because you have Vug and Viga and
Mm.
Vagi. Um, so this is definitely understandable. People in the chat are pointing out that we could have seen the new word with the same tile as Fab come down, although it would score just a little bit less. Um, So moving over to Ari, he's finally drawn at least a reasonable balance between vowels and consonants. I'd still prefer to see one more vowel, but in this position, this will do pretty well. And he has some interesting plays to come down. The easiest one is what he's going for right now, which is Jar for 34. It's his best play. It keeps double D's on his rack, though. And there's the alternative play of playing Darnder across the top to ER, making the 8 letter word. Um, and that would score 28 points and keep the J on his rack for next turn. Although, this is, I think you'll agree, probably a better play.
I think I would agree too. I mean, I think at this point, points comes first. It's so close right now that I think he just needs to keep scoring with what he has and and just keep scoring.
Yeah, definitely. And Heather has drawn that first blank, which is going to be a game changer here. We haven't seen anything come down, so this might mean that she has a bingo coming up soon. We currently haven't. There aren't too many spaces on the board. Maybe you'll have to play after Sun or through the N or the A and Sigonids.
Mhm.
Um, I'm excited to see if we might see a phony with biologics. Oh wait, no, sorry. Biologics is not a phony. If we see the extension to biologics, and if either of these players are willing to make that risk, it's certainly not the type of word that people are studying, whether the logic words take an S or not. But it's reasonable knowing that logic takes an S, that biologic might too.
That's fair. I think she might be looking at vague with a jar. I mean, scores a lot of
Ooh, that's
points.
clever.
It gets rid of the V, the U, and the G. Keeps I blank, which is, I mean, it's a real reasonable leave. And there's so many open spots.
Yeah, I think that's a really good play. Um, I mean, definitely with those types of tiles, vague is something that always pops out. There's also the possibility, if you really want to get rid of it, of just playing like Vaguer up top. It doesn't score as well, but it will keep you with EI blank. which is really nice leave on this rack or on this board. Um, and yes, we're gonna see it come down, which is exciting. Um, it's a good play, and it's gonna put her back into the lead by one single point.
Mhm.
But crucially, it's going to keep I blank on her rack, which is really versatile and will come back to help her in the end. And moving over to Ari, we were once again wiped out with too many consonants and too few vowels.
Yeah. I mean, what do you think he should do in this situation? I mean, he has to use two P's. I feel like he can kind of score a little bit with that. He plays WAPT.
Yeah, definitely. Those two P's with the ED are going to work together because there's a lot of different words that you can have, or it's something something PPET. So just the top ones I see right now are like whopped or dipped or nipped. Those would all score around 20 points and help play off five of those tiles with only one vowel.
Yeah, I agree. But I mean, he's definitely looking to get rid of as many consonants as he can without really using his vowel. But it seems like WAPT is the best play here.
Um, Now there's some really interesting strategies in chat. The Deadly Gamesman points out that you could play the word ague on top of a jar with keeping that V on your rack, with the reasoning that you could play it next turn to make a deadly overlap going both ways. That type of that type of extension isn't really something that I think a lot of people think of, like extending ague to vague, especially because they're pronounced so differently. Um, but it is an interesting creative play. I think it's going to be a little bit hindered by the fact that there aren't too many words ending with V, and so the odds that Heather's able to take advantage of it are a little bit low. Um, but
Yeah.
Waft is going to come down exactly like we predicted, which is nice, and it should put him right back into a position to finally have a balanced vowel consonant ratio, which we do see.
Yeah.
I want to point out something really quick. There's a lot of things that you can tell about a player just by watching the way that they look at the board and the way they play. And one thing that I think that's interesting about the way Heather plays is that she doesn't put her tiles into alphabetical order. Um, I've walked around tournaments before and I've seen players who always the very first thing they do is they alphabetize, and some players don't even organize their tiles to be face up. It looks like Heather is somewhere in the middle, which I always think is funny to see.
I agree. She's definitely looking at Max right now, um, getting rid of her consonants. I mean, I could also see her playing just Axe. I think they're two good spots. One's for
Yeah,
40 and
acts for
mm-hmm.
um I like the interesting thing about Max here is that if you're confident that your opponent doesn't have an eye, you could use that eye hook to score a lot of points in the next turn with Maxi. And the benefit of that is that since you're right next to that triple letter score, you could get like a really strong five-letter word going down. In this position, it really wouldn't work very well though because Ari has his own eye and would come down with something like fine just for uh, deadly amount of points. And wow, it's actually going to happen exactly like I said. Um, in fact, Ari's not only going to have fined for nearly 40 points, but he's going to have the bingo of fainted,
Mm-hmm.
which could come down for even more. What do you think about this play, Cherish? Do you think it's what you would have done?
I feel like I would be worried about the like maxi hook. I mean, even if it's not for a bingo, I think I mean there's a Z, there's an H. I feel like there's such good tiles that could hook and then score really well, even without being a bingo. I feel like I would just take the points for AX and try and open up the board a different way. But Max is totally understandable because it scores a lot and she really is trying to bingo and secure a lead.
Yeah, especially because she has that blank. Now is the time for her to open up the board. And it's a reasonable bet to, I mean, if your opponent doesn't have that eye, you will be in a really good position that next turn. But Fainted comes down, and it's pointed out in chat that Fainted wasn't actually playable up until Max, which is always a rough thing to see. Um, but 89 points are going to come down, and that's going to put Heather down a bingo and in an interesting position. And that's something else is that Max comes at an interesting time because you always want to make your play with your current position in the game in mind. So, for example, if you're down a lot of points, something like Max makes a lot of sense because you really need to take those risks to come back. But when you're in that sort of dead heat where there's 20 or 10 points between you and your opponent, I think that it makes more sense to make those slow, more safe plays.
And as she's playing Looney, she's a really nice leave. I mean, the board is now limited in its bingo locations. There's the F, and maybe there's the 9 possibilities with ER and LO.
Mm-hmm. Looney is also a really nice find there. I mean, none of those overlaps are something that I think are necessarily intuitive. Dal and Zoo and playing across get your Y into that double letter score and the L in the double word score. It's going to end up scoring her nearly 40 points, which is exactly what she needs to be right back into this game. But it looks like we're seeing the revenge of those E's come back right now as Heather keeps drawing those E's and I's and is now left with 2 E's and 2 I's on her rack.
Yeah. On the other hand, Ari has very consonant heavy but consonant rich tiles, and he's definitely going to take advantage of one of these triples and score a lot.
Yeah, there's an interesting play, which, looking at it, is one of the words that I'd assume was added in the most recent dictionary, given all the um, wanna and other types of I guess they're sort of slangy versions of modal words, but WIDA could come down right now, WHYDA, which is, I think, a very hard word to find. I'm not sure if I would be able to see it in this position.
Yeah, me neither. But I mean, there's a good chance of seeing like Howdy, which is also still pretty good. But what do you think about him playing? I think someone talked about in the chat surfing, playing Yao, and just trying to block that F.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense. It would score pretty well. It does put the Y in an interesting position where something like an M or a B could come down for a lot. But I think between playing on, I mean, there's a lot of different areas that you could play. Yao scores. Oh, I see. Sorry, Yaoi.
Yeah,
Yaoi could also come down going, and that would score a lot. I don't know if I love the leave particularly a lot. I mean, YAUH isn't incredible, and especially with that F being so open, I think it's reasonable to assume that your opponent has a bingo coming up with 2 blanks in the bag. Um, and we're going to see Wida come down, which is a great play. It's 60 points. I don't think it's something that I personally would have found, but it's a great play. And it just reminds you that Ari is really a top player here, and it makes sense that he has to put more money on the table because these plays are not these are incredible.
yeah. And the question is, what does Heather do in this situation? I mean, she does have an unplayable 7 of eidetic, but she has to definitely try and get rid of her I and her E in this situation.
Yeah, definitely. I think her number one priority right now is getting herself in a position to bingo because she really needs that to come back, and crucially, also opening the board. I mean, right now there's only like one lane, which is that F, or maybe some miracle 9 through ER. Um, so I think what I would do in this position is something like Ice, which is just opening up um, another lane next to the I, but it still is not something that you really would love to see, just because that I is so easy to block.
Yeah.
What do you think that you're thinking in this position? I mean, it's always nerve-wracking to be down and see plays like Wida and Fainted come down back to back.
I mean, yeah, I would definitely be nervous in this situation. Um, she could be looking at the remaining tiles and she can just see the E's that are, still in the bag. But she could have hope because there's still an unseen blank in her perspective. Um, I feel like if I were her, I would definitely be trying to get rid of my E's and I's. Maybe if I could, a couple of them, because there's a high chance I'm going to draw one of them back.
Yeah, it's definitely possible that if she does bingo right now, she'll be able to draw right into another bingo just because the rack is a little bit nice. Those are, the amount of E's left are very scary though.
For
Um,
sure.
a lot of E's, and it's interesting that the only vowels left in the bag are E's and I's right now, and the only consonants other than a single N, R, and T are multiple point words like the Z and the C and the N, which could each score a lot of points. So I really don't think this game is quite over yet. There's a lot of possibilities that might come down.
I agree.
But for right now, Heather is in the interesting position of having to decide exactly how she wants to proceed into these dangerous territories.
And I feel like she knows that she has to set it up in a way where she can draw a bingo, preferably in the next turn, because Ari is going to start shutting down the board as soon as possible.
Exactly. And it's worth considering like at this point you really need to take an inventory and think about what possibilities are left for you. I mean the nice thing is that because there are only E's and I's left, you know basically what vowels are still available to you so you can run through the bingos in your head. I guess from her position she also can see the O and the U are still in the bag. Um, but there aren't that many bingos left for her. So if she can play, she can like really think right now about what possible bingos perhaps have an S in their fourth or third positions that she can hook with biologics, and what bingos might be able to hook onto to make something with the I in ice or a word like that.
This is a tough position, but it seems like she's going to play ice.
Yeah, and I have to agree with her here. I think that is her best play. It's really like her only hope for staying in this game right now, just because she needs to get those tiles down. She can't give up points, and she needs to make sure that the board stays open. But that Z right now is going to score a lot of points. Ari finally drawing into the vowels that he needed so desperately early on is going to be able to make some very heavy hitting plays. The computer suggests five different plays that are all nearly 40 points with that Z. The most interesting, which to me, is hooking onto the end of KA with Kameez, Kameez for 42 points, which is a really nice play because it gets rid of the M and the Z and it scores really well. The only thing is that it doesn't address that open spot up top at all. Do you think
Yeah,
it's more worth it to score points here or to try to shut down your opponent's hopes of bingoing?
I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of Z opportunities, as we can see in this board. Like there's the Kameez, there's ZEE, and there's no way that Heather would be able to take away all his opportunities right now. I feel like if I'm down a bingo, I might try and at least do something really small to just disrupt her bingo chances. But I don't know. Because if he does score so much, a bingo wouldn't even matter as long as he plays his endgame right.
Yeah, I think you're definitely right. Like in this position, Ari has two options, which are either to shut down your opponent and make sure they don't score too many points, or simply run away with it. Go for scoring more than your opponent um, can possibly score. So I think both of these are options that are open to Ari right now. Camille scoring 42 points would put him up over 100 points, which is past that sort of danger zone that I think a lot of players talk about. Or he could do something really simple like Modi, M-O-D-I, to the I in ice, and that would just completely shut down all of those lanes. You're no longer able to make a play with biologics. You're no longer able to make a play with ice. And he keeps the ZEE on his rack for 42-point plays coming up in the future.
Yeah. I know this is cutting to Heather, but Jonathan Ella in the chat found loitering as a 9 if he plays Modi and blocks it.
Wow, that would be interesting. Yeah, the risk with playing a closing play right now for a couple of points is that there's always a chance that your opponent has some miracle bingo that you don't spot, and you find yourself now down not only a turn of scoring that you spent closing down the boards, but your opponent now has a whole new set of tiles and there's a whole new set of threats that you have to deal with. Um, so if Heather can find loitering, that's going to be a really big game changer in this position. Hmm. Um, and what are we seeing come down? So Z is going to come down for 42 points. So it looks like Ari is just going to try to outrun Heather here. And I think it makes a lot of sense. Like, perhaps he realized that there's no way that he can shut down both that top section with the LO and the R and the bottom section with biologics and ice. Um, so just going for 42 points, putting himself up 100 makes a lot of sense. He keeps some tiles that are going to be able to score well in the future, guaranteed. Um, and now it's all up to Heather to calculate this endgame and see what her best possible plays are. Loitering is by far and away the best play. It scores over 11 points net better than the next best play. But it still isn't anything incredible. It's only 77 points, and it's not going to guarantee her a win here, especially because she's down so much. With 8 tiles remaining, she really has to hope that the blank is still in the bag, that she can play this bingo and draw into yet another one. But unfortunately, the play of loitering is against that own hope because it closes down the board so much. It really makes those biologics and ice plays unreasonable, such that her only real possibility would be to play loitering and then find another 9 through the ER, perhaps hooking an S onto the end of it with is.
Yeah. You think she's looking for 9s?
It's always worth it. I mean, I think there are some players who won't even try. I mean, for me, unless I see something like I have a 7 that really could clearly take a hook, I'm not necessarily looking through that LO right now. Um, if there is a word, I generally don't think it's something that's the most accessible to me. Um, and yeah, it seems like she's going to go for a different play. Tearing is going to come down, which is going to score pretty well. Um, and it's not quite as flashy as loitering, but it makes sense and it's more accessible. And she actually, looking at the time, she only has 37 seconds left, so she's going to need to make these last couple of plays in less than a minute unless she wants to incur some overtime penalties.
Oh wow, yeah, Roger just found Winterier, which is an amazing find. It's also a 9 through the ER.
Wow, Winter Year is a bit incredible. Um, yeah, I guess the board had a lot more life in it than I thought that there was. Um, Whoa, what is going on here?
I
Oh,
think he was trying to show her that he had the 9.
yes,
Wow.
he had the 9 of Melodious through the LO. Nines all over this board, but unfortunately, Tearing blocked it, which honestly I'm sure was an entirely strategical play from Heather. She clearly saw that Ari had the 9 of Melodious and decided to block it. Um, But no, Ari is going to have plenty of options of here to score once again pretty well, especially through that T. Something like Demote could come down for 33 points.
Hmm.
Especially because we're in end game, the blank is really not worth it to keep as long as it was before.
Yeah.
So I think we're going to see a lot of possibilities come down right now. Yeah, so instead of demote, we're going to see demits, which makes a lot of sense, keeping OU on his rack, um, which I think there are a few spots for. He can play hour, or do you see another one? He might not necessarily have two outplays.
I
Um,
think she went out.
oh, she did go out, yes. So Demits comes down, scores very well, and Heather will go out, ending the game here at 378 to 424. And this means this is the first of the money exchange, as Heather will be paying Ari $2 for his troubles. It was a fantastic game, and I'm excited to see how these two players move forwards. I don't think we have an overhead cam here to see what the players think of the game. I'm sure they're definitely talking about the shape of this board because there were a lot of really interesting plays going on right now. Um, it was a little bit of an explosive game with Sigonids, Snorters, Fainted, Tearing, all of these plays coming down as bingos, and then a whole slew of 40 and 50 point plays with Wida and Z and Kars. Just a really explosive game.
Yeah,
And if you enjoyed this, make sure that you remember to like and subscribe. Um, this channel is going to be Let's Play Scrabble is going to have plenty more games like this coming in the future, and we're going to have a lot more content for you just today. So if you have any interest in Scrabble or if you want to learn more about it, uh, make sure you like and subscribe and check out letsplayscrabble.com for more Scrabble information. We just recently hit 2,500 or we're just about to hit 2,500 subscribers today. So if we could hit that goal, that would be incredible. Some really wonderful growth in the Scrabble community, and it's nice to see the community rallying around this wonderful online resource.
I agree. I think actually in this game we just hit 2,500.
Oh yeah, we just did. Oh wow, my the stream that I was watching hadn't refreshed yet. It was still at 2.49. Um, and yes, so it seems like since we started today, we just hit 2,500, which is great. Congratulations, Let's Play, and congratulations to Ari, who's going to start this tournament off strong with a nice win. $2 in his pocket as we move on to round two.
How are you feeling?
Do you have any? I mean, I'm excited by these games. It seems like we're in for quite an explosive tournament today. I I'm sure that the money is not the number one thing in their minds when they have all of these words flying around and all of these possibilities, but it's definitely something that is interesting and throws a little bit of a twist into the classic Scrabble tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a pleasure to watch. Like you said, there's been so many explosive moments. Like we had the snorters, and then it was kind of like crawling for a little bit, and then we had this wide open board. So it's been a fun game to watch. Even with, you know, such rating disparity, it was a pretty good game.
And some really pretty plays too. Like once again, I love extension plays, so logic to biologic made me quite happy. Um, but we have another set of great players coming up, and we're going to get to them soon. So stick around. We'll have a lot more Scrabble for you coming up soon, right after a short break. Stay around. And welcome back. We're going to be moving swiftly into our second game of the day, which is going to be Agnes Kramer versus Crane Spanier.
It's gonna be a fun game to watch,
And welcome back. We're going to be
and
moving swiftly into our second game of I hope you all had a good break and you are excited for some more Scrabble. We have some more games coming down and some more money going to be exchanged, which is going to be exciting. Um, I'm very excited to see how, at the end of this day, this money shakes out and how things are exchanged. Because, I mean, Scrabble tournaments don't often have the highest prize pool, so being able to see your cash grow or get lost before your eyes is always a nice bonus. And here we have the cameras of our two players, Agnes versus Crane. These are both longtime players, both great tournament players. So I think we should have a nice game in front of us. Once again, we can see how the ratings of these players are affecting how much cash they're putting on the table, just because there is there's a little bit of a rating disparity between Crane and Agnes. We have $3 versus $2 on the table. So the lower player here really has something to fight for, just because they get to get extra money for for each win they have based on their rating.
yeah. So Agnes is starting, and so
Oh,
far we're
very
seeing.
nice draw.
Mm,
Um, yeah, so just with this rack, the first thing that I see is chive. I'm sure we're going to see that come down pretty soon, unless there's some miracle six I'm missing.
I see pelvic.
Oh, there is a miracle six. Yes, pelvic would be really nice. Two different, yeah, there's two ways to play pelvic. Probably putting the V and the C above the double letter scores would be really nice. And yeah, Agnes is gonna find it and drop it down really quick.
It's
A
amazing.
nice way to score 32 points without opening up the board really at all.
As it's cool to know that pelvic takes an S. I feel like sometimes my IC words, it's really easy to doubt whether they pluralize.
Definitely. And just like last name, pelvic can be extended to biopelvic. That's not true. Um, but those IC words really do, like, there some of them take it, some of them don't take it, and it's really helpful to know. And it's often not the ones you think. Um, the ones that you're sure are just adjectives somehow take an S, and the ones that you think they're nouns somehow don't. But moving over to Crane, he's drawn the Q, but he nicely has the U to help offset it, and he has a couple places where he can play it down for 20 to 30 points with like Queen or something along those lines.
Yeah, I guess the Quaere. I don't know how to pronounce that word. I still have no idea. But
Yeah, Quare.
not a bad play.
Hmm. It's interesting though that the computer thinks that the top play, I mean, it scores nearly its best, is just to play qua, keeping those other letters on your rack, simply because it keeps a nice set of vowels and consonants on your rack, and you're going to have some opportunities to fight back next turn without really opening up the board a lot. I think that this style of keeping the board close is a very good play to do if you are the lower rated player, because it means that the words are going to be shorter generally, and you're going to have a lot more of these small overlapping plays, which I think often lower rated players have just as likely to find as higher rated players.
Yeah. And Ren is not, I mean, Ren's a pretty decent leave. I think just one vowel. He has a high likelihood of drawing others. Hopefully, you know, this game spans out differently in the distribution.
Definitely. Now, what do you think about Qua here, given that it opens up that massive lane with Aqua?
I feel like I support it. I mean, there's Aqua, but there's always AE takes a lot of stuff, and hasn't Bay just recently been introduced too? So now it takes a lot more stuff.
Yeah, we have the opportunity to maybe see one of these new words come down.
Hmm.
And I really feel like I'm getting flashbacks to last game, as Agnes could come down with Ortho right now. Um, Although unfortunately, I don't think there's a spot. Her top play, according to the computer, is a very clever overlap, hooking the I onto the end of Qua, with Kwai playing Hillo, which is a great play and would score her 31 points while cleaning up her rack a lot.
Yeah, I agree. Someone in the chat even spotted Aerolith, which is pretty cool. It's a cool jump.
Oh wow, yeah, a classic 8 is possible to be played. Um, that would be a really cute play, and a little bit of a shout out to our very own Scrabble study website, Aerolith, um, which I'm sure both of these players are quite familiar with. Um, and Agus is going to spot that nice QA or QUAI hook with Toil, which is going to score pretty well and keep her with, I think, a nicer rack because it doesn't have those double O's.
I agree. And her move blocks Crane's Bingo, which has been spotted in the chat a lot, wintry. So if he saw that, he's definitely looking for other moves now.
Yeah, it's always disappointing as a player to have such a nice bingo that makes sense as a word. Like often the words that you see over the Scrabble board are so obscure that you'll never encounter them in real life. So when you see something like wintry, it feels nice and clever. But unfortunately, we're gonna have to wait another season for wintry, or just look outside. But his best plays right now are really all there to get rid of that W and Y, which are both close or holding him back a lot. So things like WYE would score pretty well, or you could even play something like a Witty through the T just to get those points down. And the nice thing about this W and Y is that together they're going to help you score nearly 20 points with a double letter score.
I agree. I mean, I feel like that's what he's definitely looking for, getting rid of this W and Y and make him one or two steps more closer to a bingo.
Hmm. It's a way to get vengeance on Agnes, who blocked his one and only bingo that he had. Someone pointed out in chat before tri-pelvic, which while it is a phony, would be a very funny play to see come down. I'm a big fan of phonies. I think they always have their place, and something like that I could genuinely believe as some sort of muscular group. Um, Although I think from Agnes's position, she'd probably challenge quite quickly. Oh, and a little shout out to his Miss Bingo. Wintry is going to come down for 24 points, which is a nice play. It keeps ET on his rack and it scores pretty well. Um, but there is a bit of a danger here with that triple word score. I think a lot of things can come down and hit really hard. What do you think about that, Cherish?
I mean, yeah, definitely with the Y right there and that double letter. I mean, it's really easy to find words that have like a heavy consonant as the fourth letter, scoring a lot. And there's this like really nice like overlap with wintry and like the WI, which can
Hmm.
score a lot.
Exactly. So like the top plays for Agnes right now all involve playing to that Y. You can do something like hotly, um, which I don't think is terribly hard to find, or something like Glory could come down. And each of these easily score 30 points while helping to deal with those double O's.
Agree.
There are also some harder words to spot, like Hooly, Hooly, which I think I prefer a little bit um, to Glory, just because it gets that H down, which isn't lovely in this position when you are a little bit close to a bingo and the game is so new. And I know it's a bit of a spoiler, but looking over to Crane's rack, he has been able to draw the bingo that he was looking for with the classic tinware and tawnier, um, which I'm not sure if we'll see come down, but has a good possibility. But Agnes is going to play Ology, which is actually her best play, keeping THR, which all works together very well with the amount of vowels that are on the board right now. It's going to score 33 points and is going to clean up the O's and the G's, which I don't think many people love.
Interestingly enough, if she had played Glory, I mean, Crane would have had Watering. It would have been a heavy hitter.
Wow. Yeah, so once again, Agnes is denying Crane of his W bingo. Tinware and Tawnier, neither of them play anywhere on the board, and he is probably sitting there cursing the Scrabble tile gods for putting him in yet another homeless bingo position. Um, Luckily, it's not too bad for him. He can drop the W down for a couple points in a couple places. I think the top plays are probably going to be something like a War next to Ology, getting that W going two ways on that double letter score. And you can even throw the N on there if you want to score an extra couple of points.
Yeah, once again, it's that W that's kind of stopping a lot of these bingo opportunities. I feel like after this, if he draws pretty well, I mean, unless Agnes blocks another bingo spot, there's a high chance he could
Mm-hmm.
potentially bingo.
Exactly. And when you're in this position, Cherish, because you're a big tournament player, you've obviously played a lot of games. When you have all of these homeless bingos in a row, what is your strategy? What goes through your head?
I feel like my first inclination would be like try and like fish, but I've learned that that's really a poor strategy. I feel like, and then it just sort of reinforces a cycle of like disappointment when you get so close. So I think at some point you just score, but at least try and maintain these good racks and just hope that a bingo will come eventually. But I think at some point you have to sort of realize that, it's not your fault. You're not drawing well and you should, I guess, score.
And we are going to see a War come down, which is Crane's top play. So even though he's not been able to lock in a bingo yet, he's playing quite well and playing his top play each turn. And he draws into yet another very promising looking rack. And finally, he has the S, which I think is going to guarantee a bingo for him in the near future. And I quickly like to shout out Cornelia Guest for coming to the chat, who both Cherish and I are quite familiar with because she is a big youth supporter and has helped a lot of players on their journey. So I just would like to say hello and welcome.
Hi.
And moving over to Agnes, she's not quite the way to a bingo herself, but her rack is a little bit nice for scoring on this position, especially because Wintry set up two very big hotspots on the board. Something like Ahi could come down for nearly 30 points while cleaning up her rack completely.
Yeah, I think that looks like the best play. Dirt is a fine leave, and it just clears up that eye that's lingering.
hmm Yeah, Dirt really is laying the soil for her to grow a bingo for her next turn. In this rack, do you think you're looking for any bingos here? I mean, it's not the most likely in the world. It's not something that I'd love to see, but I feel like with this type of rack, it often seems like there's some obscure eight that could come down, and maybe that's what Agnes is considering. But instead, we're going to see Ahi come down, which is her best play by a good amount. It scores really well, and it's going to set her up into a very nice position for next turn.
Yeah, a solid move.
Um, And Cherish, do you want to point out the bingo that Crane has here?
Yeah, he is. I don't know how you pronounce it, but Pterins. I think Terrence
Yeah,
through
I think you could
pelvic.
either call it Terrans or Paterans if you're being pretentious. Um, but the thing about this play is I've seen this rack plenty of times in my own tournament career, and it looks so incredibly promising. Like it looks like you definitely have a bingo here, but finding it is really difficult. That PT combo at the beginning is not something you see in a lot of your top bingos. So Crane is definitely scratching his head right now. I think this type of play is something that you can really only see if you've studied before. But
There
he's
could
going to be
also,
playing his. Oh, sorry.
I was thinking maybe there's a possibility he doesn't know that pelvic pluralizes too.
That's definitely true. Pelvic pluralizing is not something that you can necessarily take for granted. But it's going to be playing his next best play, which is proteins up top. There's a couple options there. You do pointers, repoints, tropines, but proteins is definitely an understandable one that's going to come down.
Yeah.
And moving over to Agnes's rack, we see once again a overflow of consonants, and not particularly ones that work well together, with the V and the M in there that are really not great for heavy consonant racks. Where do you think you're looking on this board right now?
I'm not really sure. I mean, I guess the first thing I'll look at is Crane just played a bingo. What can I do in that area, especially with that E? I mean, an X play there would be deadly. Of course, she doesn't have that. And yeah, the second thing would be to look in that left corner because Ahi set up a really nice like overlap. I mean, unfortunately, she didn't have an A to extend it potentially, but I think the move she made is pretty solid.
And I want to quickly point out, Syadam is pointing out that once again, proteins has a lot of extensions that can come in front of it, and I would absolutely love to see one of the five-letter extensions that can come in front. You have lactoproteins, flavoproteins, and glycoproteins, which could each come down, extending proteins to that triple, and score a lot of points and be quite the spectacle. Um, I think the odds of that happening, unfortunately, are a little bit slim. Um, so we'll just have to move over to Crane's rack, where he's managed to draw two U's on top of a B, which isn't something that you really want to see.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like the best move is subunit, which I mean makes complete sense. It gets rid of both the U.
Wow.
It's 20 points. I'm not really sure if I would find it, but
Yes, subunit is really nice. I mean, those double U words, they don't come up too often, but when you have them, they are definitely game changing and the best play you have, just because U's are so slow and they're really gonna hinder your bingo chances. From my perspective, though, if I'm looking at this board, Vim is a very scary play. If my opponent plays that, I have to assume that they have something that they can hit that V with pretty hard. Um, so while Crane really doesn't have many options to close down that area, I think I would be sending a couple of glances and a couple of thoughts into that top left area.
I mean, I feel like he would if he could do something in that area. And his goal is really just to get rid of a U, and he's doing that with Do It.
Which is a great play. I think it's his probably his best play behind subunit, just because it's going to score well. It's going to get rid of his rack or get rid of some of his clunky tiles, and it leaves him with some tiles which honestly work pretty well together. The U and the N are going to be pretty good, and the B, while not something you'd necessarily love to see, can easily be balanced out.
Just, it's back to Agnes's rack. Well, I mean, she doesn't have a lot of vowels again. You think she'll be looking at this V spot again? I think once again, like no one can really do anything in that area, so there's just no point of stressing over it.
Yeah, I mean, the only things she really could do are something like Lav or Tav, and those just simply don't score enough, and especially when you're in yet another six constant situation, I don't think it should be the top thing on your mind. Um, the place on the board that really draws my eye right now is underneath that area with Do It, where something, yeah, exactly, like Rad can come down with a lot of overlaps and score pretty well given the low scoring tiles.
Yeah, I think that's the best move achieves a lot.
And moving over to Crane, he's been given both a gift and a curse because he's drawn yet another U, but he's been gifted the blank to help make up for it. Um, but looking at the board, he really doesn't have many good options right now. Most of the hotspots on the board have been taken, and those U's are really going to slow him down. Um, Honestly, in this position, do you think it's more worth it? Like, do you think it might be worth it to exchange just because there's not much you can do? Or maybe is it worth it to try to block that triple with something like dub just to clean up your rack a little bit?
I'm not really sure. I feel like if he were to exchange and potentially draw a bingo, he's still in a really awkward board position, and his bingo might not even play. Um, Dub does help block the triple, but I was thinking of like, what about playing Cub with Pelvic? I mean, there's Cube, which,
Hmm.
of course, unbeknownst to him, Agnes has a ton of them. But I mean, Cub's great. He can draw two more tiles, potentially an E. I mean, he also has the blank.
Yeah, I think in this position here, now I tend to exchange more often than I need to, but I think that I would probably just go for an exchange here just because you're only going to be scoring like 8 or 9 points if you can get these tiles down. And even if you do, you're not going to be able to get rid of both of your U's and your F and your B, which is what I would consider like the minimum to be able to score with reasonable chances next turn. Um, so even though Cub is offered, I think that next turn you're going to be once again scrambling to deal with your U and your F. And even if you draw the U to take advantage of it, it's not going to leave you in a lovely situation.
Yeah, that's pretty fair. And he
Um,
plays Dub.
Yeah, which makes sense. It does block that triple. I'm not sure that that triple honestly is the biggest threat on the board right now. Certainly, you need a very select set of tiles to get more than like 18 points in that spot. But Dub is
Mhm.
going to guarantee that Agnes can't take advantage of that spot at all. Um, and basically, what it's saying is your turn to try to find something on this board. I mean, it's been really closed down. Pelvic was a great way to block off the entire bottom half of the board just because that V, I, and C are so unfriendly to overlapping plays.
Yeah, I agree. And she has, I guess, three E's. I think she's playing Novel, which is a pretty good play. What do you think about like the play like NEVE?
Um, yeah, I think it's definitely a a reasonable thing to consider. I mean, neither of these plays are going to be the like most mind-blowing play on the board, but Neve does help uh, offset those double E's, and keeping like LOTE does put you in a good position to score next turn. I think both Novel and NEVE are considerable. Um, in this position, I think those 3 points are a little bit nice, and I would just try to take it right off the spot with Novel. Um, but it is interesting to think of the extensions to Novel, just because we're on the topic of extensions today. Because you could add like novellas, or it would be incredible to see something like Novelize come down with IZE scoring nearly 40 points, or nearly 50 points. And moving back over to Crane, exactly what I predicted would happen, which is that he's drawn yet another set of clunky tiles, and because he had clunky tiles from the previous turn, he really just doesn't have too many strong options. With such a closed board and such like specific big scoring tiles, there isn't much for him to do here.
Yeah, and he
He's
plays
sort of in
Lyra.
the Oh, that's an interesting play. He had the N on his rack last turn, so he's really setting himself up here for something like a pawn. Um, hoping to be able to open up that board specifically to himself. And YO makes a lot of sense. It scores okay, it cleans up the Y. But what do you think about keeping that U and that F on your rack?
I mean, he's been doing that for the past couple of moves. I feel like it's not the most ideal leave, but considering this board or considering like exchanging, I feel like it was either he exchanged this all or like he started opening up the board despite what he had.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. I mean, this is a good play because it's really putting his future into his own hands. Um, because Agnes just played an N, she probably doesn't have a second one on her rack, although it might be worth considering that her playing off one N might hint to the existence of another. Um, but he's opening up the board to himself just because a pawn is a nice opening for him, and because he has that blank, he can also take advantage of Upos. And just while we're waiting, in case any of you people in the audience would like to involve yourself in more Scrabble, first of all, this stream is brought to you by Let's Play Scrabble. If you want to learn more about competitive Scrabble, you can find out more at letsplayscrabble.com, which is a wonderful resource filled with many informational and entertaining videos about Scrabble. And if you'd like to see more just like this, leave us a like and subscribe. It really helps out the channel, and we can bring you more content this way. And if you want to get involved even more so, we have 2 tournaments coming up in the future. We have the Canadian Scrabble Classic, which is coming up really soon. It's on March 1st to 3rd. And that's going to be taking place in Belleville, Ontario for you Canadians. And there is another one coming up, which is the Montreal Scrabble Fest, which is going to be happening a couple of weeks later on the 24th, which is also going to be in Montreal in Quebec, or which is going to be in Montreal in Quebec, which is going to have a $5,000 prize pool, which is quite the prize given these $2 that are being exchanged back and forth. So if you guys are interested, look into that. We have more content coming for you, and it, I mean, it's wonderful to watch a tournament, but there's nothing like being part of one. I think both Cherish and I can attest to that. So I hope you all will check it out. But moving back to this game, um, I think I missed what Agnes's play was.
She played tote through
What do
like
you,
all it.
oh, that's an interesting play. What do you think about it?
I mean, I feel like she was definitely looking in the right spot, getting rid of that O and that E. I was also looking at like Toea, like Toea, Wo, and A Aga, which is kind of hard to find. I understand.
Oh, wow, it's a
And
nice set of overlaps.
yeah. And maybe she was also worried about like getting rid of too many vowels and then having like a consonant overload.
But she leaves herself here with 2 E's, right? Or with Yeah, she's stuck with an E and less vowels. And we're gonna see Nerd come down, which is it's an interesting play. Um, it's going to score pretty well, and it's going to open up and take advantage of that Upa spot he had last turn. I think
Mhm.
I personally would have preferred to see that G come down with something like Dung off of Age, which is going to open up. But this definitely makes sense, and it scores a couple of points. Um, and really, because he's just down a couple of points, you don't want to be sitting in a closed board trading back and forth these tiny, low scoring plays.
Yeah. And I guess she drew the right combination of the S, the blank. She has Anisole here, which is a good bingo. We'll play. I guess it opens a lot of lanes
Yeah,
up.
it's gonna be a nice bingo. It's gonna score pretty well. It's gonna put her nicely into the lead in a place where the game has been pretty closed down. But yeah, like you said, the board is now wide open, whereas before it was really shut. Um, which is going to mean that we're going to have an explosive second half here, especially because Crane is holding not only the blank, but also the Z and some strong tiles to be able to score a lot of points with.
And I guess Cy Adam in the chat is asking if that's like the right play. I feel like there is again this looming doubt about like pelvic pluralization because I feel like if she saw that or knew that, there's a possibility she could have played maybe like isolate or isoled. But I feel like it's
Yeah, I
not
think
worth
there's
getting challenged.
yeah, there's no doubt that if these players knew pelvics for sure, it would be the best play and it would be what they drop down immediately. But it really doesn't look like something that would be able to take an S. Um, And wow, look at this position right now because the top play right now is exactly what I was saying before with novelize, using the blank as an I for 57. And maybe I'm just being hopeful here, but it looks like that's what Crane has set up on his rack. He's going to
Right.
score nearly a bingo's worth, drop down the Z. The concerning part is that he's left with FGHK, which is a really hard hitting set of tiles left. Um, in this position, do you think it might be worth it to fish for that eye? I mean, there's a couple in the bag still, so it's not the lowest. It's not the lowest chance, and if he draws that eye, that's going to be 60 points completely for free. That I don't think Agnes will be able to really block.
Right. I think from his perspective, I mean, I guess there's two eyes because he doesn't know Agnes has one. Question is it worth fishing for it? Or is he going to save it? Like, I think that's what he's doing. He knows that there's a good chance she's not going to take it, so he's just going to play other stuff.
So he's going to play Kef, which drops down a lot of his really hard hitting tiles. Um, and crucially keeps both the Z and the blank. So he's really playing smartly into his win conditions here because he has hard hitting tiles. So what he needs to be doing right now is trying to wait and set himself up for that. I don't think that Agnes is going to have the ability uh, to score extremely hard without that Z or blank. So Crane needs to be patient and look for a really strong spot. That being said, he's down a bingo's worth, so he needs to start acting quickly.
And I'm pretty sure Agnes has Rexines.
Wow, she has another bingo with the X. Oh, that's going to score a lot of points if that comes down, and it looks like she's setting it up on her rack.
Yeah.
And unfortunately for Crane, he just gave her 5 free points by opening up docks for Rexines to come down. That K is just going to come to bite him. There's two spots that it could come down on the board right now, either with Dubs or with Dax, and I think Dax is definitely more worth it. And yeah, we're gonna see it come down. 90 points right there for a natural drawn into bingo.
Yeah. Wow.
And you hate to see that when you're playing, when your opponent drops down a bingo with a nice set of tiles and a blank, and happens to draw into yet another one. Um, in Crane's position right now, I mean, you have to be panicking a little bit. I mean, you thought you were only down 60 points, and now you have 100 between you and your opponent. I mean, it has to be a little bit discouraging.
For sure. The question is he going to keep fishing for this novelize? Do you think he'll just take these points right here? I don't know. What do you think is
I
going through
think
his mind right now?
it's really interesting because he has some really hard hitting tiles, but they just aren't hitting hard right now. Despite having the Z and an R right in the triple, he really doesn't have a good way to take advantage of it. I mean, maybe he can play something like Rez, R-E-Z, but that's only scoring 36 points. He has the really nice play of playing Ahem, A-H-E-M, right above Rexine for 45 points, making A-R, H-E, E-X, and M-I. And that would be a nice play to put him back forwards, and it keeps ZG blank, which means he has a lot of opportunities to play something with Zing or Zag or a number of other possibilities in the future.
I mean, yeah, I think that's a great play. It also blocks any potential like Agnes scores.
Definitely. And now, I mean, I think his ability to play Novelize is probably diminishing by the second. You either want to make that play now or wait. Now he's going to play Ham, which is a good play. It's going to score pretty well. Um, but he's missing out on like 8 or so points by moving that A over and playing the E instead. But at the same time, I think that E is worth a lot on a board like this, so it makes sense.
Yeah, and he could just be worried that he's not going to draw another E. I mean, he could just be waiting for like novelize as a last ditch. And if he gets rid of that E, there's a chance he might just not draw another one.
hmm Now, in this position, I think Agnes has the ability to make more risky plays. So the top play, according to the computer, would be to play Jest, hooking the S onto the fateful pelvic. And in a position where you're up 100 points, if you were like 60 or 70% sure that pelvic took an S before, now would be the time to try those riskier plays, just because you know you have this 100-point cushion between you and your opponent in case you're wrong.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's a great move. It allows her just to block spots. I mean, the board isn't, the remaining tiles aren't that conducive for a bingo, but Jest can help block at least the dub hook.
hmm And this is a clever play. We're seeing Joel come down, which you might notice doesn't score as much as something like Jest or Jetons to dub. But what it does do is it really is closing down a lot of these open lanes. So she's taking a look at the position. She knows she's up 100, and she's saying, I don't think you can bingo given this board. If I make these types of plays where I'm just playing off my tiles and closing down lanes, you're going to run out of time. Um, and I think we see that's what's happening. I mean, Crane very quickly just plays res um, for 36 points, which is okay, and he needs to bingo very soon.
Yeah, I think Rez is just the Z is probably stopping him from bingoing, and he wants to take advantage of the few spots that are remaining, especially the
hmm
dub hook and Anisol.
Yeah, and I want to quickly point out, Rez scored 36 points, but he had the opportunity to play something like Reg or Teg with her and Axe and Mig, which would also score 36 points in the same spot. And crucially, it gives him the opportunity to play something underneath that with like Zed would hit underneath that for here and Axe for nearly 50 points. But keeping GRAT blank is a nice leave, and it's going to give him a nice opportunity to hopefully score in the future, as long as he draws the tiles that he needs, which it doesn't look like he really is doing. Wow, now Agnes has a really interesting play. She's once again swamped with consonants, but that play that Crane made early on to close down the board in dub might be reworked right now into dubbed, hooking on BED, which is going to score 36 points for her while cleaning up her rack a lot. Whoa! HET comes down. What do you make of that, Cherish?
Oh, I'm. It's interesting. I'm not really sure what to think of it.
It
Can you
seems like
maybe
she
look?
has some plan right now that I'm not able to see quite yet. I mean, she's playing very quickly, so maybe she's just trying to put time pressure onto Crane. But I think what it mainly is that she's just trying to close the board because the only way that Crane can get back right now is to hit her with a really hard bingo. So some bingo through that Z would be a game ender for her. So
For
maybe
sure.
just playing that T right there is trying to close down that bottom lane to that bottom triple.
Yeah, that's very reasonable. I mean, she has this cushion. She doesn't really need to score big. She just needs to close up and ensure that he doesn't catch up.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that scares me though is that she's closing down these lanes with the Z to the triple, but she hasn't closed that massive lane with Anisol. I mean, Anisol takes an S after it, so bingos there are probably more reasonable than 8 letter Z words.
I mean, maybe it's back to that cushion. Like, I mean, unless it's really high scoring with these heavy consonants, a bingo through Anisol might not be enough to scare her. That's what she's thinking. Especially considering she has the
Exactly.
S, the C, and the B. she knows that. I mean, from what she's already seeing, she knows that he can't have those heavy consonants.
Yeah, so right now the only thing that's a real threat to her is that blank and the F that are out in the bag right now. Um, and that S is crucial here. I mean, the S hooks onto Joel's and it hooks onto Anasol, and it's going to, I think, score for her a lot of points while helping her close down the board. I mean, just something like seeds, CEDES, is going to completely close down that entire section of the board, and it's going to make it really hard for Crane to come back. One thing that he does have right now, though, that is very helpful for him is that hook to IF. It only takes an F and an S, and he has the F on his rack. So that double letter score is going to score him a lot of points if he can make a play going to the right.
I agree. I mean, there's one in the back though. So
Hmm. So he really does need to make a choice right now on whether or not he wants to bingo. What do you think? I know it's risky, but what do you think about maybe playing just the F off for EF underneath Rexine? So it scores 13 points, and it gives him a chance to just have a second lane open. If you don't think that Agnes is going to bingo, you might have a chance to bingo yourself if you draw the right tile.
I was thinking of that too, but I mean, it's definitely like a last ditch effort. And
Yeah, it's really risky.
I mean, it could easily backfire too. I feel like maybe he just realized that the possibilities
Yeah.
of
Oh,
drawing.
wow.
She found
And
it.
we're seeing dubbed comes down, which is a great play. Maybe this was Agnes's plan because she knew that that spot really couldn't be blocked. There wasn't a chance that Crane took it, so she knew she could make a slow play like Het, closing down other areas of the board, so that she could play dubbed in the future for 36 points when she knew she was safe.
Yeah, it's pretty smart. I mean, I did see BED on her rack, but I didn't know that she had already seen the spot and like marked it out.
hmm but Dubs is going to come down for 36 points, and that's going to put her up over 100 points. And from Crane's position right now, it really looks like that money is no longer going to be yours. You are not going to claim Agnes's money and instead have to hand it over yourself. He has a couple ways to go out right now, but some of them are a little bit hard to see. But he's going to see it. He's going to see Tiara, can come down for 18 points. There's actually uh, four different ways for him to score 18 points and go out right now, and I'll leave that as a challenge for the viewers at home to spot them all.
Yeah, he goes nicely out. He collects CENS, and it's the end of the game.
So another great play, or another great game. Um, there was a lot of strategy from Agnes here, which I really like to see. I think she really took advantage of her win conditions. She knew what the risks were, and she capitalized on them well. And of course, drawing something like Rexines is helpful for getting you to a win, but being able to spot Rexines is far more useful. So it was great play from her and great play from Crane too. I mean, he was put in a rough position a lot of times. Did he ever? He did finally bingo with proteins, but he was stuck for 4 or 5 turns right on the edge of bingoing without being able to have a spot. So it was a great fight put up by him, and great play by Agnes as well.
Yeah, I mean, great word knowledge as we can see. Even when he had these homeless bingos, he still wasn't discouraged and he kept going. And even when he had like these clunky tells, you could see that he was making good use of them and really trying to strategically play to get rid of them while sort of preventing Agnes from scoring a lot.
hmm And I'm sure in looking at the game, they're both going to realize that S hook that they were missing, which will shake you right down to the bones, right down to your pelvics. Sorry. Um, but that was a great game. This is round two. I think we have four more to go, so we have a lot more games. Um, so if you guys are enjoying this, make sure you stick around. If we've been entertaining, we've been giving you good content, make sure to give us a like and a subscribe. We're a small channel and we're growing fast, so everything helps. And it's really nice to be able to see the Scrabble community growing and gathering together. And if you're a new player, if you aren't a tournament player, you're absolutely welcome here. Try to send a message in the chat, say hello. We have lots of incredibly friendly people who will help get you introduced and like explain what's going on in the game. I think the Scrabble community is really wonderful, and we can see with these. I mean, even after a hard-fought game like that, these two players between Crane and Agnes, they're still good friends. And at the end of the game, they just talk about it and have a good time. Uh, and I think we're going to take a quick look at what the standings look like now. It seems like, yes, Ari is going to stay in first. He has 2 wins and no losses yet, and he's the only one in that position. What do you think of these standings right now, Cherish?
I mean, yeah, I can see that Ari's his 2 wins. He's racked up $4. Uh, seems like I feel like past Ari, it's pretty much anyone's game. Still, I mean, if they all they need to do is just win someone who's higher rated, and they can make up anything that they've lost.
Definitely. And it seems like the final game that we're waiting on between Heather and Morris was an extremely close one as we're waiting for a recount. But that will come in very shortly, and we'll be able to move on to the third round and see how this all shakes out. Um, I mean, recounts aren't the most common thing that you see. It often involves a game that ends within. I would say it's only ever worth it to recount if you have like less than 3 points of difference between you and your opponent. But they're very exciting, and I've seen. I mean, I remember one game I had at I think it was a youth nationals where I we had 4 points of a difference, and my opponent requested a recount. And on the very second, put him back into the lead, and it seemed like he was going to win. And then later, as we were counting the game, we found yet another play that he had miscounted, and it meant that I still won by the same score. So
Wow.
recounts can be quite intense and quite exciting. Do you have any recount stories?
Not
Do you want to
really sure.
recount them for us?
Not really sure. I mean, definitely had close games. I could think of like my school Scrabble days, like really tight games. And actually, I do. I think I did have a recount once, like my very first year. It didn't really
Mhm.
change much, but I think my opponents were like, "This is 2 points. Like we have to recheck it." Is it? I
Yeah,
mean, it
I mean,
totally.
often, despite Scrabble being a word game, I think most of the top players are more mathy than they are Englishy. So it makes sense that you honestly don't see recounts too often. People are pretty good at their basic arithmetic. But over the course of 12 games with lots of different plays, anything can happen. Um, but I hope you are all enjoying the content. We're going to go to a quick break, but we'll be right back with our third game. More money to be exchanged. Um, so stick around. We'll be back with more commentary and more games. This final game, I'm trying to see if I can get information on who is playing, just so our chat can discuss and pre-digest this game. And it seems like it is going to be Morris versus Christopher Sykes, which is should be an interesting matchup.
Yeah, two 1800 players. That's going to be fun to see. Lots of bingos, lots of
These
high
are
scores.
exactly these are some of our top players, so we should have a very exciting game. So make sure you come back in a couple minutes, and we're going to go to a quick break. We'll see you all soon. And welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a lovely break. I know I did. I looked outside and enjoyed the wonderful winter paradise that happens to be outside in Providence right now. Um, and I hope you guys got your blood moving because we have another exciting game coming up for you. How was your break, Cherish?
Yeah, I understand the blood moving. I got up and did like 10 jumping jacks because I feel like I've just been sitting down for a good amount of time and I got water.
Yeah, I think that definitely happens for me, especially at tournaments when you have a long day with a lot of games. I mean, it's really important to make sure that you don't stay sitting for like 7 hours in a row, because it becomes quite easy to do that when you're in the game and then afterwards you're analyzing the game. Like you never really have a time to go and shake it off a little bit.
Yeah, so I
Um,
guess the next game will be Morris versus Christopher Sykes. They probably played a lot of games casually, but at least tournament wise, Morris has a 1-0 record against Chris.
ooh, which means Chris has a time to get revenge. This is his time to prove himself. And this is going to be the most even matchup we have so far. Both players have $2 on the table, which means they're within 100 rating points of each other. And beyond that, these people are high level players. They're both 1800s, which means that this is going to be one of the best games we've had so far in terms of level of Scrabble. So there's a lot to look forward to, and I think we have some interesting plays and things that are going to happen. And it looks like we're getting right into it. Uh, so they're about to shake hands, and they're going to start. Um, so right now, Morris also has a 2-0. So I before said that Ari was the only one with a 2-0 record, but that's because Morris's game had not come back yet. And it looks like he did win the recount, if I'm recounting correctly. So Christopher Sykes, if he can win now, will put him and Morris on equal footing into this next game. Although that spread from Morris is really high, plus 247 over 2 games means he's winning each of his games by over 100 points. Or because we know there was a recount, which means the game was probably close, that means he won at least one of his games by around 250 points, which is quite nice.
Wow. I mean, Chris is starting off with, a ridiculous draw, but I think the best thing to do in this situation is just to exchange. I feel
Yeah,
like
it's a
the only
lot
thing
of
is exchange.
it's a lot of clunkers in this situation. I don't think you have very many options open for you. Um, so he's going to change, and he's going to keep the Z here. What do you think about that? Do you think that you would keep the Z in this position?
Oh, definitely. I feel like at the beginning of a game, scoring points with a Z is like, it's a great play. It's a great tactic, right? The Z will at least get him a couple of points, and if he draws well in the other, you know, tiles after playing the Z, he could potentially, bingo, and that will be the perfect combination.
Definitely. I mean, the Z is very useful. It scores really well, and unlike the other power tiles, it works well with a lot of short and long words. As long as you have a good amount of vowels, you're really never going to be left stuck with a Z.
Of
Um,
course.
So keeping the Z makes sense in that position. But moving over to Morris, he has his own set of pretty okay tiles. There's no bingo in here, although there might be with another letter. Um, but his goal right now is really just to get himself into bingo position as much as possible. Seeing your opponent exchange 6 on the first turn is a little bit scary in my opinion, because it means that the last tile they kept is going to be something good. It's going to be an S or an E or a blank or something like that. So I think it makes sense what he's doing right now, which is just playing Org, a very short play, so that he's not opening up the board terribly.
Mm-hmm. Christopher hits back
And
with
moving over to
two.
Christopher,
Yeah,
exactly.
it's perfect. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a nice play. It's going to get rid of that Z and cash it in for 30 points, which is just a nice amount of points to get for a single tile. And it's going to clean up his rack a little bit and put himself in a nice position for next turn. So keeping that Z before really just ensured he had one free turn of 30 something points, which is just a nice way to start out a game. Now, he had a couple other options, like I think the computer's also suggesting something like a Zoonal, which is just another 5 points. Do you think it's worth it to play some extra tiles, maybe get some more turnover here?
I don't know, because I feel like he's also looking at leave and more set up the G in a way that he could have an ing bingo, which,
Mm,
keeping that N could be helpful. And maybe he feels like
definitely.
an
So yeah,
extra
looking
point.
at the yeah, given the position of the board right now, that N and I definitely are worth a little bit more than they would otherwise. And moving over to Morris, he's drawn the H that Christopher exchanged a turn ago, and is left with some pretty hard-hitting tiles. It seems like the best spots that he has right now take advantage of that ZOO that we have on the board right now. So something like Khan, Khan, are going to score underneath Zoo for nearly 30 points, which is a nice way to get rid of that K and the H and take advantage of the Z that your opponent just played.
I definitely agree. It's a great play.
Now moving over to Chris once again, um, he he drew an extra A, which is going to slow him down a bit because he was pretty close to being a last turn, but double letters aren't what you want when you already have a little bit of a bingo prone rack. So what do you think you're looking for in this position?
I'm definitely just trying to get rid of an A. I'm looking at con. I'm looking at like underlaps, like I see fail. I'm looking at playing through the K. I think I'm definitely looking in that area. And I feel like the rest of the board is pretty inactive.
Yeah, and I think the F and the A work really well in this position, just because a lot of these letters take an A. So something like fail or feign right here score a lot of points while completely cleaning up his rack. And he also had the opportunity to play something like fair next to Zune, which also scores a lot of points. Now this is interesting. We just got to watch visibly Christopher make a decision about whether to play fail or feign, and they each come with their own benefits because AN right now takes like a D after it, whereas AL takes an S, and both of them take an E. Which do you think you'd rather put down in this position in this a little bit risky spot of opening up a double double?
I feel like I don't know. I feel like maybe he was worried about like ANS and not being able to play. I mean, basically not being able to stick an S onto that. But I don't know. The D is also an interesting take. I mean, obviously he doesn't know that Morris has it, but I feel
Yeah,
like
yeah. So putting this here, preventing an S from going down, is worth considering, and I think you're less likely to start a bingo off with an E, um, than a D, but I don't know. It's an interesting choice, and I think I personally might have played the L just because I'd rather have an N on my rack than an L.
I feel like it's also good that he played it because it really does show that he's not like fixated on the ing. Because I feel like, at least personally, sometimes I focus so hard on like plural like suffixes and prefixes that I sort of like forget that I can just play it for more points or for more strategic plays.
That definitely makes that makes a lot of sense. Um, so right now we're looking at Morris, and he's definitely looking at that AN spot because the D there scores a couple points really nicely. If only KAR were good, he'd have something really nice like Redux, which would score a nice amount of points. But unfortunately, it's not quite good yet. If he had the O, he'd be able to try out the brand new word of docs with and. But once again, it's not going to be able to come down. And it looks like his best play right now is to play something like Flux, but Deluxe is going to come down. Um,
Interesting.
which is a nice play. It's going to score well, and it's going to get rid of that U he wanted. But curiously, It's not a word. It's
Right, it's
only
only
good with that
deluxe with
E
an
at the
E.
end of it. Yeah, so I wonder if Christopher's going to look at this and take a moment and realize, wait a second, this word doesn't look quite familiar. I saw it come
Oh, I think
down,
they were
and
challenging.
wow,
Yeah.
yes, they challenge, and the word is going to come off the board. It's so easy. It's so easy in a position like this to make a play like that. You just see those letters and you think, "Oh yeah, I'll have a deluxe sweet, I'll have a deluxe chocolate bar," and just play it down without realizing that due to a quirk of English, you need to have that second E. Um, and crucially, this is going to give Christopher a lot of information. He knows that his opponent has the D for that spot. He knows that his opponent has the X, and he knows that his opponent isn't going to bingo because he has that nasty U, which is going to slow him down. And meanwhile, Christopher's managed to draw both blanks, meaning he's almost guaranteed to have a bingo this turn.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. I mean, tell me if I'm wrong, but I definitely don't see like a double double, which is unfortunate. I mean, but I definitely see stuff like spalled. It's pretty nice underlap.
Yeah, he has stalled. The first thing I spotted was galloped, which is getting to that triple and helps with that area a little bit. But wow, okay, I'm not going to tell anyone. I'm going to leave this as a challenge for the people who are watching. But there is a 9-letter word who's scoring 110 points using both of the blanks here. I'm sure we have some incredible Scrabblers in the chat who are going to find this instantly, but I don't think it's something that I would be able to spot in a million years. And I'll give you a hint that it plays through the HI in con and feign. But in this position, I mean, it would be really exciting if Christopher does play something like Spalled or Spaller and hooks the S onto AN. I think it's a really easy phony 3 to make. And it would be very funny to watch them both exchange a little bit of beginner phonies. But I'm pretty sure that he is skilled enough to not make a mistake like that. So Spaller probably scores the best. I do like Galloped just because I I don't know why, but I personally really love those types of plays that go down into the triple. But it looks like we're going to see Paellas come down, which is a nice play. It's going to score 78, and it's going to open up. I mean, it's going to block that double double lane that we were talking about before. But the thing that I'm concerned about this is that it does open up an S right in a completely open spot, completely available for Morris.
Yeah.
I mean, from Morris's position right now, you have to be kicking yourself. I mean, that miss of deluxe is going to really set you back now, as not only do you not get to make a play like that, but you're also put in a position where um, where you could have blocked a bingo from coming down if you had made a different play in that position. I mean, Paez would come down in a couple of different positions. You can't really block Orgs and Hip and Anna. Um, but it is always frustrating to not only lose a turn to a phony, but then see a bingo come down on top of that to rub insult to injury.
Is Lux a word?
Um, Luxed is not a word as far as I'm aware. I mean, the best play that he had here was Luxor or Lurex, but I'm not familiar with Luxed unless this is some new dictionary thing, um, which is surprising. He's drawn, so it looks like Christopher is held. From what I can tell from just the camera, Christopher is held, and Morris is drawing his courtesy tiles, which I'm not sure. I mean, in this position, it's confusing when you're Christopher and you know that Morris is as skilled as he is. Um, Deluxe makes sense as a phony, you know. You might have missed for a second that there's a silent E that doesn't really change pronunciation at all. But in this position, Lux is not is not a word, and it doesn't quite look like anything. And it looks like
English.
Christopher is going to challenge. Is it coming off?
I think it
I'm
is, yeah.
holding my breath. Wow, that must be so discouraging. Um, I mean, two phonies in a row and a bingo in between there from your opponent can't be fun to play against.
And Christopher's going to play Wens. I think that's a really solid play. Scores a lot. I
Wow,
mean, at
that's
least they know.
interesting
Oh,
to me. I don't like wens here. I think keeping W and E is really going to slow you down. I mean, the anti-synergy between W and U is famous. They're one of the worst two tiles to have next to each other, just because there's so few words that have both of them. Um, so often when you're faced with a U and a W on your rack, you choose one of them and you play it, and then next turn you deal with the other one. But in this position, by dealing with the W, he's kept himself with two U's in your rack. What do you think about playing something? It's going to score a lot less, but it's going to clean up your rack a little bit more, like unsu to the maybe through paellas.
I mean, I feel like it's definitely reasonable. He might just really be trying to score and worry about his. I mean, he knows that. I mean, he practically knows what Morris has. He knows that Morris isn't going to bingo, and he might just as well keep scoring and deal with his rack later.
Hmm. I mean, it is also, I didn't quite notice the score. Wens does score 40 points, which is pretty good. It's nothing to scoff at, so you're in a good position. Um, Especially with these free turns that Christopher's been gifted, it it makes sense that you want to get these plays down because you have turns to deal with your use. Um, and Morris is going to quickly drop down three different two-letter words, each of which I'm sure he is very confident on, NU, EX, and XU, which is going to score pretty well.
And I think Christopher is going to now try and deal with his U's since he doesn't have ridiculously high scoring plays. I'm
Mhm.
wondering though what
He's
he's
still
going next.
mixing. Yeah, right now in this position, I mean, it's not like you have very many options. The top play does deal with both of your U's, but it takes your S, which is to play luau's to the triple. Um, I also wanted to quickly shout out support for finding Halophile, which was the 9 from before, using both blanks for 110 points, um, which is a crazy, crazy 9. Um, And yeah, we are going to see luau's come down. Now, when I was a beginner Scrabble player, I was told over and over, never play your S for less than 20 points. What do you think about playing the S here?
I feel like it's really interesting. Um, it gives a really good, I mean, a spot for bingo. It gets rid of those two U's, and as you can see, I mean, he drew beautifully after getting rid of those clunks on his rack. So maybe he really did consider the advantages that he would have after getting rid of both
Hmm.
those U's.
I think this is a great way to look at S not only as a scoring potential, but also for its utility, because an S is so useful. It can help you reach things and help you put things in a bunch of different directions. So in this position, yes, the S is not scoring 20 points here, but what it is doing is it is relieving you of a huge amount of headache and lack of scoring by helping you drop a couple U's for some nice points. So despite not scoring what I think many people would consider like the standard S tile score, it is worth enough for him right now to drop it down in this position. And it's a good skill to have to realize when a tile isn't worth it. Because the S on this board isn't necessarily as strong as it is on a lot of other boards. I mean, the board is very open right now, and there's an S already open through paellas, so you don't need to have your S to make a bingo.
Exactly. And he's about to play Driftage. I felt like that was the only
Whoa.
playable bingo.
Yeah. And I want to quickly point out there was There's been some really interesting plays through the F that Morris has had for a long time. This turn, he could have played something like Flexor, which is a great extension through FEX. Really hard to find, but would score a lot. But Lou comes down, which scores pretty well. So for now, Driftage is the only bingo, despite having a really pretty rack and a lot of pretty tiles open on the board. And it's going to mean that Christopher is really going to be up a lot at the end of this, I think, this fifth turn.
Yeah.
And just quickly to the people in charge, I don't think our scores are quite updated. But from my own tally, right now, Christopher has 260 points to Morris's 84. That is nearly a 200-point difference already. And it must be frustrating from Morris's perspective. I mean, he's had a great morning. He's been playing really well. He has 2 wins. And now he finds himself down by as much as he was up in his very first game.
Yeah. And I mean, his tiles are just not like bingo friendly. I mean, he's been trying really hard to get rid of them, but
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that this is an unreasonable position. I I've seen people come back from being down 300 points. I have a miracle story of coming back down 250 points on turn 3. But it's still, you really need to start playing really sharply. You need to be both extremely strategic and have really good reasoning and strategy going into the future. And you also need to get a bit lucky at this point. I mean, you're not going to win this game against, I think, almost any level of player unless you have a bit of luck on your side. And beyond that, you need to really play expertly.
Morris plays Jaded, which gets rid of both the D's and the J. I mean, unfortunately, you
Yeah,
really
he's
didn't have
starting
the
off
answer.
strong.
Mhm.
I think that you'll agree this is probably the best play he had right now, just to set himself up for the future.
Yeah.
Now moving over to Christopher right now, those double I's don't work well with the W at all, but he has some interesting positions on the board. So I mean, the most obvious one that I think scores the best is to use that E right there for something like wait or where. But
Mhm.
those open up a really heavy hitting spot with that double word score. What do you think you're doing in this position?
I don't know, because, like you said, I mean, Christopher's really ahead, but I don't think he wants to take that kind of risk for, barely 30 points. Um, Maybe there's a possibility that he could wait, but yeah, Morris could potentially have that rack, but it seems like he's taking the risk.
Yeah, I think this is a risky play. I mean, not only does it open up the S for weights, but you can also play some really deadly overlaps underneath it. But
Hmm.
luckily for Christopher, Morris is in no position to take advantage of it. I mean, it seems like the curse of today is to not have vowels, as he managed to draw. He played jaded and drew 4 straight consonants.
What do you think he'd do in this position?
It's really rough. I mean, I think that if Christopher had the S, he would have played weights. So Morris knows that he's safe for a turn. So I think for now, you're probably safe to take a turn to try to quickly clean up your rack, and you know you're going to have a really strong spot next turn. Um, he does have a play that drops 4 vowels, or drops 4 of his consonants, and scores pretty well, which is births through the I. The problem is that it takes his S and it leaves that bottom spot completely open. I think, I mean, births is nice. It scores a lot and it has a lot of turnover, but you're not fishing for any blanks at this point, so I think it's worth it more to exchange here and really set yourself up for next turn.
I think I agree too. I mean, birth really does take out the I and R, eight, potentially F, and I feel like turning over just gives him a chance to start anew, keep like an S and a couple other good tiles.
Yeah, definitely. Um, Now, people are pointing out last turn, instead of weight, which we've talked about the risks, you could possibly play something like wag. Um, and I think this is definitely worth considering because that I right at the bottom, it could just get hit so hard with an F, for example. Um, and the S spot, like if you have, I'm not sure, like if your opponent has the Q right now and plays quits, like that's 70 points easily. Do you think it's worth it to keep double eyes on your rack to not give your opponent a chance?
I mean, probably, but I think Christopher is considering the spread too. I mean, I think from his perspective, he's like, it's 70, 80 points. Will be a setback, but it won't even be that dramatic. And what are the chances of him drawing the like quits, for example?
Yeah, I
I feel
think that
like
makes sense.
he probably was also looking for like underlaps because I think both Fs have been played. So I think his only worry was really just like weights and then quits.
That makes a lot of sense. And Morris is going to do his top play, which is just to exchange B and V, which I think is interesting to me here because I feel like it's rare after a bingo or after having seven consonants on your rack to only exchange three letters and hope that you draw a vowel. Do you think you'd exchange an extra letter just to have a better chance of drawing one of them?
I'm not sure because I feel like he just didn't want a situation where he was then swamped with vowels. But I
Yeah,
think it's interesting. I don't know.
I mean, luckily for him, he exchanges three consonants and draws three vowels, and they're exactly what he needs. He now has Airshot and Shortia and Thorias to come down. And yes, Shortia is going to it looks like it's about to be played. Um, and while we're waiting here, while Morris is thinking through his possible options, he has a couple bingos that I think we might come down pretty soon. If you're liking what you're seeing, once again, maybe consider throwing us a like and a subscribe. We have a lot more content just like this, some great games coming up. We have some incredible tournaments coming up if you want to try to be involved. There's nothing like being live at a tournament. Um, on March 1st to 3rd, there's a tournament in Belleville, Ontario, if you're near there. And then on the 24th to the 26th, we have a massive tournament in Quebec with a $5,000 prize pool. So if you have any interest in Scrabble, whether you're a longtime player or you're only a new player, try checking out or try checking out a tournament, and maybe you'll find a love for it that you either didn't have before that is refreshed.
Yeah, and back to the game. Morris plays Shortias, and Christopher responds with ufology, which is pretty cool word, the study of UFOs.
Yeah, that's a great play. I think that's an extremely hard play to find. Um, Putting a U before an F like that, it doesn't look English almost. And this shows you that these players really are top level. I mean, there's no doubt that both of these players have played hundreds, if not thousands, of tournament games, and they know thousands and thousands of words. And their ability to find plays like this is what makes them a top player. I mean, Christopher really this game has been putting up a master class for what top level play is supposed to look like. It seems like all of his risks are calculated. He's extremely confident in his word knowledge, which is hard at any level. And he finds these great plays like ufology, which completely clean up his rack while scoring well.
Morris plays QI. What do you think about it? I mean, he had like Kibla with ufology. So do you think he's trying to hit another bingo and keeping these lanes open?
I think QI is a good play. I think it's hard when you have a nice Q spot like that to look elsewhere. I think it might honestly just be a miss. I think Kibla through the L in ufology is really hard to find. It's definitely the top play, 38 points. But I think something like Kadi, even through the D in driftage, is definitely worth considering because these double I's are going to slow you down a lot. And I think you want to be opening up some lanes. At the same time, Kibla and Kadi both close down a lot of the top areas of the board. So it might have been a strategic play as well. But from Christopher's perspective, any place where you aren't closing, your opponent is going to have an opportunity to take advantage of, as he does here within Livin.
Mhm.
And what do you think about that?
I think it's a great dump. I mean, it kind of blocks the R and the D. I mean, it requires you to sort of end, or at least almost end with these tiles. I think it's just giving Morris a harder time at bingoing and scoring. And I mean,
Yeah, it's
it's really
really,
nice.
it seems like he's really trying to end this game as soon as possible, drop down a lot of tiles, close down the board as much as you can. This helps block that R. It doesn't quite address the D, but you're not going to make any plays starting with D anytime soon. And it helps deal with his triple ends, I think, which is what he had. Oh wow, Morse does have um, an incredible six-letter play here. It's not something that I think that I would find, but the compound word of Ibar, Eyebar, it does keep I on your rack, but it scores 36 points and it stretches from the E and then live into the triple, which scores really nicely.
I mean, yeah, that's really nice. I mean, and now you have another R open that you could play. Because I was also looking at like ABYE through like ufology, but I guess that R really does have a lot of like opportunities with it. Again, the same problem with them is that it keeps double I. I
Yeah,
feel
and
like
I
he
think it's
really
really hard to find. And Yagi makes sense. I mean, you're keeping BRIE, which is a nicer leave than you could hope for with most of your other plays. Um, it really seems like he's really hoping to get a bingo, and he needs one soon. I mean, he's managed to crawl back. He's only a little bit over 100 points behind now, as opposed to being 180 points behind before. But if he doesn't play some high scoring plays soon, he's going to be in a really rough position.
yeah. And wow, he found his bingo. Contempo.
Wow, that's incredible. An eight-letter play with two O's ending in an O with the C and the M and the P. I mean, that is not a high probability play. It's a great play coming down, and it's going to put him up once again back into that 180 point range that I was talking about before. Um, I think contempo is a musical term, or maybe it's like sorry, it's a slangy term meaning contemporary. Um, and because it's in the dictionary, it's going to allow Christopher to sail ahead to 449 points here, up 200 points on his opponent.
Yeah, wow. It was an amazing find. You can see his word knowledge throughout this game.
Yeah, Christopher has honestly been playing this game absolutely brilliantly. I mean, you can see he's happy with himself right now. He's put up a masterclass, especially with both blanks being played so early. It leads to a really interesting position on the board where honestly think it's a lot more strategic because you can't plan on being bailed out by a blank in the future. And Christopher has been doing that perfectly. And one other thing I want to point out is sense weight. Every single one of Christopher's plays has been 6 letters or longer, which is exactly what you want to do in this position. Because you're up, you want to be trying to play as many play letters as possible to really not give your opponent a chance to crawl back in this game. He's getting turnover, he's getting to see more tiles, and crucially, he's ending the game as soon as possible.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I mean, just turning tiles over, getting this game over as quickly as possible is definitely what he's looking towards.
And right now, his opponent really just has no good options. He's close to a lot of bingos, but with the board as closed as it is, it doesn't seem like he's gonna have the opportunity to crawl back. His top plays are to play something like Very next to Yagi, which is just so risky because it opens up the triple with an E. Although maybe that's what you need in this position. You need to just hope that your opponent doesn't have the E's that are left in the bag. And you can play Very and next turn play something with your B to score a lot of points on that triple.
Yeah, I feel like at this point, I mean, a little risk won't hurt because I feel like he needs every single point he can get.
Exactly. Um, and we see that Christopher's play of and live in a few turns earlier is holding Morris back now because he had the play of Breviers through the R and driftage, but both of Christopher's plays, which are just shutting down this board, prevent that from coming down. I mean, being in this position is never fun when you're down 200 points and you don't see any hope. There's no blanks in the bag. You don't have anything to look forward to. These last plays really feel like a slog. There are times in positions like this where I've wished that Scrabble was a bit more chess-like and I could simply say, I resign, and move on to the next game. But you really need to stick it out to the end because you do never know what can happen. I mean, you could draw the perfect rack, your opponent could make the perfect blunder, and anything can happen. Um, and crucially, every point counts with spread.
Exactly. And he plays fine. I think it's just like a last ditch attempt opening up a wide lane, the triple.
Yeah, I think it's very smart. I think it gives him a chance to possibly come back from this because he now has that lane to play to the triple word score. So if he draws the right tiles, he can make that B and whatever else he draws worth a lot on the triple word score and the double letter score. But I don't, even if he plays it down, it's really not going to be enough, which is a shame for him in this position. Um, I still think Veery or Very is his best chance at getting points and maybe coming back. Um, it would feel terrible for him to see another bingo come down from Christopher, but I don't think that's going to be the case. He has the really nice six-letter word of E-medic, playing from the E of Enliven to the triple, which is going to score 33 points and put him definitely out of reach. Um, and once again, we're in another similar situation where the player in the lead has the choice of either closing down the board or making a run for it and simply trying to outscore your opponent. And I think, I mean, at this point, there's very few things that Christopher can do that would not give him this game. What do you think you're doing in his position right now, Cherish?
I mean, I definitely think just scoring, or I'm sorry, not scoring, just blocking. I guess the most likely spot of a bingo. But actually, yeah, someone said in the chat if he hadn't blocked the crime, Morris would have had Absturge through the triple, which
Wow,
is insane.
so Christopher's really playing perfect risk analysis here. He's seeing exactly what Morris's opportunities are and blocking them right where they stand. The crime comes down, blocking Morris's only bingo and leaving him with pretty clunky tiles and nothing wonderful to do with them.
Yeah, that's a very nice analysis. I feel like he was probably looking in the bag. I mean, there was one in the bag, basically Morris's rack plus an E, and maybe he saw that Absturge could score a ton, and he needed to block that.
Exactly. Although with the tile that was still in the bag, there were a lot of options if Morris hadn't drawn that G, if you drawn an E instead, he could have beaters or a bunch of things up top. Rebates, B rates. Rebates would score a lot because it gets the B onto the double letter score. Um, but it doesn't look like that's going to be a problem here. And once again, Christopher's keeping up his streak of only playing 6 letters or more. I think this is the 5th turn in a row. Sorry, 4th turn in a row. Now, Morris has the beautiful play right now with 3 overlaps of Baryites, Baytes, for 40 points. And is going to play Gaby instead, which makes a lot of sense. It scores honestly only 6 points less because you're playing a lot of your tiles down in really nice spots. And it leaves him with the nice tiles of rest, which I'm sure he's going to need after this game is over. I mean, this is really the type of game that'll stick in your head for a couple of games. Losing to this degree is an occurrence, especially in a game like this. I mean, it takes a mixture of a couple of mistakes and a lot of luck. But Christopher's going to end the game with Get, a simple 4-point play to finish this game off, leaving him up 180 points on his opponent.
I mean, both these players played amazingly. I mean, Christopher has such a knack for word knowledge and strategy. You could see that with Luau's, you could see that with his play of Bakrime, his play of Enliven. These were such strategic plays that really, I mean, from an average player's point of view could be like, wow, he made that move. But as you really begin to look at it, you begin to see like, wow, this was really strategic. I feel like I'm learning a lot
Yeah,
from
a
like
lot of
his.
Yeah, definitely a masterclass on strategy and simply word knowledge too, knowing when to be confident and when to challenge with deluxe and lux. I mean, those words don't come up very often, and I bet you it's been years since Christopher has actually studied his 5-letter X words. So you need to be confident and you need to stick to what you think you know. Um, and that's how you win a game like this. And I think this is going to put Christopher. I was thinking before that Christopher would need to win by a lot to get himself ahead of Morris in the standings, but this is going to do it. It's going to drop Morris's spread down to only 40 and bring Christopher up to the spread that Morris had beforehand, and they're both going to be left on 2-1 with Christopher in second place, and I think Morris in third place, depending on how Ari ends up. And I'm just being informed that Ari Crane's game reached a similar score, 402 to 379, which was a close, high-scoring game. And let's take a quick look at the standings. So this means that Morris is going to currently be up $2 to where he was, and Christopher is going to be dropping $2 down. Or reverse that. Christopher is going to be up $2 from where he was, and Morris is going to be dropping $2 down. As Ari wins yet a third game, really sinking that one in.
Yeah, I think once again, I mean, we really have to talk about how great this game was to watch. I mean, Morris did really have especially with those J's and the D's.
Definitely.
Really awful.
Yeah, I mean, he had a lot to work with, and most of the plays that he made were related and were good plays given the current position. It seems like we're only waiting on Heather and Agnes's game. It seems like we've yet to have the multiplier for a large spread difference come into play yet, but currently I like seeing how much money is being exchanged. It looks like Ari is getting a lot of money at the expense of Crane's wallet by the looks of it. Um, and it seems like we're getting our final results in from Heather and Agnes, so we'll see how that ended up. And it looks like Agnes came out on top, and now it is a battle between Heather and Crane for who gets to clinch out the second to last spot in round 4. Well, that
Oh,
was a very exciting game. Some great plays made. I think both you and I probably have a lot to learn from someone who's been playing for as long as Christopher.
yeah, I mean, his strategy was insane. His word knowledge was amazing. I feel like watching him play, I mean, he's spotting these bingos before I can even think that there's a bingo in that rack. I feel like it's pretty impressive.
Definitely. I mean, we all have a lot to learn, and if you want to learn more, you want to see more of these top players play, make sure you give us a like, make sure you subscribe and stick around. Let this video stream is sponsored by Let's Play Scrabble, who is bringing you all of the recent Scrabble content. So if you want to learn more about the competitive Scrabble scene, you should check out letsplayscrabble.com, and you'll see a lot of resources and learn a lot about the tournaments that are upcoming. Um, and if you want to see more, let us know. We're around. We have a lot more content to give you guys. And with that, I think we're going to take us to a break. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back. We have some more competitions to go to. And I'm being informed this is Heather's dog, who is absolutely adorable. I now have a new person who I'm rooting for in this tournament. And I will give you a hint, she's not giving up any money today. This is Herbie. Everybody say hello, Herbie.
Oh,
Into the Scrabble rules of coffee housing. But I think making your opponent feel bad for beating you by showing them a dog as cute as this probably doesn't fall into the rule book. But it's nice to have a new crowd favorite. I think Herbie is going to win this tournament in my eyes.
oh.
So stick around and we'll have some more games, some more incredible plays, and some more incredible analysis by your own Jeffrey Pogue and Cherish Mbiokalo. Welcome back, everybody. Get cozy in your chairs, grab your hot cocoa, because we have some exciting games coming up for you. I
I
hope
think
you
for now,
enjoyed looking at. Oh, sorry.
no, go ahead, go ahead.
I hope you enjoyed
Oh, I
looking
think
at
something.
Herbie, um, because we are going to be moving into a blitz game, and you are never better equipped to talk about blitz games than with Cherish, who is perhaps the best blitz player I've ever played against.
I guess I just love like fast games. I think just trying to find words as quickly as possible and play them as quickly as possible. I feel like it also becomes like a typing game, but this is going to be an in-person blitz game, I think. So I feel like it's it's a different environment.
Yeah, Blitz changes Scrabble completely. You're not tracking, you're barely even keeping track of score, and the whole point of the game is really just to always be one step ahead. You can't rest on your opponent's turn. You need to be thinking of all the possibilities. And the player who wins a Blitz game is the player who can see the most possible futures before they even happen. If you aren't planning ahead, you aren't going to win. Um, Now, we have some great players here to play. We have Sean Abazi and Morris Greenberg up here, and I'm not sure how much money is on the table for this one. I'm not sure if there is, but I think we're going to have a great game. Um, Blitz is always fun to watch just online when you have players frantically typing, but when it's over the board and people have to play the tiles from their rack onto the board, it adds a whole new element to the game. And I think the franticness is often really fun, at least in my opinion.
I'm looking forward to a fast but fun game.
hmm And Sean actually isn't in the tournament, so he's joining just for this round. So we have 5 minutes on the clock, and we are going to jump into this. And we do have stakes. We have $2 a piece. Um, so there is money on the table. We have some exciting games come down, and we are starting off. The clock is already ticking, and look at how fast those tiles are being drawn. Now, Cherish, what do you see? What's the first thing that pops out to you?
I don't know. I feel like getting at the OI, possibly even just exchanging.
Yeah, this is the nightmare rack to see in a blitz game. There's no clear fives. There's nothing that you can drop to clear off your points. This is the type of play where you really need to calculate. So I think in a position like this, you just want to exchange or play something quick and hope you'll draw better next turn.
Mhm.
And moving over to Morris, he has drawn six more vowels or six more consonants, including the Q, but it's equipped with the U.
Hey, yeah.
Wow,
Like,
that's a clever play, just extending WG. And we're going to be running through this, so I'm going to go as quick as I can. Rashawn is going to drop down Zhao for a nice 20 something points. These scores might be a little hard to keep track of, but Morris is.
everybody's so
These plays are going
nice.
incredibly quick.
Hmm.
Wow, Proviso coming down by Sean, which is going to be a double double and give him at least 90 points there. Hooking on to Sook by Morris, who is unfortunately drawn two A's and two E's. Now, it's not the worst thing to see, and I bet you he's looking for something to go from that V to the triple word score.
Yeah, I think, yeah, Veery looks pretty nice.
Fury comes down, it scores well. I'm going to see if I can follow along with this board with the analyzer and try to keep up with it. But for now, you're going to have Cherish on analysis.
Okay. Ooh. I feel like at this point, Morris is a little, I mean, he has only A's, two N's. Fortunately, he doesn't have Caravan. He's going to play Varna, which opens the board, gets rid of everything. And he has, yeah, Tolerant. Nice bingo. As you can see, they don't really care about orientation of their tiles. They're just really trying to play as quickly as possible. Morris has two U's. He could be looking. I don't know. There's Vaughn.
All right, I'm back. Yes, Tolerant is going to come down, which is a great play. As Sean is in the lead, he's dropped down two bingos so far, but Morris is keeping up. Oh, sorry, the score's updated. Morris is down 110, but there is possibility here. His best play is really needs to get rid of the C, the U, the L, and the Y, and he has a really nice play to do that with curly. But in this position, he might be a little bit hyper focused on that left V because there's so many options to, or it seems like there should be a lot of options to the triple. Something like Voln could come down, and I think it would make a lot of sense. Um, Instead, Null will come down. What do you see for Sean here?
I think he's done. Yeah, I think he's playing Nibbled, which is an amazing play. Quick find. Yeah, I mean, his time. Look, I mean, look at his time. He's playing extremely quickly and accurately too.
Yeah, he's honestly putting on a masterclass right now. He's playing great. Morris has a great play of power five of Unkoi, but he's going to play a nice play to clean up all those extra vowels of Guaco, which makes sense in this position. Honestly, Blitz is often about fishing until you see a really nice rack and taking the crucial time to turn that nice rack into points when you can.
Simply fetid.
Yeah, with three T's and with three E's and two T's, he's gonna play Fetid, which is his best play. It's interesting. He could have just thrown down an extra T for an extra couple of points for Fetid, um,
Could have
but
been
this
just
makes sense
rushing
as
though.
well.
Yeah.
hmm And moving over to Morris, he has the really nice overlaps of Annoy on top of Fetid. I wonder if you'll see it putting that Y onto the triple letter score. Keeping track of your power of the power spots on the board is so important when you're playing Blitz.
Yeah, and he hits back with ticks for a lot of points. I mean,
Oh, it's the dream to be able to just drop an X in an easy spot like that. Very little thinking. Um, oh, and I've just been informed that the reason that Morris didn't make a play last turn is that he challenged Fetid, um, which is gonna set him back a little bit. Um, Now we're gonna see Ya come down. He had the ability to add an N to the front of that, and maybe we'll see that come into the future with Nya.
I feel like
But
this is
for
the
right
first time
now,
Sean is really taking his time to like look at his plays.
hmm and he's making. Oh, that's interesting. He played ET without realizing that he could throw his M in front for Met for just a couple extra points. But ET is nice. It's going to really close down the board here and make it hard for Morris to come back. It's going to clean up his rack as well.
And he's gonna play Semitic. Mm-hmm.
Wow. And I really like what Sean is doing here. He's doing a classic um, blitz player move of you know what you're going to where you're going to play before you know what you're going to play because often the idea of like this is the best spot on the board is um, is very
I think
clear. So for example, he put the S down before he even knew that he had the bingo Semitic. But moving over to Morris, he's going to take advantage of the yaw with the N hook I said before to play reading, which is a great play. And a quick update on scores. It is currently 440 to 281 by my calculations. Although I think we might have a little bit of a disparity. It might be 434 to 292. It's a close game. I mean, sorry, it's not a close game. Sean has been putting on a master class and finding some absolutely great plays. And they both honestly still have enough time on their clock to move into this end game with some strategy. Um, and I like to see these players talking and having a good time. Blitz really, it doesn't have necessarily the same level of seriousness as longer form Scrabble, and I think it's really nice when players are able to keep up that rapport and keep up some banter while they play. As Sean drops down 0 for another 30 points, missing Zori with the same letters without, which would undouble his eyes, but it's Blitz. What can you do?
Apparently, they're discussing how Semitic might be a Fodi word.
I'm pretty sure Semitic is good, right? Oh no, it's not a word. Only miscite is in there. Um,
Oh, yeah,
yes,
chat's
well done, chat is calling it out. Um, it seems like something I would have played without thinking about it. Although I think I probably would have played miscite without realizing that I had found Semitic. But if I did find Semitic, I would play it without a second thought. Um, and this is great. I love Blitz. I really love the chaos that comes from it. This board is so alive. There's so many things that can go on right now. Um, and Morris is playing really smart here. He's setting himself up for some possible futures. Just playing Rhea because he knows he has that S and he can take advantage of it in the future. I think I'm missing what his last two tiles are.
I think it's an IA because he's playing Rhea.
Yes. Um, yeah, Rhea going down two ways. I guess they're both learning from each other. Um, as Morse plays on Friars with a Weedings, which I'm not sure is good. I might need a check on that. What do you think, Cherish?
I think, I mean, at this point, it's not worth challenging, but if this were a slower game, I would definitely. If this were a slower
No,
and
yeah,
faster game,
it isn't good, alas. Um, but oh, and I think my analysis is completely lost as my computer's telling me there are tiles that aren't in the bag anymore. But stage comes down, which is a great play. It's gonna score a lot of extra points and quickly end out this game. Um, and I think that's the end of it at 434 to 325 with 10 seconds on the clock for Morris and 30 seconds for Sean. Um, this is all you could possibly hope for from a Blitz game. Big explosions, great plays, Proviso coming down for 100 and something, um, phonies all over the place, and phonies being caught and challenged. Well, I hope you all enjoyed Blitz. It's a little bit chaotic to commentate, but it is personally my favorite version of Scrabble.
yeah, I mean, just seeing these words come down like in the blink of an eye. I mean, before we even saw all the letters in like Proviso, he had already put it down. Like that was like amazing. Just the speed at which these players find and play these words.
Yeah, it's really a different type of thinking. I mean, you don't have the same calculations. It's really about instinct. And if you have that killer Scrabble instinct, then you're going to be in a good position. I often think it's a great way for beginners to get into the game because one, it's fun. It is so fun to go quick, quick, quick. Every loss is over in a couple minutes, and every win you get to cherish for a while. So you can play like a dozen of these types of games in an hour chunk. And especially it's good because you get to see a lot of new words, especially if you're playing against some good players. I mean, I think my founding comes from being just absolutely in love with Blitz back in the day. I remember I would come home from school and sit down and just like 4 hours of Blitz over and over and over. I think I've had some hour Blitz sessions with you, Cherish. Um,
Yeah, I mean, just like all night. And you would even feel tired too because there's such a rush of adrenaline each time. I mean, just the instantaneousness of, I guess, the play is just, I mean, I think one time we played until like one, and I still
yeah,
was
it
not
gets late.
tired after because there was just so much adrenaline like pumping.
And they say our generation really has lost its attention spans, and maybe Blitz Scrabble is an example of that because, I mean, those 3 minute games I absolutely adore. But it was lovely to see some Blitz at the highest level with some great players. Um, I absolutely feel for our put in is being played. So shout out to Heidi for doing a great job at scoring that monster of a game. Um, and I think with that, we're going to be moving into our actual fourth round, as we have a couple rounds left. Um, the players in real life are quickly resetting and setting everything up. Um, Honestly, I thought that was a well played game. There were some really high scoring points. I think that was one of the highest scores we've seen so far, despite having only 5 minutes on the clock.
I know. I mean, they played really well, very fast paced. I mean, it really shows like how strong their word knowledge is. I mean, they found these
Hmm.
bingos relatively quickly.
Definitely. And I think it really shows how much. I mean, Blitz Scrabble is really good at showing how good a player's instinct is because, like I was saying before, I think it's crucial to know where on the board you're going to play rather than know what on the board you're going to play. I mean, noticing the hot spots and being able to spot plays. Like I remember back in the day, I would play down like 3 tiles without having a word yet, and then find the letters that connect them all. Um, and it leads to a really fun experience.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like Blitz is its own like art. It's like an art of Blitz. And
Definitely. Cherish, at least to me, is famous, and by famous I mean I've told all my friends about her for playing 1 minute games where she has exactly 1 minute to get through all 100 tiles, and she's absolutely incredible at it. Um,
I feel like there's like the balance between playing as quickly as possible and actually trying to finish a game. Because I feel like sometimes
Definitely.
I play other people and the goal is just to minimize the time we spend. And then you might not even go over time.
Exactly. I mean, using your time is a really crucial skill, especially when you're playing those types of blitz games. So our next game is going to be Agnes, who we've seen before, versus Chris, who we've also seen before. Um, and just a quick note, we have a lot of players at 2-1 or better, so we're going to have some really interesting games coming up. A lot of people are fighting for those top positions. Anything could happen. If Ari loses a game right now, he could drop 2, maybe even 3 places. Um, and what's really interesting is that despite being in first place with all wins, Ari only has 100 points of positive spread games by just a small amount. And what this means for the other players is that they have a good chance of catching up to him if they can take a win off of him.
I mean, it's definitely going to be fun to watch these two and ones sort of go neck and neck. Because, I mean, a lot of these two
Definitely.
and ones have great spread too.
Yeah, I mean, looking over at Chris, he played a fantastic game last turn, and now he's up at double the spread of the number 1 player, which is quite the impressive achievement and gives him a really nice position where he knows that all he needs right now is a win. He doesn't need to win by much, but if he gets a win, he's going to be in a really good contention to end this tournament in first place. And this all is in addition to having the extra stakes of each game having cash on the table. Making these players really excited for each of their wins.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited to see how it pans out. It's really close.
Um, it looks like we have dropped 2 of our players. Heather and Crane have both left. I think they left together. Um, but this means that we have all of our top players left, and they're still fighting for the best position. So I think we have some great games coming up soon. It's going to be a round robin between the final 4 players, which means they're all going to be playing all of each other. So we'll see every possible matchup coming up really soon. So we currently have Chris and Agnes sitting down and getting ready to play. Chris has to put $4 on the table to Agnes's 2 just because he has been playing so incredibly and he is such an experienced player. So Agnes has a lot to play for here.
Yeah, I feel like it's going to be a fun matchup. I mean, we've seen Agnes's strategy in her game, and we've seen Chris's word knowledge and strategy as well. So we'll like to see how this pans out. It could be a really close game.
Definitely. Well, Chris will be going first, and we'll get the scores fixed up in just a second. Both of these players are 2-1. So anything can happen. And we saw Agnes was playing brilliantly before. So I think Chris has to be worried, although not with a draw like that, starting out with a blank as the first tile out of the bag. That's always nice to see, as Chris is going to start off with a couple bingos. He has Therme, Methane, and I think he has another one. He has Machete to possibly come down as well.
I mean, yeah, Chris is definitely going to open up with a bingo. Depends on which one he's, and depends on the positioning. I mean, I don't think any of these bingos has the H on a double word, or does or Therme. Okay.
Therme does, and that's going to be what we see, I think. As I quickly get this set up, Therma's going to come down, and that's never something that you want to see as your opponent on your first turn. It always feels just like a little kick, like the tile gods just don't like you very much when your opponent drops down a bingo on your first turn and you're stuck with a rack like BDDOOH.
I mean, Agnes is definitely looking for some overlaps from high scoring plays. I mean, there is the HM, so maybe she's definitely looking to take advantage of that.
Yeah, the HM could come really useful here. It's a type of hard overlap to see, but the way that I think that she'll see this is she might see DOH on top of Therme and then realize that if you add an A there, you can make Oda, which would score her 32 points, which is a really nice score for this pretty much clunky rack on this first turn. Some other ideas to shout out is that she has the possible play of hoboed, turning hobo into a past tense verb, and that would also help clean up probably her rack as best as it can get, getting rid of the O's and the B and the H. I'm not sure if it's something that I would necessarily recognize right away as a real valid word, just because you never think of hobo as a verb rather than a noun.
Mm-hmm. I mean, she does seem to have DOH set up.
So the question is whether she realizes that she can add the A just to make it Oda rather than Do. Although if she keeps that A, it still scores pretty well and it'll be a nice play. It'll just score 6 points less. I've known, oh, it's interesting right now. She almost has it set up on her rack. I wonder if we'll see it come down. Now, do you think it's worth considering this position to play something like Hob with the HE going to the right? Because you know you have that O to take advantage of next turn.
Hmm. Especially having, I mean, I feel like it makes sense. I do think that I would still go with the points of Oda, or at least Do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but Doob is going to come down. I think it makes sense. A lot of people really don't like that B. And
Mm-hmm.
the benefit of this is that she has a good position set up for herself because that H scores really well on this type of early open board. I mean, it's going to go under EH. It could go on top of HOM as she can throw like ABA or OBA going to the right. So it makes sense what she's done so far. And moving over to Chris's rack, he has a couple possibilities open. I mean, that E onto the right of Therme is definitely the most tempting spot. You can do something like Wig there, which will just score 20 points while cleaning up his rack pretty well. And then on top of that, he has some interesting two-letter playthroughs to play with Devil or Vide or Vigor. And these are all worth considering as well, just because he needs to get rid of that V. and getting rid of that W would help. And more than anything, he needs to drop an I somewhere.
Right. I mean, considering he is ahead and he has these clunky tiles, I mean, getting rid of them doesn't seem like such a bad move.
Definitely. Yeah, I relate to Josh Sokol in the chat right now, where these games, right after we watch that masterclass fireworks of a Blitz game, feel so slow. But there is some beauty to longer games like this when you get to see the strategy play out. And I think we get to really see higher level strategy and higher level games when we're in a position like this. Now, Chris's play of wide is really interesting here. It does address some of the things he needs. It gets rid of the I and the W, but I really don't love the leave of VGLC, especially with the I, because it doesn't work on this board unless he draws something well. Like, he almost has no plays that can go down that get rid of that V. The W doesn't work well with the I, so you're not going to be able to play parallel. And none of those letters like to work with the E, so you can't even play across.
No, yeah, it's really interesting why he played wide over wide. I mean, do you think you have any like suggestions for his reasoning?
It's interesting. It might just be that he didn't see it. Maybe he has some other possibilities. Maybe he saw even that next turn he'll have Vigil through the I and wide, which might be a very clever setup play. But I think it's simply too risky given that your opponent is most likely going to take advantage of the best spot on the board, which is right next to wide going parallel. As of right now, Agnes has a nice play of Hode going right on top of that spot I was talking about last turn, making HOM and Oba, and that still would block Chris's Vigil. And if Agnes does make that play of Vigil, Chris really isn't going to have very many options that are going to leave him in a good position. I mean, he has Bing going on top of it, but that still keeps the V and the L and the C in a way that don't really work together very well. I mean, he's lucky he has the ING leave just because it works so well with a lot of tiles. But we're seeing the consequences of playing wide there instead of wide or wake or something else. And it looks like she's really considering all of her possible options here. I mean, with a play like wide is really scary. Dropping two tiles like that signals to your opponent that you have some better tiles coming. I mean, just because of how many other options it is, it really seems like he's trying to save those five tiles rather than them also not being the nicest. Now, this is interesting. It looks like Agnes is thinking of just playing a Ho rather than a Hode. And it might be a setup play, but I think it's probably not, just more worth it to take those extra 6 points, even if it leaves you with some extra vowels on your rack.
Yeah, I feel like maybe either she's setting up or she's just trying to consider this like vowel to consonant ratio and she's just worried that AIE is too weak for what she could potentially draw. I mean, we see this. I mean,
Yeah.
she only draws a J, and keeping that D maybe just gives her a little bit of saving grace.
And we're going to see Bling come down, which is a great play, and it's going to help Chris clean up those clunky consonants that he had. And the ing here is coming in nicely to be able to drop some extra consonants in for pretty cheap. But he's keeping CV on his rack, which it's certainly not the worst lead that you could have, but it's not something that you want to keep. I don't think those tiles have especially good synergy with each other, and they're definitely not friendly to the board right now. I mean, the board seems really closed down, and unless he can get some nice plays on the left side of wide or underneath Therme, he's not going to be scoring a lot of points for the foreseeable future.
Oh, yeah, I quickly found Jadeite, which is a great way to score and open up the board. She's definitely looking to bingo soon, so Jadeite's just a nice opening.
Yeah, Jada is going to come down, which is great. Um, it's not quite a bingo, although I can't tell which tile she kept, but it's going to be able to drop down a lot of those clunky tiles, um, and put her in a really good position moving into the next turn. She did, unfortunately, miss the opportunity to play Jedi, which I was very excited to see come down. I don't think we've had a single new word come out yet.
Yeah. I mean, we've definitely seen opportunities for it. I feel like the points just aren't worth it.
Yeah, I don't think anything has been especially like there's never been a cause for it since these
Mm.
players really more than wanting to play these new flashy plays are trying to win these games. Although I would absolutely love to see Zonky come down at some point. That would make my day.
Sure.
Now, Chris has a couple of strong plays, especially because he's drew that Z. So something like Zen to the left of Jadeite would score 32 points, but it is quite risky. It's opening up a lot if your opponent has an O and perhaps an S, exactly like Agnes does. There's the very pretty play of playing V, E, E, and A underneath Therme, making he widen an aura, playing through the E and Jadeite. And the thing that's nice about that is that you keep CUZ on your rack, which can score well in a lot of positions. My only problem with that is that it doesn't score well in a lot of positions on this board, and you're going to be left in a little bit of a rough position.
Oh, people are already finding Agnes's bingos.
Wow. Spoiler alert.
He plays Seal, keeping CUNV.
That's interesting to me. I don't think that that's my favorite play here. I really think that you have the opportunity to score a lot more in the future, and you need to start getting rid of those clunky VU tiles. And you can see it. You can see it come back to bite him right now. He's kept that V for 3 turns now, and now he has doubles, and he's going to be a little bit stuck next turn. He's going to have to play something like a Vav for only 18 points. I think even though it's worth nearly 20 less points, something like Vug playing off your V and your U is probably his best play here. I mean, one, it closes down the board and he's in a winning position right now. And two, it keeps the ZAEN leave, which is going to be really nice coming up in the future.
No, I definitely agree. I feel like he's just been sort of prolonging this like rack issue for so long, just trying to score, which makes sense because he's not at the most comfortable lead and this board is beginning to open up. But I think in this situation he's realizing like, the gravity of what's happening.
Yeah, and moving over to Agnes. Agnes has 3 bingos here. They are all 8s. And there are some very exciting words in there. I mean, diamonds is the first one that I spotted. And I like it because it's a real word, and we don't get real words very often in Scrabble. She also has goddams, which should come down, which is her least scoring one, going through the G in playing. But the most interesting one to me is that she has Domesday, Domesday, as in a day for domes, which seems to be a archaic alternative spelling for doomsday.
I mean, that's an
Now
amazing
that
word.
seems like the type. Yeah, it seems incredible, and it seems like the type of play that you would never be able to find unless you've studied it and you know it's good. Um, but quite the interesting play to have in your back pocket, and I'm sure some of the top players, even at this tournament, might see that and play it down. And while we're waiting for Agnes to spot one of these bingos to come down, I just want to give a quick shout out to let's play Scrabble.com. If you're enjoying this content and you want to learn more about the competitive Scrabble scene, come check us out. There's a lot of really good content and information on there, whether you want to get better or you want to try to get involved with the tournament. Everything you can possibly want is going to be on let's play Scrabble.com. And if you're enjoying this content, give us a like and a subscribe. We really appreciate it. Now, unfortunately, Agnes is not going to find Domesday, but it's going to be playing her top non-bingo play of Dom, which makes a lot of sense. It scores pretty well, and it keeps some really nice letters on her rack. Despite scoring nearly 40 less points than the lowest scoring bingo goddams, its valuation is only 1 less. And the reason for that is that the tiles that she leaves on her rack are really good, and she's almost guaranteed to get a bingo in her next turn.
Which I think she does. And Chris exchanges everything, which I think was, I feel like, about time.
It makes sense.
Yeah.
Because he's been delaying playing off that V and the U, he's found himself in a position where he absolutely just can't score any points for a turn, which is a really big consequence. It's not something that you want to happen. And because of that, he's going to lose a turn, whereas maybe if he played something like a Vug, he might still have the possibility to score pretty well this turn.
Yeah, and Agnes probably spot her bingo. I think she is like accused across Jadeite. There might be higher scoring stuff.
I saw Scubud, and some other possibilities. Yeah, it seems like Accused is going to be her highest scoring one, although I'm not sure if it's her best play. The problem is that it opens up both triples to some very heavy attacks that could easily come down. There's some really nice sevens, and this is where studying your sevens is going to come in handy, because there's a lot of them that could come down right here, and all of them have their own benefits. So I'll quickly shout out some that she could play alongside Blings. She has Crusade, she has Accused, she has Uncase, and it would be really interesting to see something like Casked with a Q come down underneath Jadeites.
Oh wow, it seems like she might be playing Uncased.
Yeah, Uncased looks like it's going to come down. Now this, unlike the other ones, puts a vowel right next to the triple word score, but it's a U. Do you think this is risky enough to try to avoid?
Definitely not. I mean, and look at the alternatives. Accused, again, we talked about it, like, it really just opens 2 lanes, and I feel like maybe she was doing this for safety purposes. I mean, she really just doesn't want to.
And as far as vowels go, putting a U next to a triple is probably the safest you can be, other than maybe an I. The biggest problem is that it's going to open up this D spot to the triple, and I think this is going to come in for a lot. Chris has the opportunity right now to play almost the same play that was played against him of Lux or Deluxe, but he's going to take his best play of Exiler.
Yeah.
It's going to be 45 free points coming down, dropping the X and cleaning off his rack so he has a nice chance to draw another blank. And yet again, he's deciding to keep the U, which I think is interesting. I mean, in this position, I think there are very few tiles which you wouldn't make this play of Exiler for, just because it's worth so much.
Mm-hmm.
But it is now, I think, the 3rd or 4th turn where he's kept a U on his rack.
Wow.
Now, this area underneath Thermae keeps coming up in the suggested areas, because right now, Agnes has Chris is going to have the great play of Nay, making a homie and widen, which would score nearly 40 points. But moving over to Agnes's rack, she's stuck in a really tough position, where she has a lot of low-scoring tiles without very much synergy between them. It seems like most of her top plays are just to play off 4 of her tiles and try to draw something better, like Unlit or Until, which is exactly what she's doing. It seems like Agnes has really been making some of the best plays every single turn. She's being really strategic. She's spotting what she needs to spot, and it's working out because despite um, being up against Chris, who's 200 rating points above her, she's keeping it neck and neck.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Unlit was a really nice dump to get rid of that and keep AIL, which is pretty good rack to potentially draw bingos in high scoring plays, which seems like
And
she's
K
gonna
is going
do
to
it.
come down, which is a great play.
Mm.
Now, this is a little bit risky. It scores 39 points, so it's definitely worth it. But a lot of plays can come down to the left of that word. I mean, anything that can go in front of add, as long as you have an E or an A as your second letter, will go down. And a lot of letters go in front of YE, like the P and the L and the T that we see on Agnes's rack right now. And I think we're going to see a bingo come down onto the triple word score, which is going to put Agnes quite far into the lead. There's 5 bingos in this rack, and I think they're ones that many beginners learn quickly on because they are so common. Um, but Agnes is going to go with Pleiades onto the triple. Now, the funny thing about this is that she could shift this play one tile up to simply score more points. But when you see a bingo, often there isn't much of a second thought, and you just want to play it down.
I mean, Chris is probably looking at Palladius, perhaps, or at least maybe he'll hold on to the T for something good with Palladius later on.
Yeah, it's interesting that she chose Pleiades there, because something like Palliast, one square up, doesn't give any roots, and it scores well. Or it scores a little bit better, without giving anything back. But Chris keeps blitzing out these plays. I mean, you guys like the blitz games. We're getting some blitz games right now. Chris has only spent 7 minutes on this game as opposed to Agnes's 16.
Yeah,
He's
he's
really
definitely
going through this quite fast.
yeah.
And he's making great plays too. I mean, Auntie is a great way to clean up his 2Us. It scores well, and he's really putting the pressure on Agnes. I mean, in the end game, she's really might suffer given her lack of time. And right now, I mean, she has the Q, which isn't great, and there's no good spots on the board for it. I don't think she could even play it if she wanted to. However, that U from Uncase might come into play here, as she has the great play of 4, Four, for 33 points, completely cleaning off that area. Fro is going to come down instead, and that's still a good play. It's going to score well. Um, but the tiles that she's leaving on her rack are QTKO. What do you think about that?
I mean, it's definitely a clunky leave. I feel like she's really just hoping that she gets some compatible tiles to score a lot with them. I mean, if she individually is able to score 20 plus, 25 plus points with each tile, I mean, she can definitely maintain her lead.
Definitely. And if she can draw like an A or an S, then that U in the top will become really useful as she can play Suk or Qua.
And you can see she's kind of picking up the pace here. She plays Grok really quickly. It's a nice
Wow, I
play.
can't believe Chris exchanged there, which is one of the top suggested plays, but he had some other options that I think are worth considering. Even something just like none is going to score well and clean up your rack a little bit better. Um, but yeah, Grok is gonna come down by Agnes, which is her best play. So she's really she's really putting it up to Chris. She's saying, I'm going to play at this level. What are you going to do about it? And Chris is put in a position where he's down and not drawing well. And he's not only going to lose his 2-1 lead, but $4 as well. Now, some people are pointing out that a E for Agnes would give her some great plays through that U up top, like Toke. And I think, honestly, keeping the Q in this position might not be the riskiest play, just because that top position is going to be a little bit hard for your opponent to take advantage of and might give you some really high scoring payouts.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, seems like Chris is really trying to find his ING bingo, and I feel like he's not really tempted to take that spot. But he plays
Hmm.
Urk.
Urqui's gonna come down, and it's a good play. I think it's one of his top plays because he's really trying to get a bingo down. The board is open enough, and keeping RING is going to be great. And yes, we're gonna see QUA come down, which is gonna let Agnes just take advantage of a really good position to get another free 36 points. Oh, but wow, Chris has drawn the perfect rack as he now has a bingo ready to come down, and just in time too, since he's down nearly 100, nearly 200 points.
Yeah, like Annette was saying in the chat, what his play of Urk does block that lane from Grok, which I was also thinking about, but maybe he really was just hoping on drawing like an S. But I feel like that's almost less worth it than playing something with KI. But I mean, there's probably a good
Definitely.
reason for it.
And moving over to Agnes, Agnes has drawn exactly almost the rack that Chris exchanged in the beginning. She has double V's and the U, and a P and an F on top of that. What do you do in this position? I mean, she was up nearly 150 points, and now she's only has a 20-point lead on her opponent, and terrible tiles to try to defend it. I mean, the
I mean, she's
top
definitely.
plays. I mean,
I feel like she's just definitely looking to score here. But I wonder where she'll be looking at, and she's probably looking at the pool too.
yeah, I mean, it feels like you need to get rid of one of these V's, but I'm not sure if that's the case. I wonder in this position if it's worth exchanging. I mean, the thing is, you have all of the bad tiles in the bag. So if you exchange, you're only going to draw tiles that you don't have, which is a good pull by the looks of it. Um, I mean, the clear disadvantage is that your opponent will catch up. But if they make a long play, they might draw the same V's and F's and U's that you just threw into the bag. So I can't. I mean, the top plays by the computer are something like Fun or Fen or Duvet, and each of these score 20 points, but they leave her with a terrible rack of like double V's and a U, and I simply can't imagine that that's a good position. Oh, wait, I misunderstood. She can't even exchange if she wanted to because there's nothing left in the bag, which means I honestly think it's possible for her to get double V locked.
I feel like her current priority, yeah, is really just to get rid of one fee. I feel like right now, I think she should consider sacrificing like points just to get rid of a V because it's going to get
Yeah,
much harder to get rid of it.
but from our perspective up top, we can see what she's going to draw, and it's WRN, and none of those are going to help her with her position. Wow, playing fun is so risky. It is the top play by the computer. I mean, she's playing fantastically according to her calculator, but keeping double VP just is so scary here. And she's not going to draw the tiles that she needs to help deal with it. I mean, what do you do in this position? Your opponent has the perfect tiles, and you're left with double Vs. At this point, Chris has to know that Agnes has at least one of those Vs.
Mm.
Um, I mean, the benefit is that he might think that there is a V in the bag and try to open up a spot for himself to deal with that because The fact that you didn't play a V indicates that you either don't have either of the Vs or you don't have one of the Vs. And once again, the best play is to play underneath Therme with something like NAE for 25 points. Nay with Widen Aura and Home. This game is going to come right down to the wire, and it's all because of Agnes's terrible draw at the end.
I mean, she does have. I think there are also people are talking about it in chat. She does have vibe with Urk, um, and if Chris believes that there's still a V in the bag, he probably might not block that spot.
But she doesn't. I don't. Yeah, I mean, she's going to be. It's just not a great position for her to be in right now. And I think Fun is a smart play and it scores well and it puts her up, but I think it's too risky to not try to get rid of one of those V's. I think, like people point out in the chat, something like Duvet
Mm-hmm.
wins it. But she does have two places to drop her double V's, which is really good. Wow, this is an incredible play by Chris. He recognized that Agnes has to get rid of one of her V's or both of her V's this turn. She is stuck to playing Verve or Vive, and he has the final N, so he can open up that bottom area for the bingo that he needs. I mean, alternatively, from Agnes's perspective, Agnes knows exactly what he has and knows that he has no bingo.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
I mean, this is a great play by Chris. He's really calculating exactly what he needs. Now, this is interesting. Agnes is playing off her last vowel to block this position, and in doing so, locking herself in with a V. I haven't done the calculations, but I don't think that this is the right play. I think that this puts everything right risky to the end, and she might even be able to outrun him. But if you are worried about a bingo coming down, then you have to block it, and this is what she's doing.
For sure. I mean, her time is pretty low, so, you know, if she had tracked correctly or incorrectly, she might not really have enough time to go back and look. And it seems like Rev at least sort of ensures to her that he's not scoring there. But if she did know, though, if she did know what he had, I feel like Rev, there are definitely like other stronger plays. I mean, he still has Cam and Scam with him, so he definitely knows he can score some points there, as well as under Therme. But because I don't think what he
Definitely.
could potentially score is enough. So I think maybe she really did it because she didn't know what he had because of the low time.
I think she's done the math and she realized that she's going to win if he doesn't bingo. And all she needs to do is that she needs to block a bingo. And even if she's 90% sure that he doesn't have a bingo, if
Right.
there is a 10% chance that you're wrong, it is worth it to sacrifice the spread. A win is so much better than a spread in a tournament like this. And she's playing safe and smart, and that's all you can say about it.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, she's gotten rid of one V. She can get rid of another. She can even get rid of a V and a W at the same time, which is just great for her.
Hmm. And I wonder what must be going through Chris's head right now. He's probably just like in a game like this, it becomes mathy, and Chris must be so grateful that he has been playing fast and he has this time to calculate. Because right now he is going through every possible endgame and doing the math. I can guarantee you about what positions he will win. He knows Agnes's rack. He knows that she has the V and the W, and so it's his job right now to try his best to prevent her from getting that down. I mean, the most apparent spot on the board right now is that Agnes can clear off both of her clunky tiles with Vow through Trigrons. Um, but the problem is that to block that, Chris is going to have to give up a lot of points. And this honestly brings back to whether in was the best play for him. I mean, I feel like often, I mean, I'm guilty of this myself, where in an endgame, I don't necessarily do the math out. I look and say, this gives me a chance to win, I think, and then I play it. But I
Hmm.
think it's possible for Chris to look at it and realize that there is very few things that he can draw that allows him to bingo. And if he doesn't draw bingo, or if he does draw bingo, Agnes is going to be able to block it. People point out in the chat that the only tile that was left, or there were two tiles left. There was the N and another tile. And if he draws the N, he doesn't have a bingo through N. And if he doesn't draw the N, that means Agnes has it, and she's going to take advantage of the N spot that he just set up with N. This is going to come down to a really tense endgame because of this, but I think we're going to come to realize pretty soon that Chris simply has run out of moves. He doesn't have a possible score to get high enough. His best play on the board right now is to do either sen or say. At least, sorry, by best I mean the highest scoring is to do sen or say, hooking with frogs, which would score 30 points, putting him within 20 points of Agnes. But then Agnes drops down Vow through the O, and suddenly she's left with really with simply being too far ahead for Chris to outscore her.
Wow. I mean, he plays none there. Definitely sacrificing the points. I think he wants to get some of her tiles. I mean, she's definitely not going to get rid of all her clunky letters. I feel like that's what he's hoping for.
Yeah, and I'm interested in why he played none rather than nani, the which was a new word as of the last dictionary, but I'm sure he's done the math out, and this gives him more places to play out in the end game. So now Agnes has to consider how she's going to deal with this. And the interesting thing is that I'm not even sure she needs to play her V yet. She might have the ability to take advantage of that none spot to score a lot of points. Although, now that I'm looking at it, she might not have any good spots. Oh, maybe that's why he played none, so that
Hmm.
she didn't have any strong horizontal or vertical overlaps. Now, the top play by the computer is actually quite clever, which is to play Whomp through HOM, which scores 18 points, which is really high, and just keep the V because you're going to outscore. But I think you can honestly save that for the future and do something like Vet right now through the E in Zeal. That scores you 10 points, and know that you have Whomp for next turn if your opponent
Hmm.
doesn't go out. Although I think the chance that the opponent doesn't go out is small. Let me quickly check. Yeah, his opponent is going out with Scam, definitely. I mean, these players must be just running through all the possibilities in their heads. Chris is looking for any chance to win, and Agnes is looking for any chance that she could not win. And I do like what Chris is doing here. He's putting the pressure to Agnes. He's not giving her a clear out. And the benefit of this is something I learned from a Will Anderson video, is that you should always give your opponent the chance in the end game to mess up. Even in a lost game, your opponent could make some terrible blunder, and this has happened before. I've played a game where opponent accidentally set up like a two letters that I could play through to go out, and it lost the game for them. I mean, Agnes can't possibly block Chris's outplay of Annie's or Ains with Scam, and that scores 24 points. But as soon as Agnes realizes what his outplay is, wait, she made her play. She played Vet for 10, putting her at 418. I haven't done the math yet, but this is going to end up being really close, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And I love the sportsmanship of these players after this intense game where I'm sure both of them were calculating all of the possible ways that they could make their opponents suffer. At the end of it, they smile and shake hands, and they're just discussing the game. And look at that final score, 418 to 403. Agnes clinches it in the very end after an incredible endgame by Chris.
I mean, yeah, she played amazingly. I think this is the first game where the underdog has actually won. And I mean, it's a testament to Agnes's skill. I mean, her calm
Yeah, she's been playing
calculations
great.
and it paid off. I mean, especially because Chris opened up with a bingo, right? Like an 80-point bingo. That usually like scares you,
First,
but I mean,
first tile out of the bag was a blank, and you'd think that would be a indication of how the luck was going to go. But Agnes played incredibly. I mean, uncased and in plays. I'm surprised that we never saw Palladius come down.
mhm.
I'm
I mean, I
sure
maybe
there's going to be. Sorry, I'm sure these players are going to afterwards go into their Quackle and calculate all the possible end games and see that there were 7 different ways for this game to end. Um, but if you guys enjoyed this game, please leave a like and subscribe. It really helps out the channel and it allows us to give you a lot more Scrabble content just like this. And if you want to learn more about the competitive Scrabble scene, go check out letsplayscrabble.com. It's an incredible website with lots of information on the competitive Scrabble scene. And if you guys want to get involved with some Scrabble tournaments coming up, we have 2 that are going to be in Canada, and they are both going to be some great events. On March 1st to 3rd, if you are available, there's a 15-game event in Belleville, Ontario, and there's going to be a $5,000 grand prize for the tournament in Montreal, Quebec on May 24th. So if you guys can make it out to either of those, I think it's going to be an incredible scene and an incredible time, and you're going to get a lot of opportunity to practice and to try out these new skills that you guys have been learning. And if you guys would like to see some more Scrabble, we still have 2 more games left today, some more money to be exchanged. All of these games we've seen so far have been fireworks. We've seen some incredible explosions, some very clever plays, some wonderful strategy, and there's only more to come. And we're quickly going to move over to our standings to see how these games are shaking out. Um, and wow, look at that. We now have 3 players on 3-1, which are Morris, Agnes, and Ari, because Ari lost his last game to Morris for a $4 loss. So this round, we're finally seeing that spread difference in the betting pool coming into play, as despite having won 3 of his games, Ari's only up $2, and Christopher is, and Morris is going to be up $6 now because he got that $4 bonus from his last game.
yeah, I mean, this tournament's just getting more intense. I mean, now we have 3-1s. Uh, Ari's spread is definitely keeping him a little behind because Agnes has really been crushing it.
Yeah, and it's crazy to see since Christopher has kept his losses close and his wins really big, he still has the highest spread in the entire scene despite being the lowest current rated or the lowest player in the current standings of current players at 2-2.
Yeah, be impressive to see how that pans out. You know, if he gets a couple more wins, then the spread could be unmatched.
Yeah, I mean, anything can happen. Right now, we don't have any player guaranteed a win yet, and we don't have any player guaranteed last place yet. Um, but we're going to quickly move over to a break. We have more Scrabble coming up soon. This will be just a quick break, and our next game is going to be Agnes versus Ari, which should be a fantastic match, given by how well Agnes is playing and how well we've seen Ari play in the past. So go stretch your legs and okay. Hello, hello, everyone. I hope you are excited for some more Scrabble. Come back from wherever you are. I hope you had your bathroom break. You got all set because we have some more Scrabble for you. Moving into our fifth game, we are going to be having, I think it's going to be Agnes versus Ari, our two A names. And I think it's going to be an exciting game. Both of these players have been playing at an extremely great level. Agnes just had a wonderful takedown of Chris, who before had a wonderful takedown of the other player. Um, but moving into the end, we have all of the people racing for first place. Anything could happen. I think almost all of the players here need to win these last two games if they want to clinch first, and that means that anything can happen in the end.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Agnes play I think twice now on stream, and she has been amazing. She has found a lot of these words. She's played strategically. She's opened the board when she needed to, closed it when she needed to. I mean, she's played amazingly. And Ari, I mean, is a highly rated player. He has expertise, and I mean, it's going to be a fun game to watch. And now the stakes are even higher. I mean, Ari's putting down $5.
Yeah, and we can see our two players, they're talking, they're getting ready to move into the final game. Um, and I'm really excited to see Ari play again because Ari has really put up a masterclass for all of his games so far. And I think we have a lot to learn from the way that he plays.
So they're getting ready to start.
And once again, Agnes is the extreme underdog here. She is less than 300 rating points from Ari, which means that she only puts up $2 to Ari's $5. So there is money to be made by Agnes here. And if she keeps winning all of these games like this, I mean she's making money from this because she's a lower rated player in this tournament. If she can win all six of her games against these higher rated players, she's gonna walk home with like $30 or $40. It's gonna be something nice for her.
Yeah.
And looking at Ari's rack, he's drawn a nice final set of, or a nice starting set of tiles. It seems like the type of rack that you only ever draw in the very beginning of a game. What are you looking to do here, Cherish, with these types of tiles?
I mean, score big. I mean, I think the obvious plays like you see rookie, which is really good, and I think that's what he's planning to play. Get K, the Y is on the double. It's like your ideal first play.
Exactly, and it cleans up your rack, gives you a lot of possibilities to grow. Um, Despite Jedi being added, I honestly don't know my Star Wars well enough, but he can't play Wookiee, which I think is one of the Star Wars guys. Um, but he's going to be making the best play here, which is Rookie for 32 points moving in. He also had the possibility of playing Karoo, Karoo, which scores just a little bit less, but is an interesting play to keep in mind. Now, looking at Agnes's rack, this looks like a bad rack, but she's actually not in a bad position here if she knows her five vowel, eight letter words here. Can you spot the bingo?
I mean, chat's already kind of spoiled it, but I mean, Allegoria is an insane find. I mean, and I feel like you might study it, but then in a tournament, you'll never even bother looking for it.
No, honestly, I've spent a lot of time working on my five vowel eights just because I think they're fun to know and to show off whenever they come up. But I looked at this rack and thought, oh, that's an exchange, or that's going to be a 15-point turn. There's nothing much to do here. And what that means is that the difference between the top play and the second best play here is massive. There's a 40-point spread difference. So if Agnes is careful and she spots it, that's an incredible find that's going to put her far into the lead here. And the problem with these types of five vowel plays is that they don't have any roots. I mean, none of these combinations of letters look even slightly English. Starting with OL and then IGU, like these aren't great. And the problem is that her next best play leaves her with like an I or a U, which you just don't want to keep.
What do you think Ari's looking for in this situation?
Yeah, so Ari's drawn some more heavy hitting tiles. So his ideal would be to play something on top of Rookie, making some parallels like Va or Vow. I think that would score a lot for him. He has the Q, and he doesn't have anything to do with it. But if that I comes down by Agnes, he might have Caddy or Cade, which can score for a lot.
For sure.
Um,
I mean, he's probably looking to score maybe Val.
Yeah, I think of var, vow, or even. I mean, the interesting thing about playing vow here is that if he draws a T the next turn, he'll have cat with a vow for nearly 40 points.
Do you think he'll try and set that up for himself?
I think, I think a lot of it really depends on what Agnes is playing here. He
Mm-hmm.
is low on vowels, and she is high on vowels, so his play is going to depend a lot on what she gives him to play. Now, the second best play is another weird word of Augaya, Ougiiya, and I think this is a type of word that a lot of people know the seven-letter version of, which is Ouguiya, and a lot of people know it because it has five vowels. But the six-letter version is really useful to know for a position like this, where you really need to dump some clunky vowels, and that's the best way for you to do it. And we appreciate your contribution to the game of Scrabble, Mauritania, since Algaia is the monetary unit of Mauritania.
Wow.
Wow! Agnes has spotted her top play of Oliguria.
Oh
That's
my god.
incredible. Oh, it's fantastic. And that's why you take your time. And this is why Agnes has been upsetting some of these top players because she doesn't go for the obvious play. She takes her time, she thinks it through, and she makes the best play like Oliguria here. I think there
And
are very few even top players who would find that play here.
yeah, I mean, that's an amazing move because I feel like she kept taking her time. She saw other smaller plays, but I think just that time, that patience allowed her to find this word. Because a lot of people do know this word, it's at the back of their mind somewhere, but it's really taking the time to spot it.
Exactly. And Arya is going to take advantage of exactly what we said before, taking that eye and making Caddy here, scoring a nice 30 points for, or to tie him up actually with Agnes so far. But it's now Agnes's turn, and it's her chance to push ahead, as long as she draws a vowel, which it looks like she finally ended up doing. Now, Agnes doesn't have any incredible plays here. It feels like the I should be extremely useful, especially with that H, because it looks like the H could hit really hard in a lot of positions. But the problem is that she just doesn't have the letters to help do that, and she needs to even out her vowels and her consonants. So the top plays are things like thin underneath caddy or think to the K in rookie, just something that can drop down three of those consonants and keep like an NRT leave, which is really nice.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like she's definitely, I mean, she's set up thin. It could either be think or thin with caddy. But I mean, she could be worried about underless with the caddy. I mean, going to the right. So we might see thin come down.
We've seen her be extremely careful as well. I mean, she likes a closed board from what we've seen. So I think we might see think rather than thin underneath caddy. And it makes a lot of sense here. I mean, you don't want to blow the board too wide open. The problem is that the spot under caddy can score a lot of points. So I do think that despite keeping the board more closed, thin underneath caddy is probably the best play to make sure your opponent doesn't score something insane underneath there with like whip or something.
Right.
Now moving over to Ari's rack, he is in this. I feel like is the one of the ideal Scrabble racks. You have some nice power tiles, some nice heavy hitting tiles like the V, the W, and the P, and then you also have a nice set of vowels and non heavy hitting tiles to be able to balance it out with the TOIE. And it means that he has a couple options where he can score 30 points while leaving himself set up for next turn. So where are you looking on this board, Cherish, with these tiles?
I don't know. I feel like I'm looking all over. I mean, he's not too far behind. He's probably going to score a decent amount to bring him right about Agnes's level score. I mean, I might be looking at like the rookie. I mean, he is Viewy, I think, which is it's a nice dump of the V and the W, and then you get the
Yeah, and
extra
that would score
Y.
like 28 points just for a couple tiles. Yeah, and we're going to
Yeah.
see that come down.
And Chat has already found her bingo of Triptons with the A.
Wow, I didn't even look for one. Once again, Agnes is in a position of having way too many of one thing and still having a bingo. And once again, this is the type of natural bingo that saves you from a situation where if you don't find it, the next best play is so much worse. I mean, the top play here is Triptons, which scores 68 points. I think it's a type of it's a drug used for treating migraines, Tripton.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and the next best play would be sit up underneath a thin with making QIS and Ani, which is in itself a very pretty find.
Oh, she found it.
Wow, Agnes playing incredibly here. She's really putting up a masterclass.
An amazing find. Best play. She has the lead now.
By far, it's gonna put her into the lead and for good reason. I mean, from Ari's position, I think I'd start getting a little bit nervous. Like, clearly, this rating, these $5 I've put up, aren't necessarily against some schlub who doesn't know her words. Agnes is playing fantastically. She's finding the best play almost every single turn.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, this game she has put the best play down every single turn.
Right.
In fact, the same thing from Ari. This game has been a perfect masterclass on what high-level Scrabble looks like. And Ari's going to find a nice way to clean up his rack. He's going to play Gook for 31 points, which is 10 points better than his next closest play, and it's going to be a really nice way for him to clear up his rack and take advantage of all of those heavy tiles on the right side of the board. But at the same time, Agnes has drawn the first blank of the game, and it makes sense because she's seen so many tiles after bingoing over and over. But she doesn't have a bingo to go down. And we've seen how careful she is. We've seen that she takes her time to find things. So in a position like this where it looks really promising but she doesn't have a bingo, I'm worried that she might waste a lot of her time looking for a phantom that isn't there.
I mean, I feel like that's true. But she does have two U's, and I feel like that's also pretty discouraging. I feel like suturing or something, or like unmuting would have been like the first thing you look for, and then once you see that it can't play, you might not really start looking for bingos because two U bingos are really uncommon with this board, probably very difficult to play.
Definitely. And it's a shame that none of those nice looking W bingos come down because the board is almost set up for a lot of them. the combination of thin and triptans being exactly 3 squares apart means that you don't really have many eights unless you're starting or ending with exactly a 7 in the right position,
Exactly.
or with an 8 in the right position. It's interesting that the top plays here for Agnes all involve just playing off the two U's and the T with something like tutu. Um, Now, what do you think about that? So the top play according to the computer is 2-2 from the T and triptans down to the double word score, but it opens up the board a lot to your opponent. Do you think that you would make this play?
I don't know. I feel like looking at my rack, it's probably the first thing that would like pop out. I mean, there's not even a place to play like Ulu or something, but it seems like Agnes really is a very defensive player, and she doesn't want to potentially even give Ari a chance to score big. Which in the situation he would have, Jetty, Jete, but she didn't even want to provide that risk.
Yeah, I think this is a great play because it really doesn't give back very much. Even if your opponent has something to play through that or to that G, it's going to be hard to make it work very well. So this is a safe way to get rid of some of your points without having to exchange.
I think Ari quickly plays Jimp, which I think is pretty reasonable with this rack. He keeps two E's, a D, and a T, hoping to draw a bingo.
Yeah, and it's once again his best play. And actually, Agnes is in a position where her best play is to take advantage of the G that she set up. If she plays something like Wing, it scores 24 points and leaves her BUT blank. Now, that isn't something that I would love to see, but it does put her in a good position to be on next turn. And Bung is going to come down, which I think is a good play. The W and the I and the T with the blank mean that you have an actually pretty nice setup to bingo. The only problem is that those tiles don't work very well on this board. I mean, the bingo lanes are almost exhausted already unless you have something that you can play through that P.
Yeah, maybe she's looking at on top with the O, like a TION, or I don't know, compatibility with that. I don't know. I feel like people
Hmm.
have stronger feelings for B's versus like W's, unless it's a WU.
Definitely. And Ari's going to find one of his two bingos. He had Depleter or Peltered, and Depleter is going to come down very quickly, putting him back into the lead. Ari has so far of the turns, or of the, I think, 6 turns so far, played the best play every single turn. Now, Agnes is playing incredibly. She's finding extremely hard to spot bingos, and she's making good plays when she's not bingoing. But up against pressure like that, it's really hard to stand up.
I feel like for Agnes right now, she knows she's so close to a bingo. She just has these clunky, I think the C and the W. She's probably really looking to get rid of that.
Wow, people are pointing out in the chat that Agnes has the incredibly strange 8 of Crowbait
Wow.
through the O. Unfortunately, Viewey perfectly blocks it so that she won't be able to play it down, but it is a really good find. So in this position, what are you looking for as Agnes?
I mean, I think I'm probably looking, probably just to get rid of, yeah, like a W or a B or a C, but I feel like she could keep the C. It's more bingo friendly, but I'm definitely wondering like where she's looking to get rid of this W and B.
Definitely. I mean, the first word I think of when I think of a W and a B is bow, and she can actually make that word twice by playing bow going across and bows going down through the O in
Yeah.
rookie. And that would score 17 points and leave her with a really nice rack of ACIT blank, which looks like it has a lot of chances to bingo in the next turn.
Someone in the chat suggested like caw under depleter. What do you think of that?
It
keeping
makes a lot
bit.
of sense, and it scores well. And it honestly, it seems like the type of play that is a strong play that you'd see between or from like a 1600 player. Like it's the type of thing that opens up the board, it scores well, it's a bit laddery. I think that in this position, like you're very close to a bingo. And if you can draw the right tiles, you will have one either through the O or maybe using that B. So I think I still prefer to get rid of the B here. But at the same time, the difference between Ka and Bo is 10 full points, which is a lot. So I think it's definitely worth considering.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what we're going to see. So it's a great find. Um, and now we're moving over to Ari, who's drawn a nice set of tiles to deal with this board. I mean, the ALRS is going to work really well to balance out the F and the V, so he should be able to score a lot of points here. I mean, he's a couple strong spots on this board. Maybe he keeps building onto that heavy 4 point tile lane with viewing and play FRO to score yet another 30 points in the same area that he's just been building off of. I mean, in this position, I think a lot of players would look to get rid of their V immediately, but he doesn't have many good spots to, and with how useful this F is being and scoring well, the V seems like it might actually be useful in the future. If you keep a good leave with like VAES, it honestly counteracts how generally bingo unfriendly the V is.
Do you think it's worth sticking like the E for like froze or like flows? I mean, because I mean, looking at the unseen, there's a lot of E's left, and maybe getting rid of one of them won't hurt.
Yeah, there are a lot of E's left, and at this point, like, no, if I'm right, there have been no blanks played yet, so it sort of makes sense to try to look for a little bit of turnover. And that's exactly what he's doing. So he's trying to dump some tiles and score still very well, really putting the pressure on Agnes. And he keeps a really good leave while doing it. VARS is a very flexible rack, and he's going to have a lot of possibilities for next turn. But not with a draw like that. Drawing AAI after FLES is crazy. I'm not exactly sure what Agnes's rack is right now, but we know that she has the blank, so she's definitely
Mm.
looking for a bingo here if she can.
I
The
think she
simple
has.
problem is that, sorry, what were you saying?
I think her rack. I think from what I remember, there was a Z, a B, and a D. Oh yeah, there it is.
Oh, so she's drawn the Z, which gives her a chance to score well, but I feel like at this point she really should be looking to bingo, and the Z doesn't work well on this board. I mean, it seems like a lot of the power, the hotspots have been exhausted.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking for Z plays, and I don't really see that great scoring ones.
hmm In fact, it's really interesting. The top play by the computer is just to play bod through the own Oliguria. And the benefit of this is that you're opening up two lanes on the top of the board that your opponent, that either you bingo through and you score a lot, or your opponent tries to use and then you get to overlap. Like, it's not very easy to shut down without giving your opponent some easy spots. Now, what do you think about that play? BA right there.
I mean, I feel like I guess she's trying to score. I mean, not really sure, but it's not a bad move for sure. But
It's not bad. It gets rid
mhm,
of the B and it gets rid of one of her vowels. But I think the problem is that the board right now isn't very open and she sort of wants a bingo. Now, she's in a position where she doesn't need it anymore. She's within 30 points, she's within striking range, but she needs some strategy to move forwards. But moving over to Ari's position, he has three A's. Now, A's work well with V's, right? You can do Ava, you can do a lot of things. But on this board, it doesn't really seem like he has many really nice options.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely obviously not trying to open this board up. I wonder. I wonder what he's. I think he's looking to get rid of two of them, but I wonder what he's going to play.
Yeah, I mean, in this position, oh, this is interesting. He can drop two A's and an S next to Oligurias to make Boa, Ala, and Caddy, and that scores 30 points. Now that seems like a really strong play because it cleans up his rack a lot and it's going to score even better and it doesn't open anything up. At this point, I feel that the first person who opens the board is going to be at a disadvantage. I mean, both of these players have really nice racks that are pretty flexible, and the only thing preventing them from taking advantage of it is a little bit of a hostile board. And yeah,
That's
that's exactly what he goes for. So 30 points to Ari, putting him up yet again. Now Agnes is down enough to need a bingo or need some good plays coming up.
fortunately Ditsier doesn't play anywhere.
Yeah, it seems like the best plays for her just involve trying to drop the Z down for 30 points and in doing that open up the board. So something like Res from the R
Yeah,
to the triple letter score scores 32 points, which is just higher than anything else. But the problem is that it doesn't do anything for her. She's still down. She still doesn't have any way to score lots of points in the future. It's this type of position that's really frustrating because you have to have such a balance of scoring and opening and setting yourself up for the future.
but I feel like she really does need these points right now.
Yeah, if she doesn't start scoring, she's going to simply be outrun by Ari, who's finding such balanced, beautiful plays to get points out of a pretty squeezed dry position. Now, Ari has some really nice tiles. In a different board, he would probably be able to bingo easily, but on this board, there isn't much that he can do here. And he still needs to be careful not to simply open up the board for no reason. Now, there's the possible idea, and it seems really risky, of doing envoy, Envoi, hooking onto you. Now, the benefit of this is that he plays a lot of tiles and he scores 22 points, and the danger seems to be that he's opening up two triple word scores, but the danger there is a little bit counteracted by how closed the board is around it. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, there's really not much she can. I mean, he's probably looking at the pool, looking at what's the worst thing she can do around there. And I feel like with the score, with the spread, I mean, there's nothing really wrong with it.
And he has the R to hook onto you to make Ewer.
Mm-hmm.
So, if anyone, this only benefits him. Like, the worst thing that Agnes could probably do right now is drop a couple tiles with an S and score some 30 points, but also lose the S and lose a lot of her strongest tiles. And that's exactly what he's doing. Ari is playing absolutely brilliantly this game. He's finding the best play almost every single turn. And no, I am not going to say that's a master class, so no shots in the chat. And this puts Agnes in yet another turn of having nothing, no way to take advantage of her really nice rack. I mean, like, there's nothing that she can do here. She can drop ID for 20 underneath Envoy, and it gives her edit plus blank, which is the best thing you could possibly hope for. But where is she going to play it? There's nothing for her to do on this board.
Yeah, I feel like that's the problem. If she scores the 20 points right now and happens to draw into a bingo, there's a really good chance it doesn't play. But then if she tries opening up the board, not only could it be potentially shut down by Ari, it probably doesn't score that much.
Yeah, what do you think of playing something like EIDE or just GID to open up the board a little bit?
I don't know. I feel like it could easily backfire. Uh, I don't think we're at that sort of like last ditch effort yet. Because if he blocks it, he blocks it. He knows that you're desperately fishing, and he will do everything to block. I mean, he would even go out of his way to block your like spot. And I feel like unless this is sort of two in the bag, one in the bag, I feel like until we get to that position, maybe she doesn't need to play that yet.
I think that's true. I mean, there are two S's left in the bag that she hasn't seen, so there's a good chance he'll be able to take advantage of it. But he keeps scoring really well with these tiles. I mean, just through natural four-letter plays, he's spread the lead from neck and neck to him being up a bingo.
I think that's true too. Yeah. And again, the problem that we mentioned, like now she's drawn into really great bingos, but there's just no place to play them.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like at this point she needs to start. She has to do something. There's no way that you can expect to win this game if you don't start opening the board. I mean, your opponent is up a bingo, nearly 100 points, and you have perfect tiles, and there's nothing to do with them. And there's still a blank in the bag as well, and that must be on Agnes's mind. I mean, after all of these slow plays, I feel like in a slow game like this, it always terrifies me, and I assume my opponent has perfect tiles up until the last play when I find out, they've had 5 U's the entire game.
I think what she has to consider is like she really just can't like start fishing. She still needs to score because Ari is again, like you said, naturally scoring. He's not even playing complicated moves, but he's scoring well. And she can't just fish and if she doesn't bingo then get into this cycle. Because a bingo might not even be
Definitely.
enough with the spread, so she needs to score and then bingo.
So meted is the top play by the computer, and I think it would be the best play given like lead valuation. But I think in this position, it's more worth it to play something like demit so that you have the chance of adding an S to it. Because at this position, at this point, you're not going to get very far with this.
I was thinking of that too. But wow, she drew both blanks. And she's definitely going
Two
to bingo
blanks
now.
now.
Yeah, isn't
But
there
Yo comes down
Biryani?
for 40 points. A 40-point play by Ari with two tiles on a closed board. Like, that's almost a nail in the coffin. Agnes is down 100 points despite having played the theoretical best play every single turn. And I think it's because, like, this is the difference between a strong player and a great player, is that a strong player can make the theoretical best plays every turn, but the great players not only know what the best plays are, but know when not to make them to instead make a strategic play to plan for the future. Meted is better than Demit on most chances, but in a board like this, when she is low on time and she needs to bingo, I think it's simply not the best play.
Yeah, I agree. I was definitely looking at Dimit too. I mean, Obviously, there's a chance that Ari would take it, but considering the score of Yo and Cox, that's he might not have. And even if he let her bingo, it might not even have been enough. But in this situation now,
Hmm.
I feel like she has to play like biasing with AAS, and that might not even be enough because both the B and the G are blanks.
Yeah, I mean, the right now the only lanes on the board are through the B and bung and something starting with a B or a K for AAS, which is just hard to find. So biasing is, I think, probably the best possible play that could come down, or maybe Kainitz, Kainits. But those are both hard to find, and it seems hard to have those come down. I mean, the two eyes on her rack are like those are soul crushing. They make it impossible to find things. And she has only 4 minutes on the clock, so she really needs to play fast. I believe that she can do things, but she needs to start going now. Wow, what do you think about this?
Maybe both the blanks were sort of like overwhelming in a way, and maybe again, like you said, the time pressure.
Yeah, I think two blanks can often be worse for a player than one blank, just because it's overwhelming. You know, you don't know what to look for. I mean, biasing was probably the best chance, or something like inhabits through the B, but there with two blanks and two eyes and like every letter, you have to consider so many things, and I think it makes sense to just score 40 points here. In terms of her chances of winning, though, I think this is really not putting her in a good position.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, biasing would have been probably the best chance, but again, with such low time, the hope of bingoing, she really does need that time. I mean, I think looking at her rack, she I think has like incubate or intubate, but you know,
Oh,
I think that
wow.
would be enough, depending on how Ari plays this game out.
There's four tiles in the back, so Ari could still, like, it's still losable. Ari could play four tiles right now, empty the bag, score 20
Mhm.
points, and then incubate comes down and Agnes cleans up. I think it's unlikely though. I mean, Ari must know. I mean, after seeing the blank played like that, Ari must know that
Right.
Agnes has the second blank.
Yeah.
And so he knows that the only way he can lose is a bingo. Now, in this position, from his side, do you think the riskier play is going to be the A, or the riskier lane is the AAS, or do you think it's the B?
I think he knows that the B will score much less. The B will score much less, but if he plays a poor endgame, it could bite him. But the AAS is just so much harder to play through. So it's kind of like, where do I fall? Because if he, I mean, the AAS isn't a guaranteed win on Agnes's part, but it's just much harder to find and play through.
Definitely. I think that makes a lot of sense. I mean, it's stressful for both of them. And for Agnes, this is the type of game that really eats at you, right? Like you've had all of these, you've had the blank for so long, you felt like you've played so well, and that's because she has played so well. Ari is just scoring more and doing the strategy just a tiny bit better.
Right? I mean, it came down a lot of the time to like what she drew, and just the setup of the board was because she's been playing amazingly. So it really was luck of the draw, or just an unfortunate draw.
Wow, between the two players, I just went back and counted, at least according to straight up valuation and the Google's analysis, there have been four plays or five plays that weren't the best one. Just
Only,
five is the difference between these two players. And the plays that weren't the top play were like the second or third almost every single time.
yeah.
I
I
mean,
mean, it really
there
shows that
really
they're playing.
haven't been that many mistakes, except maybe at the strategic level when you realize that it's no longer worth it to just make the best play. You also have to make the best play strategically. And to answer Peggy in chat, I think Ari is rated 1800s, nearly 1900s, and Agnes is around 1500s. And we have a very special treat for you guys. We have a special guest coming into our chat to talk with us about this position. So everyone, please give a warm welcome to Stefan Fatsis, author of Word Freak and longtime Scrabble player, and
Hey, how is
very good
everybody?
Scrabble coach. Welcome, Stefan. How are you?
Great to be here. I'm doing awesome. You guys are killing it. I love it.
Thank you
Hi.
so much.
Hey, Cherish. Good to see you guys.
Now, I don't know if you've been watching this board, but we've had an incredible game so far. Agnes and Ari have both been playing at the highest level. We've had some incredible plays like Oliguria from Agnes and Triptans with six constants on her rack. And on top of that, Ari has just been finding 40-point play after 40-point play. And so now we're in the end game, and Agnes has the blank and a good rack, but has no way to seemingly get ahead. So what do you think she's thinking in this position, Stefan?
You have to bingo, right? This seems like a no-brainer if she can find the bingo through the B here. Um, I don't know if it's enough. I just popped in about 5 minutes ago, so I missed all of those beautiful early plays. So looks like she's down 65 right about now. A bingo kind of ties it up, doesn't it?
Exactly. I mean, Ari made the great play of playing MAE here, and what that does is it gives him a nice score, but more importantly, it doesn't empty the bag. So if Agnes does bingo here, Ari's going to have the first response. He's going to be able to
Hmm.
make that play to move forwards, and that's really dangerous.
Yeah, this looks like a lovely board. Oliguria beautiful, Triptan's beautiful. The Zines play was interesting. I'm not sure what you guys were talking about. Maybe demit instead of meted to set up an S hook there for a potential bingo when she had the two blanks. That's a tough call for her. Obviously, she's struggling to find something, and it's a tight board. So you go for the points, or do you try to set something up? She had a difficult decision to make, and she played off that one blank for what, 35, 40, and has given herself a chance to
Exactly.
bingo here. So this could be the opportunity.
And she just
She did
played a
not
single
ski
ute
into
after
bait, did
nut.
she? Yeah.
Well, it's even possible that she did, but she realized that she needs more than just those 60 points. I
Hmm.
mean, it's risky, but it means that if Ari makes any play right now and then Agnes bingos, then Ari is going to be at a disadvantage because he's going to have emptied the bag first.
Maybe
She
that's what
does
she's
still have
trying
that.
to. Yeah.
She does still have that B hook on top of AAS.
So, Stefan, you've been in the Scrabble scene for a long time. Do you prefer these types of closed boards where it's intricate and you're constantly making these short plays, or do you like the big, flashy open boards?
Well, I think the open board benefits players like me who are sort of, low to mid expert who are prone to making mistakes periodically, to put it mildly. At least you have the opportunity to do something and make a quick comeback and sort of compensate for your shortcomings, for where you might miss a good strategic play, where you might get overwhelmed by the choices in a tight board. I tend to like any game, honestly. I mean, I think whether it's a tight game or an open game, it tests your ability to think through all of the options and all of the strategic opportunities. So everything is a challenge. But yeah, I mean, an open board is certainly fun. It's much nicer to write on your tally slip or type into your electronic tally
500.
slip, 470 to 450, even if you're on the losing end, than those 312 to 330 games.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a good point. I think these closed boards really favor that type of four turn ahead looking, the type of chess grandmaster thinking, um, whereas open boards have a little bit more of flexibility, and honestly, they allow luck to have a little bit more of a factor, just because when you play more tiles, you have more of a chance to draw into something.
Mm-hmm. These pre-endgame situations, though, are the ones where the very best players thrive, and endgame situations, obviously. The difference between the way that a top expert is going to play an endgame and the way I'm going to play an endgame, or maybe, no offense, Jeffrey, you're going to play an endgame, there's a big gulf there. And Cherish, of course, plays great endgames. But there's a big gulf between the ability of all of us versus the 1900s and 1950 and 2000 players. And
Exactly.
those are the games that probably stress me the most, where I know I'm at a sort of uh, expert disadvantage, and it is a complicated series of sequences.
Definitely. So Ari plays craft, which is smart for a couple of reasons. First of all, it scores well. The only thing it doesn't, or first of all, it scores well, and second of all, it plays a lot of tiles so that no matter what he draws, he's probably going to be able to go out in a turn or two. The only
Mm-hmm.
thing it doesn't do is it doesn't close down either of the two lanes that are on the board right now. Do you think that's a mistake, or do you think he's calculated that he's already won and he just needs to outrun his opponent here?
Well, I think Ari probably has figured this out. He knows what Agnes has here. He has looked at the possibilities and he's figured out what's going to allow to maximize his chances to win.
Definitely. So people in chat have found Agnes's two possible options here. She has either keratin making KAAS or reobtain. In
Mm-hmm.
fact, wait a second. Chat has pointed out that keratin wins by 1 point.
Wow. It
I
is
think
possible
I
that
I
Ari has overlooked the K hook on AAS. It does happen even with 1920, 1950, 1980 rated players.
I mean, it's such a hard hook to find because you look at AAS and you think that's the plural of AA, and only one tile comes in front of AA, a B. So you don't think of the K as a tile that can go in front of that.
It's also
This might
possible,
come.
Cherish, that Ari realized that there were two potential bingos here. Um, though I assume Reobtain does not score enough. Only Keratin does. I'll have to ask him.
Yeah, I mean, we've been in this position where we've needed Agnes to find a miracle bingo this turn, or this game, twice, and she's done it both times, but now she has 33 seconds left. If the problem here is that it's not that she's looking for a bingo, it's that she needs to look for a bingo before that timer runs out, because if she gets those 10 points of overtime penalty, then even with the keratin,
Even
she
with the
doesn't win.
bingo.
Oh, and it's ticking lower and lower.
And no movement on her hands here. I don't think she is seeing this. Oh, that's a shame.
No. 3 seconds left, and she plays knit, scoring just a couple of, or 14 points. I don't think Ari's going to be able to go out, so Agnes will have another turn, and hopefully she can get her play down in time before she runs out. Um, but I think Ari flashed a little smile there because I'm sure he spotted it when he knew what Agnes's last tile was. And that must be, I mean, when Agnes finds out after the game, that'll be crushing. But it was incredibly well played by both players.
And he does have that outplay. Some of us might have spotted LECH for more points. Does not take an S, though.
Oh wow, I honestly did not know that. I was thinking about that as we spoke. So that was a fantastic game between Ari and Agnes. I mean, Ari played fantastically. I threw the statistic around before you got on here, Stefan, but over the course of this entire game, there were 6 plays that weren't the number one play according to Google's analysis, which
That's
is
incredibly
insane
impressive.
for a
I mean,
game.
especially, Ari, I expect that kind of play from Ari, a 1900 plus player who's very calm over the board, knows his words, finds the best move most of the time. Agnes, also great up and coming player. Her rating is only going up. It seems like this was a really impressive showing on both people's parts.
Yeah, and Agnes has been playing extremely well all day. She had a really good win against Christopher. I can't remember his last name, but she did extremely well. We have some
Sounds like
commentary
yeah, it sounds like
from,
Ari said that I've got to score enough points if she bingos in either spot. So he was aware of the spot, and I think he's pointing out Keratins right now.
yeah, it's insane. What was your favorite spot in this game, Cherish, do you think?
Like my favorite move.
Your favorite moment throughout this long match.
I mean, it was definitely really tense to see how this end game sort of panned out. But honestly, it was amazing to see Agnes playing Olaguria. I mean, she had heavy vowels and still found the bingo. And then a couple of moves later, she has heavy consonants and finds the bingo after. And I mean, it was just so impressive to see.
Got to study those five vowel dates, Cherish, right? They come in handy. There's only,
Exactly.
what, about 300 of them? Easy to learn, hugely important.
And I think that my favorite part about Olaguria is that it really set the pace for this round. Like, I think a lot of people, perhaps even Ari himself, were underestimating Agnes here. And Agnes really put on a show. She played extremely well, was very clever throughout the entire game, and it led to a very close finish. While the score might be a little bit far apart, we all know that there was one turn that could have changed the entire thing, and it was probably just a matter of time before Agnes actually ended up finding it.
Well, I got to say,
Um,
it's great to see both of you doing this. You are excellent commentators, and I am super excited that we are going to be together in just a few weeks at the North American School Scrabble Championship back at Planet Word in Washington, D.C. Jeffrey, of course, you've aged out, but you're going to come and work on the staff, be behind the mic, work on the floor, and cherish 12th grade. This is it. How does it feel to be winding
this
up
is
your
Cherish's
long
year.
this is your year. How does it feel to be winding up your long school Scrabble career?
I mean, it's bittersweet. I mean, it's a chance to sort of go up into the adult divisions and, I guess just have more time to like travel and play. But, it's been so fun meeting. I mean, I've met some of my closest friends here. Like, I mean, I speak to them like every day. There's Jeffrey here. I mean, there's like Dathan and all of them, and I've been able to meet them and talk to them pretty much almost every day just through Scrabble.
That's great. And it's a hard tournament, right? The high school division can get super competitive. There are no guarantees. This will be a strong field. Don't know how many kids yet. We're still getting people signed up and registered to play. Either way, there'll be 5 or 6 or 7 rated players in the high school division. Cherish, you'll have one of the higher ratings there. But there are no gimmies in school Scrabble. You guys can both talk about that.
Never. Yeah,
Yeah.
and especially with the I think 8 or 9 rounds that are in the school Scrabble tournament, like anything can happen. If one player is on a streak or on fire one day, that could change the whole thing. I mean, there have always been upsets, either people doing way better than expected or dropping down worse than expected. Um,
And we
and
are real
so it's
excited this
exciting
year,
to
both of
have this final tournament.
And I want to ask Cherish about that. And I want to also say that we are very excited that Let's Play Scrabble, Josh and Kieran will be directing this event fully. They've been running it, they are in charge. We are really psyched to have them come on board as full directors and for Let's Play Scrabble to have this opportunity. And grateful to Hasbro for funding the lion's share of the tournament, and WIGPO as well, with some contributions from NASPA and Merriam-Webster. We got the entire Scrabble community unified behind the School Scrabble Championship, and that is my favorite thing about bringing this event back and bringing it to Washington after the pandemic for this will be the third year. So Cherish, tell us a little bit about your expectations and like what you're looking forward to for your 12th grade year.
I mean, I'm looking for a lot of fun. I know a couple people from the middle school division who will be like coming up, and they're super strong players. And now that people like Jeffrey graduated, I mean Zach Gonzalez graduated, like all these kinds of people, it allows people who usually aren't recognized to really like show up. And I feel like it's really going to be surprising. Like I have a feeling that a lot of surprises are going to be waiting for us.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it feels like there was a last year's group, Jeffrey. You had a really strong group of players. Emmett Brasowski, James
Scary.
Donnelly, Ruth Lee went undefeated and won the high school division
Insane.
last year. It was a loaded field. And this year we've got coming back Cherish, Gideon Brasowski, Emmett's younger brother, who's in 10th grade, Noah Goldstein, who's been playing a ton for the last 2 years with his dad, Eric, Noah's classmate, Cam Siegel. There are a bunch of good players in this division, and this should be really fun to watch and to watch on stream. I'm looking forward to Jeffrey commentating on maybe one of your games, Cherish. That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, I have a question for both of you. Do either of you have any players that you think you want the audience to look out for? Any player who you think is coming in or who's gonna like make a big show this year?
Go ahead, Cherish.
I
Anybody
mean,
that pops to mind for you?
Not really sure. I mean, I feel like all these players, I don't know, I watch them play all the time and I already have such high expectations for them. Or like, I already expect them to sort of like show out. Like, like Gideon's an amazing player. Like, he is going to play amazingly. You have like people from middle school coming up, like I said. You have like, I guess, like Cameron. Like, I mean, he played amazingly last year. I feel like people didn't expect it and he really like showed up and showed out. And, he's going to be a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, I mean, right now we've got about a dozen players signed up. I definitely would love a few more high school students to register for this tournament. A bunch of my kids from DC are playing, which is great because the pandemic really impacted particularly this group of players, the kids that are now in 11th and 12th grade. There was a real lull there. A bunch of the players that I had that were really into it and played school Scrabble all the way through hit 8th grade, pandemic, sort of dropped out of the scene. And a few of those kids are coming back for their senior year or junior year. So I should have a few more kids from DC entering. And then we'll have a contingent from Philadelphia coming up. So I think we'll get to 20, 25 players in the high school division. You mentioned Dathan Lang will be playing. Zach Bitker from Connecticut, who played really well last year. So it's always fun. You never know what to expect. Cherish, I know you had a rough go last year. Everyone was like, Cherish is going to be in there in the final stages, competing for the slots in the final. But you played some really good players and had some tough games.
Yeah, I mean, it
rough
really
draws in
shows.
the end.
Yeah, it really shows that like anything can really happen. And I don't know. I feel like it's gonna be a fun year to play and watch.
And the little kids too. I mean, little kids. The elementary and middle school players is always entertaining. We've got a two-time defending champions from Connecticut. We'll be trying to go for the three-peat, which would be a first in school Scrabble. My team of Milo Anderson and Nathan Lerlop from DC and Virginia this would be Milo's third straight finals. He's going for a three-peat just to get to the finals and looking for his first victory. So this will be fun for all of us. And the main reason we love this tournament, correct, is that the enthusiasm of the players, the environment, bringing everybody together in one place to do this thing that we love so much. The vibe at the School Scrabble Championship is unlike anything in Scrabble. I wish I had been able to do this when I was in elementary and middle and high school, but I'm glad that I've been able to contribute to allowing a generation of Scrabble players to be able to have this opportunity and have this fun.
And you players at home, these aren't some scrubs who you'll never see again. These are the people who will be beating you in a couple of years. If you think, oh, these youth players they're just high schoolers, they won't do anything. Think about Jackson Smiley. He's one of the best players in the world right now. And James Donnelly graduated from Youth Scrabble and is already going out and absolutely destroying people. I love seeing the youth players of our generation going up against the giants of the generation above us and showing that
Absolutely. I mean, just
age
look at
isn't
if you look at
everything.
Jeffrey, if you look at the top 50 in North America right now, it includes Cooper
Yeah, it
Komatsu,
includes
who just
dozens
finished
of.
second in New Orleans. Zach Ansell, who is now rated eight. They're all rated 18 plus now. My daughter Chloe Fatsis, who's got an 1890 something rating right now. So three recent. These are players that are still in college, are in the top 50 or so in North America right now. School Scrabble takes the best players, and the ones that stick with it push up. Jem Birch, great player, hasn't played much since he's been in college, but he has a crossword puzzle in today's New York Times, which you should go check out. I think it's his fifth or sixth or seventh. Yeah, Jem is a great crossword constructor, so he's got another one in the Times right now. So School Scrabble has seeded, and this was a great, like you said, Jeffrey, great generation. You were at the tail end of this generation, but part of it for sure. And I expect to see you and Emmett Brasowski and Cherish moving up into the top 100 and then top 50 in Scrabble for sure.
Yeah, so if you guys are free on March 23rd to 24th, we're going to have some explosive games. We're going to have players who you will see soon in the top of the rankings, and I really hope you all join because it's a fantastic time. It's a wonderful tournament. We have some great directors this year and some really nice cash prizes because of some wonderful sponsors. Lots of stakes. So tune in. We'll have some great commentary too. I think Will Anderson is going to be there commentating once again. He's fantastic as always.
It'll be
Um,
Will and Hannah Lieberman and some kid named Jeffrey Pogue behind the mic. And also Nitz Chogti will be doing interviews with the players between games. It's a great crew. It's a lot of fun. We've got great t-shirts. We got great competition. Please watch School Scrabble. Watch the North American School Scrabble Championship and see how Cherish does. Good luck to you, Cherish. Can't wait to
Thank
see you in DC.
and lovely. And now we are going to be moving into our final game of the day, which is going to be Ari versus Sykes. We have this is going to be an explosive game. I mean, both Ari and Chris have been playing great. Chris seems like he's finally crawled back. I mean, he had that rough loss to Agnes, who played fantastically against him, but now he's reaching back up. And if he can beat Ari right now, he might be in contention to get first in this whole tournament.
Yeah, I mean, he still has this amazing spread that he's been able to keep up. So we'll love to see how his next game goes with Ari.
Yeah, I'm looking
Yeah,
forward to this, and I'm
so
happy to stick around for a little bit because I want to see how this thing turns out. This is a great innovative format. I missed the explanation for how it works. I'm looking at the standings and seeing this $2, $4 plus minus. So brief me and maybe anyone else who's tuned in recently about the structure of the event.
yeah, so a big cash Scrabble tournament with every single game money is being exchanged. If you are higher rated, you're putting more money on the table, and that means you have more to lose. So if you're within the same rating as Ari and Christopher are, they're both putting $2 on the table. So that means that whoever wins is going to take home all of the cash that is on the table right now. And it adds a little bit to each of these games because it means that beyond just a long-term standings type deal with each game, you are losing or gaining money based at the end of the game. So there's a lot to see right now, and we have a lot of money being exchanged. So if Ari can take first here, he might walk home with a couple extra bucks in his pocket than he had when he walked in.
And these are two of my favorite opponents. I love playing them. I don't often beat them, but I have beaten them. But they are both so skilled, so polite, so calm over the board. Just lovely people and great competitors. Love playing both Christopher and Ari when I get the opportunity to.
Yeah, and they've both been playing so well this tournament. I mean, we just saw Ari play a fantastic game last round, and Christopher, in all the games that we've seen of him, has been doing extremely well too. So I think we're going to have some fireworks this round. And starting off, Ari's drawn the Z and a very nice six letter. He has Zanana. And that's going to take him right to the triple and score him a nice 50 points just to start off the game.
Yeah, that no waiting there. That is a clear best play that Ari saw instantly.
Hmm. And if Christopher had the right tiles, those double A's right next to the double letter scores could come to bite Ari a little bit. But unfortunately, being stuck with the G and the U and no tiles worth more than 3 points, I think Christopher's not really going to be able to take perfect advantage of it. Now, what do you think about this? The top scoring play seems to be Glitz, taking the Z to the double word score, but the problem is that it keeps EAU. Those are three vowels, and not particularly lovely vowels at that.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at stuff like guilt or guile, like underlappings and not. I mean, I would also want to sort of get rid of like that underlap because, Ari could really draw into something potentially dangerous. And then, like you said, with the vowel ratio with glitz, it's something to be concerned about.
Yeah, so some top plays here would be like Tegula, which can underlap almost the entire length of Zanana and score honestly not as well as you'd hope, but it will take a lot of the danger out of that area. Oh, and welcome Ori Swift into the chat. Now I'm nervous.
Just make sure your quackle is running. That's all that really matters, Jeffrey.
I'll just look for his advice. So Latu is going to come down. Now this is an interesting play. It keeps GIE on his rack, and I don't think really addresses a lot of the threats of this position very well. What do you think about this play, Stefan?
I'm getting quackle open so that I don't sound too much like an idiot. So give me a second.
Hmm. I mean, just in this position, I think it's a good way to get rid of the U, and it deals with the Z and it scores some points. But I think I would much rather have gotten rid of the G there with even just something like Tegu underneath Zanana. I
Hmm.
think would be a little bit better.
You don't want the U hanging around too long, and that's obviously a
Exactly. Or even
concern
just
here.
something like Gull, or as Cherish was mentioning, Guile would be a little bit nice. Um, Now we're moving over to Ari, who has found himself in the exact same position that Christopher was last turn, which is having a lot of bingo tiles and yet not having a bingo or any particularly high scoring plays. His best play seems to be adding IRE onto the ZA to make Zaire, which I think is the extinct unit of currency of the place Zaire. Um, but it would leave him with not the best leave for bingoing of ALLO. Maybe something just like Lilo up top would leave him with ARE and might be a little bit better, even though it scores half as much. What do you think you'd be looking for in this position, Cherish?
I mean, I think again, like, he's literally just about to play it, but I really think I would look for the points here.
Yeah.
I mean, even though he started off with Zanana, like Chris has been, putting on a good fight, and I feel like he doesn't want to, I guess, lower his scoring. I think he just wants to keep scoring, and then if it gets too bad, he'll deal with it.
You want the scoring to never stop, I think, in this point too. I think 28, you do not want to pass that up to try to get too cute with cleaning up your rack. This seems like a pretty logical play to me. I can deal with that double L on the next turn.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. I mean, when you're up 50 points already on the second turn, like you really don't need to worry about a slightly inopportune rack. And moving over to Christopher, he has almost a couple bingos set up, but none of them play. So he's going with Ergo, which makes a lot of sense. It cleans up a lot of his rack. Um,
And he holds the T for
Which is the
ergot,
only hook. Yeah.
which is the only hook. Cherish. That's
yeah,
absolutely right.
it, it does still seem a little risky to me to open up that hook so early on when you have no idea what your opponent has in his rack.
And your opponent is about to whack you with an X bomb. So that's not going to be happy making for Chris.
Hmm. Do you think that play has justifiable risk? I mean, it has a very big payoff if his opponent doesn't have the T, but I think at this point in the game when you're down 50, it's not, I mean, like, it's only the beginning of the game. It's not worth it to make those risks yet.
Yeah, he's going to regret this in a second. And I don't see much in the way of a comeback with OXO, assuming that OX is the play from Ari.
Well, I don't see an X on Ari's rack.
Oh, is that a Y? I'm sorry. It's
That's
covered
just a
up on my
Y.
screen. It's covered up on my screen. Well, Y's not bad either. I mean,
No, he has Alloy playing through the O.
Alloy looks like it might be nice as well.
Yeah, and it scores really well here. It's going to score him 30 points and help deal with what I mean, Ari must know at this point that Christopher just set up Ergo for Ergot.
And here comes Alloy.
A
So the little
lovely play.
microphone was covering up the Y. I thought it was an X. Apologies.
Um,
So
moving over
now
to
what do you
Christopher, he
do?
can no longer, yeah, he can't take advantage of the T hook he set up. He really has nothing good going on down there.
No. And he's going to avoid the spot
I feel,
entirely
yeah, I
and play
think you just have
Doji.
to hope. That's an interesting play to me. It seems like a simply worse version of playing it underneath NU. It seems Christopher has been playing this game extremely riskily so far, and maybe that's his strategy to get underneath Ari. Maybe Ari isn't used to this style of open, super risky game,
Or it
but
may just be an
I'm not
understanding that Ari is an explosive player with tremendous word knowledge, and I'm down by, a bingo already, and I need to do something to make sure I've got opportunities here. I'm keeping that T spot open under Ergo to bingo potentially, and I'm now opening up a new lane if I can draw an S or play an 8 through the I, or maybe even just get something that's synergistic to play with the Y with my O.
hmm And actually, Ari has a bingo here. Yes, it's been spotted in chat, the nine-letter word through ER. He has overseers,
Overseer, oh my
which is a
God,
fantastic
fantastic.
play. I mean, the first thing that I looked at with this rack was I saw the over and I thought, oh, if there's an E, he has overseas. Um, but that's fantastic find.
I thought the exact
I
same
think,
thing, Jeffrey. Yep. But the ER did not see that initially. That's definitely the kind of play where it behooves you to take an extra minute. And of course, here
and
it
he
comes.
finds it. He finds
Beautiful.
it instantly, less than a minute. And that's a fantastic play. It's far better than his very next best play of Servo. Um, and it means that three turns in, Christopher is down almost 100 points. And now, honestly, Christopher has to be grateful for those risky spots he's opened up because he's going to need to use them in order to come back in this game. Now, luckily, he has his own bingo here. He's going to have Neutron right above Overseers.
I'll turn
But
that N around.
it's
Christopher,
not
come
going
on.
to it's not going to put him quite back into the running quite yet. He has both Neutron and Neutrino. Do you think that Neutrino might just be better just to not open up the triple to an S?
Or do I want to open up the triple to the S at this stage, Cherish?
I like this line passing down of questioning we have going on.
I mean, it also played on top of a G, slotting the N in the seventh position on the triple column. So that was another
Yes, that's
option.
true.
Lower scoring, but if you're talking
And
about
I think
creating,
simply too risky.
Too risky, but you also create the S hook on top of nag. So if you're looking to make this, to sort of blow this game wide open, that's certainly one way to do it instead of depending on drawing an S or one of the blanks. Two S's out,
Mhm.
both blanks on scene. So you're hoping to reach into that bag now and get something that's going to help you.
People are pointing out that Ari, if he only had an I, would have the bingo of minority, which
Minority,
is a fantastic bingo. Um,
which was just
but
blah
instead, his
in red.
top play will only score a measly 43 points for something like Moni or Mighty or Myri.
Mighty. Yep.
Moni being a play that I've used to draw challenges out of countless of people who thought I typoed money. I have a list of words that look like I accidentally typoed other words, and I used to study this list so that I could play them in game just to really mess people up.
That is
Back in
like
the
that,
youth scene,
Jeffrey,
yeah, I
that's like the
loved
most
playing
school
G.
Scrabble thing I've ever heard, like having a list of words that
It's
maybe
so
are.
school Scrabble. My favorite is I think I've drawn about 6 or 7 challenges back when I was in middle school with Scrabble, playing GAOL, as in the British word for jail, because everyone thinks I meant to play goal. And Myri is going to come down, which is a great play. And that's going to score him 43 points, and he's still up nearly 100 points despite only having played one extra bingo. Now, this looks like the type of rack for Christopher that there could be a bingo in, but unfortunately, none of them seem like they're going to be able to come down. He has the really nice play of what I like to call like a power five, of playing the
Mhm.
K on the triple letter score down to the double word score, and that will score him a nice 40 points with need, or kneed if you want to pronounce it phonetically, unphonetically.
Please don't pronounce it unphonetically, just phonetically. Just pronounce it the way it's pronounced. Need, like to knead bread, leaving CHI.
um, it's interesting that that might not even be the top play because he has other. I mean, interestingly, so since he's down, he really wants to open the board right now. So playing something like Kid on top of Zenana might be worth it so that he has that S or O hook on top of KA for the future.
And if you want to keep things the way they are, neutral, you can play KHI under alloy on the left corner,
Hmm.
the southwest triple for what, 37 or something. But I think he's going to just take the points
Yeah, very
here
nice score.
and try to stay within shouting distance. This puts him down about 50 points. But
Hmm.
Ari has drawn the first blank.
And he has some really nice plays to come down. I mean, he has eights to the end to reach the top triple, but what I think is the most dangerous is he has Atonias hooking onto Ergot finally, um, making a really dangerous underlap. And that's going to score him
And
85 points underneath on the bottom triple. And he's going to
and
find it instantly because, of course, he
instantly,
does.
yes, that's a
Um,
beautiful play.
and the problem for Christopher here is he really hasn't done much wrong so far. Perhaps opening up all these spots really did come back to bite him because he hasn't taken advantage of any of the positions he's opened up. Um, the Goji set up a triple that Ari took advantage of for 43 points, and then Ergo set up a bingo which Ari now took advantage of for 85. These setup plays really haven't been working for Christopher because he hasn't been in the position to take advantage of the same spots.
And they've been.
He does.
Go ahead, Jeffrey.
Sorry, you go.
No, no, go ahead.
He does play his top play here of hide for 50 points, which will put him back within fighting distance of the game, but it's not quite there yet.
Christopher's going to have to either draw into a bingo in the top half of the board. Not a single tile played in the top half of the board yet,
Insane.
which is kind of crazy. I'd love to see them continue that just for our entertainment, but I have a feeling Christopher's going to
Yeah,
want to
well,
open something up to try to activate the upper half of the board and create some bingo lanes.
I wonder how far in a game you can go without ever going up.
I remember a game a couple years ago from a tournament in, I think it was in Africa, and the players played vertically like the entire game. It was all vertical plays, every play.
That sounds like quite the spectacle.
That's pretty cool. It was a pretty cool board to look at.
Moving over to Ari though, he really doesn't have the best tiles to take advantage of this position. The top plays do score decently well, and they all revolve around that triple letter score between Goji and Neutron. The P there can score a lot of points when you play cross because the J and the T work well to make something like Jet or Jot. So if he plays something like PE there, he'll make Opus and Jet and score 32 points, which is a really nice reward for finding a cute little overlap play like that. That being said, looking between the O and the uni S is not something that most players would do, but Ari is not most players.
That's why the colored squares, as I tell my school Scrabble kids, are the things to look for because they visually leap out at the board. And
Oh
that is
my
one
god,
that
he
sort of
found.
leaped out. Wow.
I was going to say he has the absolutely insane play of Microbe or Microbus down there, and he spots it instantly without a second doubt. An 8 letter play through 3 disconnected letters. I mean, we're watching the top level of Scrabble right here, and it's no wonder that these players are currently fighting for position number one.
That's pretty cool play, Cherish. That's the kind of thing where when Ari lays down the PE, your brain has to instantly recognize the hook, the C hook. You're not expecting it, so you've got to have that instant awareness that it's possible. And the players like these are looking at that, right, Cherish, and they're going, well, PE, I don't know, maybe MIRR, PER is good, PEC is good. Let's see what is possible through there. So that is an excellent feat of spatial awareness and analysis.
Definitely. And honestly, I think what probably happened there is Chris realized that Microbe was his best play before Ari even made his turn. And then when
Sure.
PE came down, Christopher looked at it and thought, wow, nothing has changed. All I'm doing is getting a couple extra points. And it's going to put him in a really nice position because he drew that final blank for playing off 4 tiles in a closed board. And he's going to have a couple different bingos to come down next
Is
turn.
Stumpily good?
I think even
I think that's good. Yeah.
um, Stumpily,
Stumpily
yeah,
is good,
scoring a
yeah.
lot of points. Now, what are you looking for from Ari's position? In a closed board when you're up, what do you want to do, Cherish? What do you think?
I mean, I'm definitely not trying to give my opponent spots to play. Ari can tell he's down like a bingo ish. And I guess OF is really, I mean, it's a good play because, well, to some extent, it scores a bit. He has the T, he has like Sun, he has Ton. And if he's able to bingo and secure his lead, then it's almost game over.
And
But
I think that's probably what he's thinking, Cherish. I think he's figuring that I've got the E also for Eon. Um, this puts me up 100 plus,
Wow.
and he found
This
it.
is going to bring Christopher back into the game. 101 points for Stumpley in a closed board. He's he came back after being down over 100 points for like 3 turns in a row. He's found the best play 2 turns in a row and is back in. And this is why these players are the top players, because they don't give up when they're down. They keep going.
Yeah, 100-point deficit feels like a lot, but two blanks out, board's not entirely closed. There are lanes to bingo, and what do I want to do when I'm down 100? I want a bingo. And Christopher
Definitely.
found that quickly. He
Hmm.
wasted no time spotting the blank T, the M on the double, 100 plus. Awesome.
Now, Stumpily is a great play and it scores well for Chris, but one thing it doesn't really do is open the board up that much. There's one spot on this board that really can be taken advantage of, and that's the S. You could play a lot of bingos from the S to the triple, and that could really change this game. But the top play by the computer is to just play Vogue and completely shut down that area. Unless you're going to end the bingo in an M or a P, suddenly the entirety of Stumpily is off limits once again, and now your only hope for bingoing or getting more than a couple points would be to use the ON that was set up by Ari.
And at this point, though, Cherish, Christopher doesn't need to bingo anymore. It's a virtually tied game.
Exactly. And I think they're on hold right now. Ari is on holding Christopher's play.
Hmm. So people are talking in chat. I don't think we actually know whether the blank is a T or an L.
Ooh.
If it's an
Oh.
L, it will be a
Oh.
phony. And people point out in chat, Ori does, that Cilium is the only bingo in Slumpily, and it is a common bingo, or it's common phony to play Slumpily instead of Cilium. However, if it is a
Interesting.
T, then this is in fact a play. And additionally, if this is a T and Ari challenges, this is going to put Christopher in a really strong position to just take over this game. He's going to get to take advantage of that T. He's going to get to take advantage of the ON, and they're going to move forwards really well. But it looks like Ari is letting Chris draw his tiles.
Can we get confirmation on whether it's a T or an L?
I'm not sure we super know. And yes, Vogs comes down completely shutting down the top of the board. Um, And oh, I am looking at Chris's rack right now to see if he draws the O to make that X worth so many points. Chris is drawing a really high scoring rack with a Q, X, F, C, and H. And the board is honestly a little bit made for it right now. That Q is going to come down for 30 points really easily.
I feel like Christopher in this case is probably like really excited right now. I mean, he's narrowed the spread. He has these really high scoring letters. If he just plays them off one by one, 30 plus points, I think he sees a way out of, the slump he was in. Of course, unbeknownst to him, Ari has like tidiest, but
Yes, tidiest to the O in on, in of. Tidiest and Diddy's both will come down, and it still might not be over because it opens up a lot of the board, and Christopher has the tiles to take advantage. Oh, he plays QI in the bottom left. I didn't even spot that.
he's probably
And
saving
that's very
space.
smart.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's saving the spot for the X.
Mm-hmm. That's great strategic thinking. Your mind goes right to that colored square again for QI. But this is a way to maximize the power tiles here. We got confirmation that the blank is in fact a T.
Okay, so that challenge would have meant the end of Ari's. At least it would set him back a lot. But Tidius is going to come down. Tidius could come down in two places. It could either hook onto the top to make ton, or it can go onto the left to make oft. Or Diddy's is what we're actually going to end up seeing.
It seems like the right placement. I think the oft with the ED on the triple
Wow, and
line would
Ari and
not be
Chris are
terribly.
both laughing. Both of the players are laughing because of how insane these last set of plays have been, just scoring after scoring after scoring after having such a closed board.
And Christopher was probably not thinking, "Oh, I'm going to be in a strong position heading into the pre-end game."
Exactly.
And Stumpley is definitely one of those. That's a memorable play. He's gonna like
Hmm.
that. But what do
Now,
you do
one thing I
now?
want to
Now
point
you're
out
once
is that
again he's once again now down 50 points. You
he's
hang
down
on to
50
the
points, but he
X and
has
hope.
strong tiles.
Yeah.
I mean, what tiles do we even have left at this point? It's not much. There is no O's left in the
No
bag, so
Noah's
he
left.
can't
Yeah, I
even
just
hope
saw
for
that.
OX. In fact, there haven't been O's for a while, so it's not like he's had the opportunity to wait there. So it makes his play of QI worth a little bit less. Because at that point, when you know that you won't be able to take advantage of the triple letter score in two directions, it might be far more worth it to play your Q there and then use your X on the bottom left, since
On the
it'll
bottom
score a lot
lane.
more points with the X going two ways.
That's a great observation, Jeffrey. And I did not see that the O's were all gone.
Yeah, me neither. Um, and one thing I also want to point out, Christopher has been absolutely blitzing out this game. He's spent 10 minutes to Ari's nearly 20 minutes at this point, which means he has a lot of time to consider this endgame really carefully, because we are there, despite it seeming like this game has gone by really fast. We are in the endgame with only one tile left in the bag. So Christopher not only needs to worry about making up that deficit, he also needs to worry about simply getting his tiles out in time, because at this point, he might get stuck with either the F or the C or the H or even the X, which would be a game ender for him.
And on the other side, Ari's got 6 consonants. So there will be an issue of trying to play them off in a useful way. There's certainly spots to dump some consonants. And he does not need to score very much at this point unless Christopher can find a way to make up a lot of ground.
Yeah, so the top plays for Chris at this point are something like axe or factum,
Mm-hmm.
and each of these score nearly 30 points. And the problem is that at this point, he's down 50. So his hope is to be able, like, if he can find an out in two or three right now that will keep Ari with a B or a W on his rack, it might be winnable, especially because the board is not very friendly to the W's and B's that Ari has. From Ari's position right now, where do you think you're looking? What do you think are your options?
Go ahead, Cherish.
I think he's looking at the vowels. Like, he's looking at the best place to play as many consonants as possible, score decently, and try not to get stuck with the W's and the B's, like you talked about.
I guess another
Yeah,
question is whether it's in Chris's interest to try to play off a lot of tiles here and
or not very many.
or not very many. If he could score and play off a bunch and try to stick Ari with some of that by going out in more quickly, it doesn't seem likely.
I mean, he has the play of factum, which leaves him with just HX, which seems like a really strong play, but he doesn't have many places to play that HX afterwards. It'll take him at least two turns.
And not enough points, I think, is the other issue there. Because Ari
Exactly.
will score a little bit.
Yeah, because he would underlap.
Yeah. The alternative would be to play factum second and try to play the other tiles now, but it doesn't seem like he has a nice spot to play like hex.
I think he might be dismissing axe just because of the hook it creates on top of AT for a comeback. Brew.
Yeah, it allows noob, brew, both of those would come down for a
Yep.
lot. In fact, I think the best position here is just to play the UH and deal with some of those letters, because no matter what Ari is doing, he's going to have to open up the board.
Is there any merit to dropping the X for 25? I doubt it. And I haven't seen him
It's
look at just picking
interesting.
up the X.
It's interesting that we've gotten to this point with both players at over 400 points, with both of the W's, the F, the C, the B, the H, and the X still in the bag, and the Q. Like, the beginning of this game was simply filled with one pointers, and now all of these high scoring tiles are coming out in the end, really mucking things up.
Christopher would have liked to have had the Q on the previous turn.
And I wonder if Chris is somewhat regretting that QI play.
Yeah.
Because I think if he had a really nice 40-point AX play right now, he'd be in a really good position to win this.
And QUA, if he had plucked the Q on top of Diddy's, would have been nice for him.
Now, here's something incredible. The only tile left in the bag is an A. And what that means is that if Christopher draws the A and keeps the A, X, T, and C, he's going to have A taxic through the I and Diddy's for 40 points.
Whoa.
So if Chris plays something like UH and Ari plays something like Owned, making Dup for 30 something points, A taxic will come down for 40 points and put Christopher back almost in the lead. But then the problem is that Ari will be able to play through a taxic and go out.
I'm not looking
That's
at
looking
chat
like
right
4
now.
turns
What are people saying in chat about the sequence here?
Yeah, people are talking about the idea of just playing XI here, and it's interesting. I mean, like the big plays that Christopher has right now are something like Chufa or Taxum. Like, is it worth it to consider playing like TIX right now in order to play Chufa next turn somewhere? Oh, but he draws an A is the problem.
Right.
In fact, this position perfectly highlights the importance of leaving a tile in the bag, because Christopher probably assumes that Ari has a much better rack than he does. He doesn't know that Ari only has a single vowel, and that means that the board seems way more hostile to him than it would otherwise appear.
I think Christopher's main concern is preventing Ari from having a big scoring comeback to whatever he does. He needs to minimize Ari's ability to score right now, knowing that at best he has the A and the E, but at worst only has one vowel. And I think his hope and his thinking has to be, all right, I gotta assume that Ari's only got one vowel. What can I do to make it hard for him?
Exactly. And he plays Chum. Now that's extremely interesting. So he has done this math. He is looking at the position and he thinks that this is his only possibility. And what's fascinating about this play is it completely blocks any use of that I spot. Do we think that there's any world in which this wins for him?
This is where my head explodes, and I don't have the ability to analyze the endgame position. So, what is chat saying, and what's Quackle saying?
We're pointing out some other possibilities like ouch, which is, oh, that's interesting. So the problem with this play right now is that it just opened up Whew, WHEW for 26 points.
Ooh,
However, if instead of playing Chum, he played ouch, it wouldn't give Ari that possibility at all.
ooh, ew,
Oh,
ooh.
wow, and people are pointing out some other options as well. If instead Christopher had played A or Chap right there, it would have threatened the X bomb in a way that Ari can't block it
Oh,
unless he sacrifices a lot of points. Wen is going to come down for 27 points, and I think that might just seal it because it's too many points for Christopher to come back from.
Ari would have just had to block the X bomb, of course, with I think AB.
Just the B, yeah.
That's it. He had the D also. No DI, no. AB was it. Setting
Maybe
up
he could
his
have even
fax
played
outplay here.
BEL.
That's a good setup by Christopher. He's got trying to set up
It's
fax. Ari will
smart, but it
probably just
doesn't.
drop the B on top of the I though, or just play bat or Watt. Even
Yeah, it
better.
simply doesn't work.
Doesn't work.
I mean, I'm so curious to see what Quackle has to say about this game afterwards, what the championship player, how it will analyze this position, because I think there were so many lines that both of these players could have gone down, and I'm really curious to see if Christopher ever had any hopes in this endgame. Oh, he set up
Uh,
fax underneath ticks.
oh, he did. Two spots for
Wait,
his out.
he set up a
Beautiful.
really clever play. This is beautiful.
That's
Um,
42.
he,
Is it
he
enough?
can't possibly block these plays. No, unfortunately, it looks like he loses by 7 at the end of this.
After
Wow, that's a
Brat?
brilliant play, though. I really wonder how far away Chris saw this position.
That's some fantastic
Fax
high
comes
level
down.
thinking. Beautiful.
That's a lovely play, setting up
42
two
points.
spots, knowing your opponent won't be able to capitalize on either of them very well, and then going out with a 42-point fax.
It's gorgeous.
And in fact, there was absolutely nothing Ari could have done there to block fax underneath.
Nope.
What a beautiful endgame. That was simply gorgeous to watch. And both of these players are going to be talking about this for a while, I fear. I mean, I have to go back to the play of Chum, and I wonder if that was the best play. I also don't think that Ari saw WHEW, because that would give him BRDN, and that means he has a lot of possible spots to go out. Um, and he would have won by just a couple points more in the end game.
Christopher did a great
But
job
this
making
was
it as close as possible, and that's a
definitely,
lovely, lovely setup at the end. I'd have to go back. We'd all have to go back and look and see what his best is the option for with the highest possibility of winning when he played Chum, and to hear
yeah.
what he
So
thought.
this was a beautiful game. I mean, Overseers as a 9, to all of the setups and high plays, Microbe through 3 disconnected tiles, Stumpily for 101. I mean, from top to bottom, this game really was beautiful. And if you liked this game and you want to see more Incredible Scrabble like it, make sure you like and subscribe. We have only more content like this coming out, and the Scrabble scene is always rallying, and we're going to have some incredible players coming up. So if you want to see more content like this, either today or down the line, make sure you comment and like and subscribe. And if you want to learn more about the competitive Scrabble scene, go check out letsplayscrabble.com. They are sponsoring this stream and have done an absolutely incredible job of giving us some great competition here.
And make sure to check back in a few weeks when Let's Play Scrabble live streams and organizes the North American School Scrabble Championship. Cherish will no doubt be on the stream at least once, and I would bet multiple times. And Jeffrey will be doing an amazing job behind the mic. And I'll just be kind of walking around because, I get to do that now.
Definitely. So we're going to take one last look at the standings. see how our players are doing. I think Ari has Gibsonized. Oh no, Ari's going to go up against Morris Greenberg. And if Morris can beat Ari here, then Morris will actually, I think, he'll need to beat Ari by 7. Oh, Morris just took a massive win, which means that if Morris and Ari play, and Morris wins by more than 5 points, Morris will be taking this. So we are currently in a position where the top spot is still contested between Ari and one of the other players. And there's a raging battle between Christopher and Agnes for second place. We've already seen these players fight once, and Agnes was able to take it. So I think this is going to lead to a very exciting end game. As of right now, all of the players are in the money except for Christopher, so he's really out to make his money's worth in the final round. Unfortunately, I think this final round you will all have to watch from home on your own standings, because we are heading out for tonight. But I really hope you all enjoyed this. This was big cash Scrabble. And if you like this style, we'll be sure to do more. Give us your feedback and tell us how you liked it and what plays you thought were the best.
And thank you both for having me on. I look forward to many more tournaments where Jeffrey and Cherish and all of our other young school Scrabble graduates will be part of these live streams and bring their excellent and informed commentary to the game that we all love so much.
Definitely. And thank you so much for coming on, Stefan. We really appreciate your presence and your experience in commentating with us. It was wonderful.
Can't wait to see you both in Washington in just a few weeks. Thanks for having me, guys.
Thank you. And thank you so much to Cherish for her first time commentating. She did a fantastic job. Did you have a favorite game today, Cherish?
I still really like Agnes's games. I think I like both her games on stream. I think it was just amazing to see. Like you said, like I feel like people underestimate, especially when they're higher rated, and you see 1600. But I mean, she played amazingly, and I feel like they definitely like. I mean, imagine like Ari watching, and she just opens up with Allegoria and then plays Triptans. He was probably like, "Wow, like I can't relax in this game." And I mean,
Yeah, I
she gave it
love the
what's
underdog stories, and I think yeah, she really put up a good performance today, and now she's looking to battle it out for third. So good to all of our players. I think we had only good games today. So if you're only tuning in for the end, I highly recommend you look back at the other games we had today. And I just want to quickly thank Heidi in the chat, Heidi Robertson, who did all of our quackling and our scoring and did a fantastic job. And a big thank you to the production team. And of course, to Josh for hosting this entire tournament and making everything wonderful and go so smoothly. And thank you to you all for joining us. And I hope you like and subscribe and watch some more. And with that, I think that is going to be us Scrabblers signing off. Do you guys have any final comments?
No, I think you summarized it pretty well. It's been a fun 6 hours. We've gotten to watch amazing Scrabble games and have fun. I think we're all like beautifully exhausted.
And I just want to
Exactly.
say that this is the kind of stuff that we need to be doing more of in Scrabble. It is great to have these events that don't always only feature the very, very top players, that bring in new commentators who bring a fresh perspective and their own experience and expertise to the proceedings and make people realize that Scrabble is a game that attracts so many different ages, skill levels, but sharing that same passion for what we do and always trying to get better at it. So hats off to all of you guys for bringing this, for making this happen, and I hope to see more events like this as we go forward.
Exactly. Well, thank you all for joining, and I hope you have a wonderful weekend and enjoy the long weekend if you have one. And that's us signing off.